Welcome back to the 2025 World Series of Poker Main Event. We are on the Las Vegas Strip. We are at the Horseshoe, and we are ready for the biggest starting flight of the grandest tournament of them all. The buy-in, of course, still $10,000. This is day 1D. A sea of players, or an ocean, if you will try and maneuver their way through what is always a day of survival. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth, joined later by Tristan Wade as well for this special YouTube stream. If you want to listen to David Tuckman and Will Jaffe, go and do so on PokerGO.com. The professionals on PokerGO. The Circus Show right here on YouTube. Hope you all enjoy our coverage as we get set for yet another thrilling day of poker action. But first, let's start off with something different. Something with a bit of magic, perhaps. Hearing the music in the background already. Criss Angel going to get day 1D underway here.
How we doing? Las Vegas!
Criss Angel getting ready to kick this thing off. Heading over to the main stage. I wonder if he's going to make some chips disappear. He's already beating Helmut's entrance, and he hasn't even done anything yet.
It's because he's wearing real bling.
I mean, that bling...
This ain't fake.
That bling is very intense.
Also, the hair, real.
There. Mind Freak, of course, Criss Angel show at Planet Hollywood.
He was awarded the greatest of all time, a.k.a. GOAT Award by Vanish Magazine for his contributions to Magic. He's also been recognized as Magician of the Year 6 times and received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Brotherhood of Magicians. His show, Mind Freak, is the headliner at Planet Hollywood, Las Vegas, and he has performed more than 6,000 shows since 2005. Ladies and gentlemen, to unveil this year's main event bracelet, give it up for Criss Angel!
What's up, guys? How we doing? This is incredible. I just came literally from doing Mind Freak right across the way at Planet Hollywood, my residency show there. But I gotta say, this is incredible. I know the enthusiasm is kind of repressed right now because everybody's nervous about, you know, being in this tournament and doing well. Now, let me just say this. We have the big boys out. You're all playing for $10 million. $10 million. Cash, $10 million. That doesn't get a big round of applause, but what does then? $10 million. In the World Series of Poker Main Event. And I gotta tell you, I'm pretty pissed off. Why? Because I wanted to play in a tournament. They rejected. They said I could not play in this tournament. Something about being a magician. So I got to tell you, I'm here to show you something. This amazing, look at this beautiful $500,000 bracelet. It goes well with my attire, my jewelry, but $500,000 right there. It's going to go along with the $10 million cash prize in the main event here at the World Series of Poker. And I got to tell you guys, you got to be able to visualize the win. You got to see it in your mind with your eyes closed. So I want to try something because I want to try to determine who actually is going to do well. So if I could use all of you, you can take off your glasses for me. Thank you. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to visualize. Put your hand up if you'd like. I want you to visualize that winning hand. Go ahead, do it. It's okay. Put it out there. Visualize that winning hand. Visualize $10 million in your bank account. Visualize the weight of this insane bracelet on your wrist and how heavy it is. Your wrist, your arm starts to go down. It's so hard to hold it up because it's so damn heavy. Those diamonds, that gold. And then all of a sudden, the bracelet, close your eyes before I make it disappear. Imagine that bracelet dematerializing and your arm is getting lighter, it's getting lighter. My voice is getting faint. It's going in the background. It's getting, you can hardly hear my voice. Everything is kind of vanishing away. Shuffle up and deal!
Criss Angel kicking us off here. The bracelet is in the building. Donnie, I've refreshed the bank account. Not 10 million in there. I'm a little disappointed.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right, we have the most stacked feature table imaginable for you here on day 1D. Every year, we are trying to find entertaining tables for you to watch on these day 1 flights. Donnie, I cannot believe you found this one.
This is a good table. Listen, Darren Elias, Anton Wigg, even though he is technically listed as Eric Wigg in the app, so it was a little bit tricky at first. Of course, we all know Ben Lamb. Eric Afriat, right? I mean, Eric Afriat, listen, if you guys don't know about Eric Afriat, if he takes a beat today...
Oh, my God. Yes, let's go.
It's along the lines of Phil Hellmuth, guys, okay?
No, it's worse. It's worse because Eric Afriat will actually, like, hold it against you until the end of time if you beat him in a pot.
You'll always be that guy.
Yes, you'll always be on his bad list. Yeah, so just to name off those guys that we have on our main feature table, and I'm sure we'll get plenty of overviews of that table. Anton Wigg, Crusher from Denmark, has been around the game for a very long time. We got Darren Elias, multiple-time World Poker Tour champion, Eric Afriat, and then we have Ben Lamb there as well. And the empty seat that is yet to be taken. Oh, I thought we had George Holmes joining us as well, Donnie.
Yeah, had him move his phone out. Don't kill his hand. Yeah.
I gave you the phone.
Just, we'll give him a pass. Yeah.
I do know that George Holmes is in the building, former main event runner-up. Two tables in play here on the stream to start things off. Level 3, the players have already played for 4 hours. We are playing 6 hours on the stream tonight. That is until the end of day 1D. Once again, welcome everyone to the stream here on YouTube. Very much appreciate everyone for tuning in. Please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to go out on the limb here and say we're going to do better numbers than last night because our tables are going to be more stacked. We're going to get the update from Donnie Peters, who bagged on day 1. We got Tristan Wade joining us in a little bit. We're going to hear some
Also
stories.
bagged on day 1.
Also bagged on day 1. Did he bag more than you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
If you bagged, you might have bagged more than me, okay?
It's warm in here.
This part felt warm and nice from my hand being cold.
The feature table, always the warmest table in the room. The bright lights, of course, contributing to that.
Well, what about Gerard here? He looks like, you know, he's ready to go to Aspen or something.
When you come into the room with the swag, you can't just take the swag off.
Oh, okay.
Well, you just put it in.
I put a poll in the chat. Who's got more magic, Criss Angel or Phil Hellmuth? Hellmuth winning comfortably, 62%. So I feel like we need a Hellmuth residency.
You know, somebody pointed out to me, I mean, if not somebody, our very own Brent Hanks, that if you remember the Hellmuth entrance, Jungle Man and his son, Phil Hellmuth III, they had acoustic guitars.
Yeah, I know. That was
which doesn't make any sense.
No. And you know what made even less sense for those that watched whatever that was? What made even less sense, Donnie, is that he came in as the rock star, and then he went off camera to smash the guitar.
Oh, he actually smashed it?
Yeah, but not on camera. Like, we didn't get to see it.
What?
Maybe it's on Twitter somewhere, but I didn't see it. You know, when you do that, and when you walk in, you just smash the camera along the way.
Yeah, let's go.
maybe create some collateral damage here as we see King 9-7, 2 diamonds. Poker is being played. Anton Wigg flopping a 9. Hobold betting with pocket 8s. Anton Wigg bringing out the good shades. Love the look. 4 on the turn. Let's see if Hobold wants to continue or perhaps take this thing to showdown. Keep the pot small.
As long as they just get here, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter then.
Action does go check, check. 10 of clubs completes the board. Another check from Wigg. Action on Hobold. Dalton Hobold, 66K in earnings from Brazil. Not the kind of name you'd associate with someone from Brazil, Dalton Hobold. Sounds very New Jersey to me. Does go check, check. Wigg's going to show the winner here. Take down a nice little one to kick things off. Donnie, I see multiple people in the chat asking, did you really fold kings pre-flop yesterday?
I did. Level 1. I opened, call, 3-bet from the big blind, I 4-bet, big blind 5-bet. Thought for a while. I folded. He showed the aces. I kind of pulled my hand wasn't in the muck just yet, so I took it and turned it over. Mostly because I don't like to ever show my cards, but I felt like in this case, no one's going to believe me. So
right.
And it was also the hand right before break, and I tanked like 3 minutes or so into the break, so there weren't a lot of people around. There were a couple people at the table still watching the hand. So I wanted to be able to say, like, there were people there that saw it. Okay,
right.
It is true. It did happen. So yeah.
And now, how much did you put in the bag eventually?
35,000. Very frustrating day, but at the end of it all, you know, I'm happy to be through. It's you know, whatever, 50, 60 big blinds, something like that for day 2. There really is nothing like the WSOP main event structure. There really is nothing like it. And you know, you see every single year early on, oh, there was a bust out on the first hand or the second hand, or it was this versus this, you know, and it's just like you just don't need to. I will say that part of my calculus for laying down the kings was just like, listen, if this guy happens to have queens, I mean, he got me. Like, I don't need this.
Yep.
So, yeah. But I also never thought that I would see the day where I'm here, I'm looking at 2 black kings, and I'm just like, really? Like, I'm really about to fold this hand? Like, are you kidding me? Last year I decided to 6-bet punt it off with king, queen off. This year I'm folding kings pre-flop. It's like, what happened to me?
You've evolved as a player. You got to respect that. As we see the giant GTO Wizard logo in the background, very fitting, Donnie, that we get to study up a little bit and make sure that we are ready for when the big spots arrive. Also, I want to mention this right away, Donnie. Okay, are you up for the challenge?
I'm always up for a challenge.
Okay, the Play PokerGo free roll happens every hour on the half hour. I know we're going to mention this.
We're about 15 minutes away from the first one.
Exactly, that's why I'm mentioning it. Do you want to do a heads up between you and I for $20? Who's going to get the highest finish today?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, you're on.
I'll tell you that I'm not folding kings pre-flop in that. Okay, I'm not doing it.
All right, playpokergo.com. Come join us every hour on the half hour, just for a bit of fun. Free to play from anywhere in the world. A little bit of poker action. All right, Jared Bleznick headlining our second table, the horseshoe table. Sean Kunix in the mix as well.
Wow, I feel like I haven't seen Sean Kunix in forever.
Jared Bleznick.
Okay.
Way quieter than he usually is. Give this man a microphone. The people on the internet were gushing with compliments over the Jared Bleznick commentary that he did on day 1B with Donnie and myself. As we see Barnes betting 4K with 5s. Bleznick already up to 70K from his 60K starting stack. I feel as though Bleznick's player type. Incredibly well suited for the main event. Aggressive, willing and able to make some moves, and
on. And you can see what a nightmare situation for Gerard, the Frenchman, who flopped top pair with a flush draw, turned top 2 with a flush draw, makes the flush, improves, and is now in really, really bad shape. Whole ball bets 11,000. Gerard obviously not folding. I think he's deciding, does he want to raise?
This is crazy.
Or does he just want to just call? But this is absolutely gross.
He's been offered a parachute by Hobold, who could have probably got his whole stack here. He can save himself from getting busted if he can just call here.
So this is just a simple raise, call, pre-flop. Hobold check, raise the flop. And then he bet the turn, and then he bet, and there's the all-in. Oh my gosh. There's the call. And Gerard has been eliminated. We lost the Frenchman just like that. So just to refresh how it went out, it actually was not just being called. Hobold actually check raised the flop, bet the turn, and then bet the river.
Wow.
So Gerard just figured, okay, well, I've got the flush. I've got to have the best hand here. He moves all in. Hobold with the absolute nuts wins it.
That's a casino.
And we lose the professional poker player from France.
What a heck.
But the Brazilian, Dalton, gets them all.
It open. Você é brasileiro? Sim. De qual parte?
I would have shoved
Santa Catarina.
in the river. The turn already.
Você?
I would have finished it off on the turn.
What a spot. What a way to go. I mean, we are just starting into level 3, so we're maybe 4 hours and 20 minutes into the play for the day. You're out the door with your flush, and your opponent has 117,000 chips. I know it sounds crazy, but maybe a bit of an overplay with the Queen 10 of clubs. When your opponent check raises you and he check raises you, he bets, and bets.
Yeah, I think he bet so small on the river there. He didn't go for a big sizing, and I think the Frenchman just felt like his flush was always good.
I mean, can you get called by worse at that point?
Queen nine flush, maybe worse flushes. You hope the guy heroes you in the set, you know.
I see you in a month.
Well, anyway, we cut it. Hughes Gerard. It's good to know you. Bye-bye.
Peace.
2 WPT guys here, Darren and Elias, most successful World Poker Tour player of all time, and Eric Afriat. He's had a lot of success too.
Yeah, Afriat. Oh my, I didn't even mention him. Afriat with 6 million in live earnings. As you mentioned, has won 2 WPTs. Guy's multiple 6-figure scores, does not have a bracelet to his name. Canadian businessman and poker player with over 5 million in live earnings. It's just an afterthought. He's at the table too.
That's what you call hitting the flop.
I mean, we lost a Frenchman. Why don't we just bring in Jason Kuhn?
Kuhn's out already.
Right, good point. He's going to be our needle all week. Sorry, Jason. I genuinely love him too. Elias, to your point, nearly 14 million in live earnings, 38 years old, married with a daughter, multiple 6-figure.
You want to join us?
33.
All right, everyone. Testing, testing. Can you hear Donnie?
And Remco.
And Remco.
We're back.
Can you guys hear us? Let us know in the chat. We do apologize for that. I'm not even sure if you heard my horrible joke, but
I mean,
the mind freak making the stream disappear.
We were screaming into the void for a bit here. Anyway, the reliable pairing of David Tuckman and Will Jaffe are on PokerGo.com. So if you want to join them, please do. But if you enjoy us, please stay here. We're going to turn this into a circus, but that was a bit too much of a circus act when the screen all of a sudden stopped working and our computers went dark. But anyway, rolling with the punches, making sure that we can now stream without further hiccups. And I will text Jared Bleznick to ask him what happened in that hand, because that looked like going to be a fun hand.
And we also lost Hugo Girard at this feature table. He made a flush to Heubold, who also busted.
We'll bounce back and forth between this table and the Bleznick table. In general, during day 1D, we switch feature tables every level. Fairness for the players, but we'll be out there scouting to see who else is out there. Donnie, I did hear that someone named Phil Ivey already busted the main.
All good, thanks.
You are correct. He did already bust the main. He made 2-pair in a blind versus blind confrontation against Joseph Chong. Chong turned 2-pair. Both players flopped top pair, Chong flopped top pair, Ivey flopped top and bottom pair. Money ultimately went in on the river. Ivey was short to start that hand. I think he had around 15,000 or so. You start the tournament with 60K, so he had already lost plenty of chips, did Ivey, and then Joseph Chong got the rest of them. But that took place in the other venue here at the World Series of Poker in Paris. So down the hall, about a 2-minute walk away. As we see aces.
Yeah, aces for Darren Elias. So once again, in just about 4 minutes, the PlayPokerGo.com free roll kicks off. Donnie and I are both registered. We are doing a little bit of a challenge. Whoever has the highest finishing position tonight, please join us for some shenanigans on there. Let us know in the chat how it goes as we look at the Darren Elias bio sheet. All-American swimming and water polo. Donnie, now it makes sense. These giant shoulders of his. I've always wondered, how does this man look so massive in the upper body for WPT titles? #1 all-time. Also has a bracelet under his belt. Darren Elias, among the best. Ultimately deserving of a spot in the Poker Hall of Fame.
Got his first bracelet this year. It did come online, which I know you love so much.
Doesn't count. What? What did you say?
4,000.
Raised 4,000.
My throat was a little itchy.
Ben Lamb with the raise here. Ackles comes with a 3-bet. A couple of queens.
Seeing some hands here so far. Off to a good start. Chat's fired up. I love it. Please hit the like button. Let's get us to 1,000 likes quickly here. Took forever yesterday.
This is
Oh, here we go.
So this is the greatest baseball item that they've ever produced. Tops. Want to take a look at it or no?
Yes, badly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jared Bleznick, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Donnie,
is he allowed to have a razor blade here? Is this allowed?
It's Jared Bleznick. He can do whatever he wants. Donnie, like of all the predictions I could make for today, this was the easiest one.
Some of the nicest packaging you'll ever see.
No, there's one card in each one.
There's one card in each box.
I cannot believe it. Oh my God!
That's all black one.
Here, let's open one. It's $2,000 for one card.
Unbelievable.
What are we hoping for? So we have
We're
an
looking
idea.
for Ohtani. You know, we're looking for Judge. We're looking for a cut.
Is it auto or no?
Yeah, it's all autographed.
Auto, okay, number.
But look, here's the best part about the product. So You sweat it. It's sick. It's really sick. So you say you sweat it.
Should be placed.
Oh, wow. It could be Otani. Oh, wow. Kershaw to 10. So, like, look.
10.
Look how nice those cards are. It's sick, right?
Dealer just wants Bleznick to post his big blind.
The highest numbered card in the whole product is the 10. Yeah, you can't get anything higher than a 10.
Bleznick put a main event buy-ins worth of sports cards on the table. Clayton Kershaw, our first draw. For those unfamiliar with the Jared Bleznick experience, whenever he plays on stream, he brings some sports cards to unbox, which is his big passion. And here we are, the full experience. I think that if he makes a deep run, every day we'll get a new box. Can you believe it? 2K per card? What universe is this?
I think I believe everything these days.
I know, so like what, is that an even money thing? Again, I don't understand cards enough. I collected them when I was a kid, so.
What? Okay.
No, let him have it.
Come on. Are you at least getting your money back?
No, that Kershaw's a loser for the.
Okay.
Wait, how's Kershaw a loser? The legend.
The card, I think he's saying, is a loser.
A lot of the pitchers don't sell as well as the hitters in baseball.
3 players.
No one likes pitchers. That's like rooting for defense in football.
This is one of those products you're going to lose a lot.
Yeah.
But when you hit, you can hit a $50,000, $100,000 card.
Wow, interesting development here. 2 players with Ace King, Cha with spades to go along with it.
So it's like you can't expect to win.
It's lottery scratch off.
But it's so the cards are nice, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Call.
It reminded me of the golden ticket in Willy Wonka.
Look at that ace of spades.
Chop here, unless one of the players folds after a 5K bet and a call.
Check.
And Cha reaching here.
Bet 5,200.
52 into 18-3. Assume we're going to see a call here, and there it is. Chop it up, boys.
Chop.
Oh, come on, man. Don't say that.
I'm kind of waiting now for Bleznick to show us the next card. I'm kind of invested now in this.
All right, out in the field, day 1D of the main. Let's say hello to the 4th place finisher in the 2019 main. That would be this man right here, Gary Gates. If you could stand up for me, please, sir. Good to see you as always. All right, what lessons do you take away from that deep run, especially ones that you can apply to a day 1 here?
You know, 2019 was a long time ago. I'm just out here trying to stay relevant, you know. No, honestly, I think like you learn, you know, the old cliche, like I don't even know the cliche. It's not a marathon.
or something?
It's not a marathon.
Oh, okay. It's not a marathon, sorry.
It is a marathon.
Wait, but it's not a sprint?
Not a sprint.
We got there.
There we go. You know, you just settle in, take your time, pick your spots, and you know, it's a long 10 days to get to the end. So take your time with it.
You've been a part of the poker industry for a while. What do you enjoy the most about working in that industry?
Easiest answer is the people. You know, you end up working with people that you develop friendships with. Some of your coworkers are some of my best friends. They're just good people. We get to do something that we all chose to do that we love, and we get to do it every day. It's pretty amazing.
Not about me, of course, but I think you were my very first in-field interview at the World Series of Poker main event. Just sit with that. Just think about that. You know.
And all we do is take 4th places, you and I. So,
We're
you know,
4th place club. He's the president because it's the main. That's the luck rest of the way. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it.
Gary Gates, never heard of him, Donnie. You?
I mean, best man at my wedding. See that little dolphin card protector there? I gave him that before play today.
Love it.
You know, you gotta keep it a little bit fun.
Take your time.
Love to see Gary back in the field.
Pull it out and leave the cover on.
What an epic run that was back in 2019. 2019 somehow feels like 10 years ago.
It really does.
Because 2020 took 5 years.
And it took 15 years off our lives.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Jeff Platt in the house today as well. We'll get more sideline interviews from him as the night goes on. Meanwhile, Bleznick involved again in a hand. By the way, up to 84,000, which means that the hand we got cut off on actually had to be a winner.
Oh, that's sick.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Come on.
1-1.
I know. Like, give me an idea, though. I got to have a value.
No, that's huge.
But that's the only one.
That's huge.
That's the only one made.
No, I know right there that's got to
Mookie
be.
Betts the one.
Wow. Mookie Betts 1 of 1. Jared might have just made back his main event buy-in as we go back to the feature table. Hobolt with jacks, Afriat with ace-jack. 6,500 from Afriat. Donnie, is this enough to upset Afriat when this goes to showdown?
I mean, yes. Afriat is, you know, he's always kind of towing that line between possibly going on tilt, and he'll let you hear it. Call is made. Clean card here on the turn for those jacks for Hobolt.
$14.5.
14-5.
Afriat just staying aggressive here, continuing to tell that story that he's got the goods.
Hot and baking, like I'm sweaty, like, and you get so much more air right here.
Yeah, maybe you need to change shirts.
No, it's just we're only here for 2 hours, or well, for 90 more minutes, and then they put us back out. Big card. You'll see on. I haven't seen a face card since I sat down. 3 or 4 of them are.
Hobolt just deep in the tank here.
Clock.
Oh, and he gets a snap fold once he says clock. Look at that.
All right, gentlemen, that's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always interesting calling the clock in any tournament, with the main specifically, right? If you guys want to beat the best and crush the rest, then head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. That is where you can try all of the great things that GTO Wizard has to offer for 24 hours for free. And then if you do want to go on to purchase, guess what? That URL is going to get you 10% off your first purchase. That's all over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Check it out today. Best solver on the market. No, but calling the clock is interesting. And I know Daniel Negreanu tweeted either yesterday or the day before, but you know, something along the lines of normalize calling the clock in the WSOP Main Event. Now, yes, but there's a line. I mean, it's tricky. One thing is for sure that there's nothing like the WSOP Main Event structure, so people can be afforded a little bit more time. I mean, 2-hour levels, like, you know, people can take a couple minutes on every single hand. We don't just need to be snap acting here. But yes, there are some egregious tanks that I think we should also get rid of. That one felt maybe a minute too soon. But obviously we can see the hand, so it's, you know.
Worst thing for a feature table.
These hands just keep on coming here as Hobolt makes it 11,000 with ace-7 suited. Ace-king for Shojanian. Donnie Peters folded kings before, but we've got ace-king versus ace-7 going head-to-head with 24K in the middle. Only level 3 of this tournament. King in the window, 6-5 behind it, all diamonds here.
Thanks for coming. Good.
Donnie, this is a case of where Hobolt tries to represent maybe what Shojania actually has.
Yeah, I mean, he can rep aces, ace-king on this sort of texture. Maybe ace-queen of diamonds.
What time is dinner? You make sure y'all don't miss. What time is it? What time? Can we talk these? Yeah, it's 5. How about in the hand? I just can't get a hand. It's ridiculous. I'm just not gonna lie.
How do you
Still have 59,000.
You're still in it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
And look at this, Hobolt comes with 3,000. Shojania cranks it up right away to 10K on the monotone flop. Donnie, are you more disappointed in Hobolt's play with ace-7 or his fold with jacks?
I thought he would call the jacks.
Gotta show to win.
I definitely thought he would call
Follow
the
the
jacks.
rules.
This is, you know, okay, you got it, buddy. But I thought he would call with the jacks.
I like your style, for sure.
Some change, please.
Not necessarily disappointed, but you know, I did think he would call.
Once again, welcome to the show, everyone who's tuning on YouTube. We got David Tuckman and Will Jaffe on the call on PokerGo.com. So if you want to,
I was playing good before the summer.
Yeah.
But obviously I haven't played much.
Oh, that's too bad.
We'll see. I have a really good consolation prize if I bust. I get to play Maidstone and National.
Oh, wow.
On Long Island. So don't try to make me fold. Got a nice backup plan.
It's always good to have a backup plan.
Avid golfer.
Yeah, I agree. Don't do any raising? I don't think we can.
Ben Lamb, of course, main event finalist
Ready to chop.
on 2
I'm gonna leave the
occasions.
button free, okay?
And a 12?
I think you're right, yeah.
I think 12th or 13th or in that neighborhood. That's always the neighborhood from from 10 to 15.
Yep.
That it's an insanely big score always, but like the forgotten people, right?
Yeah.
I remember I think Chris Klodnicki was in there once. Remember Billy Kopp was in that realm once.
Lucky Chewy.
Yeah.
Early in the morning.
Scott Clemens.
Did you do that
I
night
mean,
golf?
it's just nuts.
I
To,
played
like, you
once
can do a
at
whole
the
little
Under Lights of Shadows.
documentary. I feel like
it's
on,
awesome.
on
Super
the
sick.
10th through
Shadow
15th.
by itself is one of my favorite golf courses ever.
Yeah.
And to play it under those conditions is really, really cool.
So I'm
They
planning.
did a really good job. They lit it up like all the way.
Just the back nine, right?
Yeah, just the back nine, but like there's not any like dark spots.
Okay.
New player joining us here, Wilkes on the feature table. By the way, pointing out real quick here how incredible Ben
What's your
Lamb's
handicap,
summer
Will?
has been with so many
Third.
close calls.
You already
He's
raised?
got
The 16.
4
I think
six-figure
you're doing
cashes,
a re-raise for
a runner-up in the 25K,
16.
no limit
Okay, so I said
PLO
1,000.
split event,
I said
and a
raise?
few more
Okay, no problem.
cashes as well,
16.
including a final table in the 50K PPC. So another great summer for Ben Lamb, one of the top players in
Getting
the
out of
world.
here for this one.
Yeah, Ben's one of those guys where doesn't play a huge schedule in terms of volume every summer. You know, not anymore. He's obviously won a whole bunch of money playing poker, both in cash games and in tournaments. Doesn't need to go through the grind every single day. Enjoys his life outside of it. You know, family, golfing, etc. But if Ben Lamb were to one day wake up and you'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna put in an entire summer. I'm gonna play every single day. I'm gonna be there. Doesn't matter what the tournament is. He might get to 10 bracelets in 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he's that good.
I mean, this year he could have won multiple bracelets.
You already doubled them up.
So many close calls.
He minimum re-raised to 1,600. He made 1,000.
Donnie, you're still in the free roll?
I am still in the free roll, but I'm
That's very rude,
giving
man.
it away.
How many chips do you have?
1,150.
That's very rude.
I got
wouldn't have done
1,700.
I had 2,200 2 hands ago.
It's my fault.
So,
what is it? You
handing it
never
away.
told me your handicap. You're a 10? You're a 10 handicap?
My good days I was an 8.
We play about even.
Bad days I'm a 12.
Pretty square.
Just my only problem is distance. I don't get enough distance.
Yeah, I have the other problem. Or y-axis guy issues.
You're 16. Maybe he's gonna give me my chips back.
Perhaps some golf bets brewing here between Afriat and Ben Lamb. Donnie, you and I have seen Afriat blow up on poker streams. Imagine him on the golf course.
Broken clubs everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, golf is like the most tilting activity
230
in the world.
Yep.
Max 240. I don't see. So if I would have gained that little 20, 25, it makes a big, huge difference.
Yeah, of course. Between pitching wedge and an 8-iron, you know. Big dispersion difference.
Afriat comes in for 1,600. By the way, we're playing 2-4,
big
so
bump?
4x
I
raise.
hit pretty far. It's the spraying that I have issues with sometimes.
Wilkes makes the call with 4-5, just arriving to the table. Seeing a 3-3-4.
Yeah. Some variance in my golf game, I would say.
Very steady.
And Wilkes makes the call. Donnie, for Wilkes to
Tough to
proceed,
gamble
these
against.
cards have to stay low. But still, aggression is uncomfortable with a hand like 4-5.
You didn't play
I
under
mean,
the lights yet? Shadow?
Depends on what sort of sizing Afriat
should
wants to
definitely
come
try
with.
to do
We've
that
already saw him
totally
bluff
sure you
once
can. Yeah.
with that ace-jack on the paired board against Hobold. Let's see if he's going to continue here. I would guess yes, just knowing Afriat. I mean, Afriat is just, he's just big pot poker the whole way. Just close to pot on the flop, full pot here on the turn. Like he's going to make people very uncomfortable.
Afriat comes at 10,000, and Wilkes, with 73 in front of him, has the means to call here, but might be concerned with what do I have to do on the river. In this case, though, he's got a pair and a straight draw. River is the ace of hearts. Now, is Afriat going to pretend like this is all him? It's very possible.
It is, but, you know, would Afriat be betting here with the ace-king, ace-queen highs? Out of position when your opponent can have a lot of pairs that are, you know, over 7s, up to 10s, jacks, stuff like that. Like, he might just want to go check showdown mode.
Uh-oh.
27.
27,000. Nearly a pot-sized bet, and the snap fold from Wilkes. Afriat running over the table so far. He got jacks to fold 2 hands ago. Now Wilkes squeezed out of this pot. And the French-Canadian is making it happen.
Husband-wife duo in the main. Let's start with Shiina Davenport. First off, tell me how you met Matthews in the other room right now.
I met him in Luton in England, and we were at the same table, and I jammed all in with ace queen, and he said, I'm really sorry, I've got to call you, I've got aces in the big blind, and he took me out.
And then he took you out after?
And then he took me out after and become my husband, so it was the best thing ever.
What's it like for you guys to be able to travel, to be able to play the main event together?
Oh, we're so lucky.
Yeah.
So lucky, because it's so lonely on your own, and then when you have him, like when you have each other, it's like the easiest thing in the world actually, you know, because you both go through the highs and the lows together and you support each other, and yeah, just really grateful.
I want to send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. I appreciate the time. Thank you so much, Shiina. Guys.
Wow, what a story. Husband and wife. First, he busts her with aces, and then he takes her out.
Check.
That is That is something I've never heard before. I love it. Back to the horseshoe table. Koenig's open-ended. 5K in the middle. Looks like he's going to bet.
31.
That is 3,100.
Koenig's wearing a nice little gold bracelet there, Donnie.
That maybe it's from his WPT win?
Come over here.
I was going to say, I don't think he has a WSOP bracelet.
What?
I want to say WPT gave out bracelets back in the day.
Right here.
I do see a lot of people in the chat asking for
we're all here
Mincy,
because
Ben
of me.
Mintz, who was in the commentary booth with
know that,
Remco yesterday.
Actually, I
Here's the deal, guys. They're over in Paris, and we can't bring a Paris table over to Horseshoe. So,
A little reminder here that the EPT is there for the taking. Europe's richest poker tour. Scan the QR code on your screen to learn more right now. I got my start as a poker reporter on the EPT. So many fond memories of that tour, not only as a reporter, but also as a fan, as a spectator. One of the most well-organized tournaments in the world. And after all this time has passed, now also a historic tour with lots of prestige attached to it as well.
I miss the EPT.
Yeah, me too.
I miss it.
I miss it a lot.
Not that it's obviously still ongoing, of course, but I miss going. I miss being there.
I may never
people.
be here again. I need to like cut it up.
What was your favorite stop?
You're playing a lot
think
better.
Prague.
Oh, I love it. Prague in December.
I know, that's why he's playing a lot
I
better.
know, I just, yeah.
I like
It's
Barcelona
not
a
good,
lot
it's
too.
terrible if you want the truth. You
But
play
I
the
think
man.
Prague is my
like, this
favorite.
is why you're losing.
What is that?
1,000.
I used to love the San Remo Monte Carlo combo.
Oh, San Remo. I love that one too. I love it all. See, obviously, I'm just going to, you can keep naming them. I'll be like, yeah, I love that one, I love that one, I love that one, so.
The only one I wasn't really a fan of was Deauville in France. Just because.
See, I never went, so.
Right. It was the time of year. It was the winter on the coast in France, so it was raining a lot. It was not the greatest. But I've had so many great experiences on the EPT. Hope you all at home will get a chance eventually.
Check.
Ten, 5, 8, Jack, 2 clubs. Bleznick Cha with no way to win this. They would chop, of course, if an ace would come, but Harris with 6s. Probably not too happy
57.
either with all these overcards, but interesting wrinkle here. He only has 9K behind.
7 high.
Deuce on the river.
He'll be on TV.
This might get checked around. Might be an easy
Open
win
ended.
here for Harris, who really needs the chips.
Deuce.
You had the double barrel.
Well, Remco, you win the free roll.
Oh, you're out?
I'm out.
Nice.
They got me.
Now I gotta try and make a deep run so I can secure myself that $20 last longer.
What did we bet?
Well, the highest finishing position
Straddle.
of the day. So you
Oh,
get,
got
you
it.
get another chance.
Blind raised.
You guys want to do a round of straddles?
Yeah. Yeah, one time.
Every hour you get another
I
chance.
do. I love it.
Huh?
I'll do it right in a second, too. I did it 6 hours straight 2 years ago. Every time. Ask David Einhorn. I don't know much about baseball, but
Raise to 1,000.
Lockett making it 1,000 with King Jack. The main event, of course, all about getting to know new faces, new players. Day one is very much all about survival, but you will see some big stacks emerge, who we will probably cover for many days to come.
hurry.
Yeah, I think so far
Hurry,
through the
muck us
first
in.
3 day ones, if you get to right around
Hurry.
300K, you're
Yellow cards
probably
fast, Julie.
the chip leader or right among the chip leaders. Most notable name so far, Michael Mizrachi, 297K on day 1B.
You don't want to
Of course, the grinder has the biggest stack. Who is surprised? No one.
Absolutely no.
Raise.
What is with the laughing? I don't understand what's going on.
We missed the joke earlier, Donnie.
It'll be famous.
Yeah, but it's
forever,
still
guys.
going.
Please let it get through. I blind raised.
Is it a blind raise?
Yes, of course it is.
Wow, we got the blind raise.
Yes, it is. No, it was blind
No.
raise to a
Sean Kunix
Yes,
came to
it's
play.
Blind raise right
Okay.
to $1,000 in cash. It's half a card too. Cut that comment up and give me half of it.
raise to 2,500.
And Kunix raised blind, and he has pocket tens. This is hilarious. Romain cranking it up to 2,500. Probably in large part due to the blind raise.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, a guy made it 1K blind. You're obviously going to re-raise with ace-jack.
Call.
Kunix makes the call. See, this is the thing about the main, Donnie. So many wild cards, people playing out of their minds, people making crazy moves, and you just have to try and figure them out. It's just wild.
1,500 is the bet.
Romain is going to stay aggressive here. The blind raise range, obviously a little wider than
Check.
big pairs. Kunix is just going to come along and make the call. Now,
Check.
Romain slowing down. River is the king of spades. And look at this. Kunix is going to do some
35.
betting of his own.
Bet is 3,500.
3,500. Wow. All the
Blind
value for
special.
Sean Kunix.
Pocket tens.
It's medium value, it's called there. Not thin, but medium. Boom, basta.
Boom, basta.
This is amazing. I love it. Let's go, Sean Kunix. He's loving it.
They beat me up when I was a kid. For all of you watching, I'm much stronger now.
Kunix high on life here in the main event. You gotta love to see it. This is why we tune in.
I'm pretty sure Sean Kunix owns like 800 cars too.
That was good.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah,
Thank you. It
Very,
means a
very
lot.
You did
well
raise
off.
blind?
Yes, I swear. Yeah, it's nothing to me.
That was incredible.
Sean Kunix is a luxury auto dealer.
Didn't he used to have the slick back hair, Donnie? Am I imagining that?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't like super long, but yeah, and it looks like now he's taking it down to a buzz.
Raise to 900.
Kunix
Yeah,
has been
there's
around.
an article on DuPont Registry. Sean Kunix, from selling candy to owning an exotic car dealership. This is from 2017. But
Oh,
yeah,
we got a
he's-
player wanting revenge.
I remember
eh?
at the WPT
How much is it?
Hublot player party when I was still working with the WPT, which was at the Crystal Shops over at the City Center complex where Aria is. The party, after the party, sorry, all the champions were invited to go over to the brand new Hublot store that was opening up. Everyone walked in. Of course, at the time, Hublot and WPT had a partnership. If you won a WPT event, you got a special watch, etc. But Sean Kunix walked in there, liked one of their brand new watches, bought that thing on the spot.
Oh, that's awesome.
Tried it on, was showing it off, said, you know what, I'm going to take it.
Thank you. Button's right.
That's the kind of success in my life that I'm aspiring to have. That you just, you know, are able to do stuff like that.
Or you could be like Jared Bleznick and just open $2,000 card
I know,
boxes.
but you said I'm gonna give you some action.
We all have our vices.
9-6 offsuit or
No,
something.
I didn't mean it out.
Misled me.
No, I'm sorry.
Forgive you.
It's not my style.
Let us know in the chat if you're entertained by that. Kunix putting on a show. Afriat putting on a show. So far, 2 fantastic tables here on day 1D.
Oh, get 'em.
Welcome everyone who is just tuning in for the first time. We'll be here until about 1:30 in the morning Las Vegas time. So if you're watching us in a different time zone, you better make some preparations for the next 6 hours, give or take. No breaks on today's broadcast either. We're going to skip right through those. Please just smash that like button. Get us up to 1,000 likes if you can. Elias with queen 6 makes it 1,800 and just takes it down pre-flop. No stress. So many all-nighters in the chat last night. Love how you guys always come through on the broadcast. All right, here is our Rags to Riches promo. Please make sure you follow the instructions because this is quite a bit of value. Go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo or scan the QR code on your screen to enter right now for a chance to win a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-year event at the PokerGo studio.
Well, because of
I will go out on a limb and say that is the mecca of high roller poker, the PokerGo studio. I showed it around to some poker fans earlier this week, and they were blown away. They said it looks even cooler in person than it does on the stream.
When they have tournaments, people will go. But other than that,
Have a great WSOP as well.
just on the regular day-to-day.
Tom G in the chat says, when do we go to the other table? I want to go see. I want to see Afriat go on tilt after he loses with a big bluff. Well, we'll try to be here as much as we can. We're bouncing back and forth, but I think Sean Koenigs has more up his sleeve as well. As we see Lamb making it at 1K, Hobolt calls with 10s, and then Wilkes from the small blinds makes it 3,500. Now, Ben Lamb already mentioned that he has a backup plan, playing golf on some exclusive course out in Long Island. So we might see some loose play from Ben Lamb, and he does just that. He makes the call with 3s.
Eric, you live here too?
Hobolt makes the call as well. We got 3-way action with some significant money already in the pot.
It is really, really.
I have a picture.
It was even nicer before.
Yeah, I have a picture of.
Here's the flop. King Jack 7.
A lake.
Wilkes with the best of it.
Laying down on the grass and all that. I don't know where it is, but when I go there, I'm gonna look for that place.
It's called, I think, it must be up north.
It's mainly like couples that they look like students. You know, everybody's laying down because usually really cold.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
It was nice and sunny.
Yeah, I think it's called Lac de Castor.
It's
in the city itself, right?
Wilkes betting 6,500.
Big, huge
That should
lake,
take
all
care
around the lake, yeah.
of
Lac
both
de
these
Castor.
players.
And grass all around.
Yeah, exactly.
What's it?
What is it called? What is it called?
Lac de Castor. I'll tell you in English. Beaver Lake.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, give me a little like a little rough.
Buddy
And
from Wyoming.
You speak French too?
French. French, English, little Spanish, little Hebrew, little Arabic.
I speak English.
A little.
Back to the Bleznick table as we anticipate the next card unboxing.
Yeah, it is.
I was here before. They need to turn the lights down. It's too hot.
These features, it's always hot here.
Right? Yeah, look, no, literally my fucking skin's like sizzling.
I know, but that's why they have a dermatologist on staff. You're gonna be fine. No, basal cell is the worst. The worst you can get is basal cell. They cut that shit right out.
$900.
Raised to 900. Oh. Raised to 3,500, you said? Yep. Raised to 3,500. Thank you. Raise. 11,000.
After a raise, a couple of calls, and then a 3-bet, Harris finds aces here. And 3-bets to 11,000. No action.
I know, I need to get him changed. Okay. And 1,000.
How much longer before we sweat the fourth card? Yeah, his, not
Sure.
I want to know.
It was great, actually. And then
If you want to check out the best solver platform in the game, check out gtowizard.com/PokerGo. It's where you can beat the best and crush the rest. Head to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to check out all of GTO Wizard's features for free for 24 hours. Also go to that URL to save 10% off your first purchase.
All right, Afriat back to it now, going up against Darren Elias. These guys have tons of history. Both playing the World Poker Tour on a regular basis. 4-time champ Darren Elias. Eric Afriat has had his share of success as well on the World Poker Tour. Afriat, a 2-time champ, winning both a Seminole and a Borgata. On the turn here. Afriat with ace high best. Action goes check, check. River brings the 8 of hearts. This hand developing slowly as Elias decides to take a stab on the river. Afriat reaching for those yellow chips right away. And he makes the call with ace high. Eric Afriat is putting on a show so far. Winning it with ace high.
Nice call.
It's Eric Afriat's world, and we're all just living in it. It's crushing right now.
Up to 137,000 in the 3rd level of play.
So
Come back and see us.
So one hand, I was against Joe Hashem. He bet 5,000 at the beginning, and I made it 10. And he showed, flop came ace. And I bet he folded and showed the kings. So my friend who is from Iran, I folded and I turned, he was at the rail. And I told him what I had, and then Joe said, if you're gonna tell your friends what you had, you might as well tell us too. I said, I didn't know we were supposed to do that. So the last 2 levels, he said, okay, let's decide everybody that wins a hand has to show one card. So we all did that. So it was fun. I have pictures to show you later. Everybody looks.
Do you still have family in
Everybody
Iran?
looks drunk.
You still have family in Iran?
Huh?
You still have family?
Not. Yes.
But not close.
But all the close ones,
Or
they're
left.
either dead or here. At the beginning, they all came, most of them.
In the 1980s?
My parents, my sister.
In the 80s?
I came 78, before the
just before the Shah.
Yeah. My parents came a day before Shah left. And then as soon as Shah left, the revolution happened, closed the airport. It was crazy. Yeah.
What a nightmare. What a beautiful country, huh?
It is.
Beautiful people.
Yeah, it is, but they ruined it all.
So sad. Just the pictures they show us before the 80s and after the 80s. How the Iranians, they were most styling.
Still, there are some tours you can go. The most beautiful places. I've never seen them myself. I see the pictures and videos on YouTube.
Afriat again at it, opening it up and getting called by Wilkes. And we see King 8-8 roll off to deck. Afriat decides to not continue this time around. A little friendly chatter between Shojania and Afriat.
1200.
Oh, I thought we were.
That's
They told me
also
down there. My
what
bad.
the main event is all about.
36.
The friendly nature, the camaraderie, the banter. In some cases, lifelong friendships start during the main event. And Afriat continuing to keep everyone on their toes. Check raises as the initial raiser up to 3,600, and Wilkes makes the call. So we got 10K in the middle.
No, it's 50.
Afriat does have backdoor clubs, but that's about the only thing he has going for him.
Hasn't stopped him before.
Donnie, what hand would you ever check raise with as the initial raiser on this board?
Kings.
Yeah, but wouldn't you also
maybe an 8
call that a lot of the times?
I mean, yeah, you can, but you know, if you think your guy's going to come along, I think you can just, you know, start trying to build the pot right away. Could probably check raise aces.
Well, the turn went check. Now on the river, Wilkes doesn't want to let these pots get out of hand versus Afriat, who already bombed the river against him just a few hands ago.
I mean, after this goes check on the turn, I think it's plenty fine for Wilkes to come with value here.
Comes very small, 2,200.
Now you have me convinced.
Afriat lets one go, and we're going to head on over to Jeff Platt, who is going to catch up with none other than Nacho Barbero out here in the field on day 1D of the main event.
All right, time to say hello to one of my favorite players in the game. That would be this man, Nacho Barbero. Okay, so not the best summer. How do you reset when you go into a tournament like this?
Pretty much the same. I woke up today and went to the gym,
There we go.
to the pool. I had a really good breakfast. Actually, didn't eat last night. So yeah, I'm feeling great actually. I mean, I came like at 3:30 p.m. I was never gonna play from the beginning, and maybe I should have just came in day 2 because I have 40,000 now. I will have 60 on day 2, but I don't know.
You're fine.
Nah, I'm
You've spent the last year playing, of course, against the best in the world. How do you adjust your game to the different player types that you'll see in this tournament?
Yeah, it's a very different tournament. Like they're gonna take lines that you don't expect. I just had one hand that this guy put in 100 blinds with pocket tens. So yeah, it's a bit weird. So you're trying to figure out how the other things. And try to stay in the tournament. It's a marathon. Last year I finished day 1 with 12K. By day 2 I was on top 20 at the end of the day. So yeah.
Good time for me to send you right back to the action. Appreciate the time. Thank you,
Bye,
Nacho.
Chef.
You're the best.
Nacho Barbero could win this tournament and still find a reason to complain, but it is always good having him in the tournament. Such a colorful character. Nacho, one of those types of players who can just run up a stack out of nowhere. But boy, oh boy, does he love to whine.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. No, that's fine. I should have known that.
Do 7-5 here as we pick the action back up on the main feature table. Lamb, wheel draw, backdoor clubs. Backdoor clubs for Wigg as well with a backdoor straight draw, but that's perhaps a bit too ambitious. Action now over to Wilkes, who makes the call with King Jack. He's also got backdoor hearts going for him. Queen of clubs gives Lamb the club flush draw. Expect to see Lamb to continue here.
$38.
Comes with 3,800. Nothing developing for Wilkes here. Would be surprised to see him continue. Slowly but surely, his cards end up in the muck, and Ben Lamb gets to take this one down.
Ben, how old are you?
Going back to our horseshoe table as we see quite a few interesting hands on display. Loquette made it a 1,000. Bleznick involved here as well, who has already called the 3-bet of Barnes, who made it 2,500 with King Queen.
Oh, they're staging a walk-off, a coup. What? They're staging a walk-off, like.
All right, 3 reactions to the flop here. Bleznick out of position with pocket tens.
3 players. You got to take your hat off.
Deuce 3-5. Donnie, how do we navigate this from the small blind with tens in a multi-way pot that's also been 3-bet?
Like, I've been here longer.
I think just conservatively,
ago, my skin was the same
you know,
color as yours.
I don't think you need to
Yeah,
be
you're gonna
betting
love it
here.
here.
I think you can just play this slow if you're Bleznick with these tens. Don't just want to get yourself involved in some insanely big pot.
And instead, Bleznick decides to lead.
Okay.
Did they say you were opening too wide? I don't know if you're checking.
Bleznick takes it down on the flop.
That's enough.
No, they do have a delay, I'm sure.
I want to know more about this pack of cards that he brought to the table. We only saw one so far. And here's the backstory of the man who goes by the backer. Crusher online, known as Harrington25. Vivid the sports cards. A while back, founder of Blez Sports Cards. Pioneered box-breaking live streams. That is now all the rage. You see it all over the internet. Jared Bleznick, who's also sort of invented himself as a top-tier poker commentator. Joined us in the booth for Day 1B coverage. We'll likely get him back in there.
You got to play it for a little
if
bit.
he doesn't make a deep run of his own.
Blez is tremendous.
Oh,
absolutely tremendous.
Phenomenal.
Interesting to see that fold there from Soderstrom with 6s.
How much?
9. I mean, those are the types of hands I feel like it's just fine this early to just call, see a flop, try and hit a set when you're so deep at this stage of the tournament. And look at Blez.
Wow.
With the King 4. Just getting after it here.
Now, Donnie, how much of this is the feature table, him wanting to make something happen, or how much of this is, you know, truly feeling as though he can outwit his opponents, given the structure, given his skill set, and given sort of the pressure of the moment?
Yeah, all those latter things are certainly in play. Maybe Bleznick, having already played with Cha for some period of today, has some sort of read on him that he feels like he wants to take advantage of. You know, maybe he classifies Cha as a pretty standard, leaning more tight than loose and aggressive player, so Bleznick can just put the pressure on here. Also throw in the combination of the fact that he's got one of those big little hands for the combos, you know, that you like with the blocker with the king. So, you know, it's kind of all this stuff involved. Cha, though, from what I've seen, looking like a guy who's not going to back down. Calling here a second pair.
Love
Ready
this.
to go. Hello.
Question
on the turn.
Questions being asked of Bleznick here. Do we want to continue? Do we want to risk more chips? Or is this the time to shut down versus a player that we might not be too familiar with just yet?
Bleznick very well might elect to barrel this card. You know, he can have the ace-queens, ace-kings of the world. He could also think, okay, my opponent, maybe he has king-jack here. He's open-ended, he drills a straight, but I have a king. So I think we're going to see a double barrel here from Blez. And there it is.
7,500 from Bleznick. Cha quickly reaching. And this, Donnie, this has to be a bit of a tell here. The quick action in a spot like this in the main event when you're not a sort of top-tier everyday pro. Oh! Jack on the river, Broadway. Now, you know, to my point, Bleznick is going to think that Cha has a real hand here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the way that Cha has come along, being able to, or being willing to put as many chips in the pot as he had on a pretty dry texture, right? I mean, I know there's some straight draws out there, yes, but I think Blez is certainly going to read this situation that Cha's got something. A good two pair, maybe sets.
12,000.
And Bleznick comes with 12,000.
Yeah, this feels kind of milky here, a little bit less than half pot.
Damn, what a spot for Cha. You got to feel for him. PJ Cha from Seoul, South Korea, now living in Las Vegas. Correctly lets go of his ace-10, and
What do you got there?
Bleznick, being honest, he got there, but this perhaps also an open invitation to continue firing as we see Ackles all in with queens versus ace-king, and an ace hits on the river.
Nice playing with you.
73K in the middle. Wilkes up to over 6 digits. Damn. Flipping for stacks, Donnie. Almost 100 bigs in the middle there with queens.
I'm going to imagine that went in pre-flop, and hello. I mean,
wow.
That pot was worth 73K.
Incredible.
One day they should have a tournament that you can run it twice.
No.
You're all in.
Never. Please don't.
Twice.
Yeah, 3 times. Like that, there's always a winner.
So it takes the luck away from the game a little bit, you know.
But
Nobody
luck
likes
is
it,
what
but
makes this game so beautiful.
They say it's going to take forever.
Yeah.
So what?
If there was no luck, Donnie, no one would sign up.
Ray, 1,000?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if there wasn't no luck, you wouldn't get those crazy stories of, you know, dreamers, recreationals just striking gold.
Imagine you're like an avid golfer, but you have to put up $10,000 to play against Rory McIlroy. No one's going to do that. You're going to lose every single time. The cards are the ultimate equalizer in this game. And the structure in this case of this event, making it very possible for the top players to maneuver and, you know, get themselves into a spot to win life-changing money, get their banner hung up here at the Horseshoe. Jonathan Tamayo, by the way, speaking of the banner, in action today, the defending champ. Last year, by the way, Donnie, such a high level of play at the final table. So many accomplished players made it all the way there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to continue to see a lot of that. It gets more and more true over the years. You talked about how good this structure is. And it's a structure that absolutely good players are going to thrive. Now, more and more so these days, good players don't always mean big names. There are so many players out there that play poker that are incredible players that we've never heard of.
Yeah.
But in this type of structure, especially deep, you know, those players are all going to rise to the top. So I expect very, very good high-level poker play to just win out in the WSOP main event the large majority of the time.
Thornhill, ace-jack off. Afriat with fours. Afriat going nowhere. He wants to get in there, wants to get involved.
Guessing our man Wilkes here will also get involved. He's been pretty active early on. Pretty fun flop here. Jack 7-6 with 2 diamonds. Wilkes flops pair of sevens on a flush draw. Thornhill's got top with the ace of diamonds in his hand.
What a potential clash we have here. The top versus the pair and draw. Thornhill also with backdoor diamonds, and Wilkes is going to crank it up right here. Questions being asked now of Thornhill. How do we proceed with 26K left behind? Donnie, are we shoving here some portion of the time?
I think you can just call here pretty comfortably.
So the call has been made. 22,000 behind for Thornhill. Very important river card coming up.
Look at this turn card. King of diamonds. Now, again, Thornhill, he has that ace of diamonds. Even though Wilkes makes the flush, this is not in any way locked up yet.
I misspoke. I said river. Obviously, I meant turn, and the turn card did deliver. $10K here. Wilkes sizing this in a way that allows Thornhill to continue, still drawing to the best hand. This is one of those main event hands, Donnie, where you sort of get stuck in the hand, right? Like there's no like wrong approach almost for Thornhill. You got top pair, now you pick up the nut flush draw, but given your stack size, you're ending up in a spot where your tournament life is basically on the line here.
Yeah.
The 4 of spades comes on the river. Wilkes gets the check mark with his flush.
Wilkes, of course, is going to ask for all of it here, and Thornhill, you know, I still think it's fine to find a fold here. You know, you're going to have 32 big blinds if you make this fold, and I think that is still fine and manageable to work with. Does it feel great? No, of course it doesn't feel great. You had 60K to start the day, and now you're going to be left with 12-8, but it's manageable with how good this structure is.
But do you think Thornhill has it in him to fold here?
Yeah, I do.
So painful. I know that the king also came in and the diamonds. As we see George Holmes taking a seat. Former main event runner-up, now in the 1 seat. And Thornhill taking his time here. And does let it go. Well done, sir. That is not an easy spot. Wilkes came to this table with about 60K, now up to 125. Holmes, by the way, in the 1 seat, runner-up to Karai Aldemir. Man, time goes so fast. 2021, Karai Aldemir, winner of the main event. Holmes second for 4.3 million. Has not cashed a live event since.
Yeah, it's
and I believe he's wearing the same 3/4 zip he wore during the main event.
Last main event at the Rio was that one that Karai Aldemir won. George Holmes got second. George Holmes doesn't play a whole heck of a lot. I think we really only see him come out for the main. I mean, honestly, that's the way to do it.
Right.
If you top 3 the main, I mean, I'll see you for the next one. But other than that, catch me on a beach somewhere.
Right. Darren Elias makes it 1,000 with ace-10. Call. Oh, Thomas Taylor in the chat says free roll starting. Yes, you got 1 minute to get in there.
Crap.
1 minute for the free roll.
I definitely got to get in there. I'm at risk of losing some money to you.
PlayPokerGo.com.
This is ridiculous.
Act fast. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Check out PlayPokerGo.com. Sign up right now. Play for free. Play from anywhere in the world. We're just playing this for fun. A little bit of free roll action as we see Afriat, the only player going up against Elias. Afriat flopping a jack.
1600.
Afriat betting 1,600. Did you make it in time, Donnie?
Yeah. I'm in there.
Nice check.
And Elias with the quick release. But yeah, the Rio, Donnie, it feels like a long time ago already. 2021, we've been getting comfortable at the Horseshoe already.
No, I just like
that year, by the way.
Poker players look good.
Papo MC at the final table.
He's had quite a career.
He really
Since
has.
then, right?
He really, really has. That year also.
He's playing today, by the way.
Chance Cornet 16th that year.
Yep.
Here's a look at Karai Aldemir.
Was that ace king into aces? That deep?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
That
For chance, yeah.
Sounds very familiar here. And as we look again at George Holmes, runner-up that year. Holmes, such a cool customer in 2021. In no way would you think that this man doesn't play a whole lot of big poker events.
Yeah, I mean, it really just seemed like he was not bothered by a single thing. The pressure, the bright lights, the money, the pay jumps, I mean, anything. You know, he looked like he was just playing your regular home game with his buddies, you know, just taking it seriously, yes, but casually and cool the whole time. Good on George.
Once again, if you're enjoying the coverage, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel on YouTube. Very much appreciated. We are doing special coverage on YouTube today and the next few days as well. David Tuckman, Will Jaffe on the call on PokerGo.com. We are just here to have some fun with you guys, engage with the chat. Mateo says, did not make the free roll. Well, I guess you can sign up now for the next one, so that way you don't miss out.
Yeah, just sign up now. That way you're already locked in. Free rolls on PlayPokerGo.com every hour on the half hour. Let's go, people. Come on. It's completely free to play. You can try and bust Remco and I.
Yeah, my name on there is PokerGo Remco, so pretty easy to find. A little look there at Ben Lamb, one of the most feared players in the game of poker. As we look at our partners over at GTOWizards.com, beat the best, crush the rest. Go check them out right now at GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free and then save 10% on your first purchase, as you will be able to take your game to the next level over on GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Hamid says, 30,000 watching and only 1K likes? Yes, I know. It's kind of sad, but we'll get there.
The ratio should be about 30%, guys. I just want to let everyone out there watching on YouTube that you guys are, you know, very much not up to the standard. Okay, so you're just slacking.
12.
Donnie gets paid per like, in case you didn't know.
Exactly. I get 25 cents per like. So if you guys could please make that go to about 20,000, that would be absolutely spectacular.
I didn't want to interrupt your play. How's it going?
Not bad.
Good.
How's your little programming and your?
Yeah.
You guys are amazing.
Holmes involved here as we hear some off-table chatter in the background. 3 reactions to the flop. Deuce 4-6, 1 club for Holmes. Does pair his 4 as Elias pairs his 6.
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Hearing our
Good to see you.
stage manager Liz in the background. Shout out to Liz.
I think in 30 minutes.
Much love to our moderators on YouTube as well, by the way. Christy, I see Incantations, Armix, Indiana, Russell, all hanging out with us. Thank you so much. Some differing opinions on which venue is preferred between the Horseshoe and the Rio. I can list pros and cons to both. I think that Rio now has a bit of the nostalgia factor that definitely comes into play as we see Elias hitting trip 6s, and he just comes along and makes the call.
Yeah, I'd be curious if you could go back in time and ask the guys that played so often once they switched from Binions to the Rio, if they kind of said similar things.
Excuse me, Donnie. Shojania decided to take a stand here, makes it 4,500 with just the bare King Jack high.
Why?
Because sometimes you just got to pull the trigger.
But why?
The funny thing here is that Holmes is contemplating while, oh wow, what is going on? George Holmes channeling that main event final table spirit, making it 14,000 to go, and now Darren Elias with trip 6s. I mean, Elias' head must be spinning right now.
It has to be.
2 guys, possibly double his age, going nuts here on the turn. Shojania is simply just messing around. But how does Elias even proceed here, Donnie? You have to think of these scenarios, the rare type scenarios where you run into 4s, deuces, or perhaps even a 3-5 straggler type situation as Elias cold calls the 12-4. Shojania is probably going to surrender, but now this situation between Holmes and Elias is extremely interesting because Holmes is drawn dead.
Yeah, you know, Holmes is in one of those tricky spots where he was right, but he was wrong. He was right that Shojania was messing around. He was wrong that, you know, Elias has a hand behind him. Elias's hand, I think, is still too good to just fold on the turn there, especially if Holmes is capable of doing stuff like this. So we'll see how things proceed here on the river. Oh, wow. Oh, he went for it.
Holmes goes all in for 22-4.
Oh, my.
Risking it all on a bluff. How do you do this after Elias cold calls as the third dog in the game here? It's like 2 dogs fighting for the bone, and Darren Elias just jumps right in there. And George Holmes, 0 respect, no credit whatsoever. He's like, I've been at this table plenty. I know how this game works. He just empties the clip.
I don't know how you can feel confident here if you're Darren Elias. I mean, this is just tough. He's got that chip in hand, though. Wow.
He calls! It's over for George Holmes. What a move. And Darren Elias now up to 114,000 after a bizarre hand on the feature table.
I had a jack.
George Holmes played perhaps 2 or 3 hands here and now is on his way out the door. And I guess, Donnie, maybe this is why he finished second all those years ago, because he has this kind of spirit.
And we didn't see much of it till the final table, but
wow,
George Holmes got that dog in him, bro.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, this works against most hands, but the situation didn't call for a bluff here. Elias looked very strong here the entire time.
All right, we have moved into the ballroom, and I must say the champ is here. Jonathan Tamayo, stand up for me, please. Welcome back. What's it feel like to be back 1 year after?
It's surreal. Yeah. I got to see my banner. seeing that's already surreal. I've never thought I'd walk in here like this ever. You never think, because it's the main. No one ever wins the main. No one wins the main. No more people win the main.
It's unbelievable. Do you feel like players will play against you a little bit differently now that they've seen a little bit more of you?
I've seen it over the last year,
yeah.
And the hard part is they'll just flip a switch and you don't see it coming. But I'm adjusted to it. I'm getting better at it. It just takes time.
We're looking forward to another deep run this year. I'm going to send you back to the
All
action
right.
so you don't miss
All
anything.
right.
Good start
Sounds
for
good.
you.
All right. Yeah,
Appreciate the
pretty good
time.
start. Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan. Guess.
Jonathan Tamayo on the title defense run as we take a look at the banner, the bracelet, the cash, life-changing stuff. And right now is going to try and survive day one just like he did last year. He knows what it takes. Can he at least make a run again? That'd be fun. We've seen that happen quite a bit as we pick the action back up here. We got action right away. Lamb with kings, Afriat with queen 9, and Anton Wigg getting involved here with pocket 4s.
I'm hopping in.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's go.
Tristan Wade.
What's up, Remco? What's up, Donnie? Happy to be here. Let's go. And I see my buddy Ben Lamb getting 3-bet by the queen 9 off.
Yeah, you came at the right time. This table is on fire.
This table. Eric Afriat has gone from 60 to 120, mostly just by bluffing his way there the whole time.
Wow.
Ben Lamb has already announced that he's going to play loose today because he has a chance to play on some exclusive golf course in Long Island. So he said,
of course.
He said, don't try to bluff me. And here's Afriat.
Not that you should be trying to bluff Ben Lamb anyway.
Look, Ben Lamb has too much money and too many things to do other than play poker, like work on Yeet and go play golf in exquisite golf courses like Remco mentioned, to care about the main event. But he did put out a tweet saying, don't bluff it off on day one. Don't bluff it off on day one. And look at him here. He's just calling. I mean, this is a little unorthodox, boys. When you have kings, and is he in position? That will be an indicator here. I just walked in the booth. Okay, so
yes, he is.
That makes sense to me now.
Well, the thing is, for Eric Afriat, there's no such thing as unorthodox. This is just how he plays. He just goes for it. And look at this: the queen 9 flopping a queen, got the back doors going for him as well. This could get even more costly for the French Canadian.
Same bet, 69.
Oh, nice bet again, 69.
All right, so this will be interesting to see how Ben approaches here. I mean, you guys have said this has been an action table, to say the least.
Yes, it has been. It really has been.
So he could obviously have laid a huge trap here, but this is a little bit of a awkward texture to navigate here with 2 red kings.
Made me smirk. What's that? It made me smirk.
Get her back.
For sure, I have the best hand.
You have the best hand for sure.
This is where the main event.
The main event is
spicy.
the best. Yes.
It's unfortunate. Kill it. I call it.
Lamb, of course, not going anywhere. He makes the call. Lamb, Donnie, must be aware of Afriat's reputation, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh, my God.
King on the turn. A set now for Lamb. Afriat picks up the inside straight draw, which might give him some sort of false confidence here.
Yeah, look, if you were bluffing, even though you flop top pair, right? I mean, it's a 3-bet pot. You flop top pair. You're okay with queen 9. You don't love it, but when you tell your opponent I got the best hand and then they call you, like you should be a little concerned right now. But do you want to turn a hand like this into a bluff, quote unquote, or are you going to pot control and check? Because you should be a little concerned now with the player of the year, past player of the year, staring across the table of you. What was he, 2017 player of the year?
Two-time main event finalist.
Right, like this guy is no slouch. This is future Hall of Famer here.
I will say, though, Eric Afriat, in Eric Afriat's mind, thinks he's the best player at the table. Like, no doubt about it. That's just how he rolls.
Well, he has slowed down here.
I mean, Afriat, not one to get intimidated, and Lamb now checking his stack, 48K in front of him, 30K in the middle. Once again, by the way, bracelet winner Tristan Wade joining us in the booth for the remainder of the night, and get to hear his story about how his day one went in just a little bit here.
Happy to be here, boys. Thanks for having me.
12,600.
I know you could add anyone else here, like Nick Palmer or somebody. So thanks for letting me in here.
Yeah, they let just about anyone in here.
I know, how'd I get invited?
As evidenced by Donnie and I's presence.
So I love this bet here by Ben. It's kind of milky. Obviously, he's got top set. It's a pretty draw-heavy board, but it's a little milky. But what else could he do? You don't want to go huge here, so I think the third pot size is really great.
Well, man.
Which I had the best time on the floor.
And look at this. Afriat letting go of the queen jack.
You? Show one.
And look, when your opponent... I'll let these guys talk for a second.
Bad turn, he said.
Show one.
It's a bad turn.
For you or for me?
I just told you what I had.
For me or for you?
For me.
Okay, so Ben just told us, like, look, I knew Eric could be FOS there, so I was laying the trap to set him up.
Huh?
You would have kept on seeing fireworks.
Well, the fireworks we've already seen so far. This table has been great already, and there's much more to come. A little reminder here that there are 3 more EPT stops in 2025 at the end of the summer. We got Barcelona on the calendar, August 18th through the 31st, and then in October, we're going back to Malta, and then, of course, the traditional, the classic EPT Prague, December 3rd through the 14th. For more information, scan the QR code on your screen or the PokerStars Live app.
Aguero!
Wow.
Sergio Aguero, everyone.
Legendary Argentinian soccer star. This man loves poker more than most. Just talking to Steve Enriquez, who is running our PokerGO Spain channel. He says all Aguero can talk about is poker.
You know, Steve is at my day 2 table.
I know, it's crazy. You guys are going to have some fun there.
Me and Steve.
Both PokerGO.
He does the PokerGO Spain stuff.
Spain, okay. Nice.
Sergio Aguero.
But he's on my home turf. This is America.
True American.
Yeah,
this is America at the World Series of Poker. This is my
Did you see
turf.
what I was wearing yesterday? Oh, you didn't see
I
that?
didn't see you.
It was incredible stuff.
It was a 4th of July outfit. You'll have to show me a picture.
Oh, yeah. Definitely 4th of July.
Okay. True patriot over here.
Aguero, by the way, for the Americans watching, one of the all-time greatest players from Argentina. Spent most of his career with Manchester City.
Leading scorer.
Retired, Donnie, in my opinion, a few years too early.
Oh my God, Dream Team USA. I love it. Okay. You're going to rock that the rest of the main? It was just special?
And definitely not after yesterday. I'm going to burn it is what I'm going to do.
Aguero, by the way, lets this one go. Still got a good stack here. Would be nice to see him make a bit of a run in the main event.
And we did hear Donnie, he wants to burn. Donnie, you made day 2. You still got 50 big blinds.
Yep.
I know it might not feel great, but
No,
you made day 2.
It's fine.
Okay, good.
I spent my 15 minutes afterwards tilting in my car, as I often do, and then I'm over it.
Wait,
once I get home.
what does tilting in your car look like? Screaming at the windows closed?
No,
or?
just in my
Ice cream?
head.
Dairy Queen?
Usually sending some.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Usually sending some voice text to my friends, yelling. Definitely going home and eating some ice cream or whatever the heck junk food is around. But then I'm over it, you know.
Would you believe that I had never had a Dairy Queen Blizzard as we look at Mr. Jared Bleznick?
Yeah, we got the Blez on stream.
You missed it.
After he was in the booth.
He already opened the box of cards. You missed it already.
Of course.
He brought $10,000 worth of cards to the table.
He 3-bet barreled off with King 4 off and made a straight on the river.
Did he get paid too?
He didn't get paid on the river,
Okay,
but he got he got streets before then.
Okay.
800, 900.
But just to finish my story, I had never had a Dairy Queen Blizzard. I'd never been to Dairy Queen, period. And then we just had our baby. My wife said, let's get a little treat. So we go there. I had the strawberry cheesecake Blizzard, and I think I have a new addiction. It is unbelievable how good that is.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling myself that it's low calorie. It's just whatever.
Once in a while.
Oh my gosh.
Everything
So
Four players.
balance in proportion.
All right,
This is a new looking ace of spades I haven't seen before from the Copag team.
Intimidating.
Yeah, that's a big ass ace of spades right there. What?
Just right in your face.
Like, there's no peeling that.
Four-way action, by the way. Chalk, Hunix, Romaine, and Gould in the mix here. Romaine flopping trips. Getting the customer here. Oh, was that a box handoff, or are we just passing waters around? Because I'm just waiting for Bleznick to show off some more.
It's like the ace from space. Did you, like, there's, wow, okay. I'm going to have to get used to that. Is that just a feature stream deck, or because these aren't the same decks we're playing with? We're playing with.
I believe these are the RFID cards.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because we have some different tops on the other tables. We have the WSOP coverage on the top. Okay.
So Tristan, if you last long enough, you might be able to play with these cards.
Maybe.
Or depending on who's at your table.
Yeah, I haven't really seen my full table draw for tomorrow yet. I'll have to look. I don't think Donnie's there though.
No, I'm not there.
So we got King 5 calling twice here, huh?
Check.
Sticky.
Check.
The play today has been fun.
Oh,
it has been. Both these feature tables have been very fun.
I mean, honestly, night and day difference with yesterday. Yesterday, I called the action with Barstool Mincy. We had Joe Ingram in the booth. We had some fun with it, but most of the players completely knitting it up, and no table talk. And today we're only like 2 hours in, and it's already been a feast.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to be here because there's no poker I'd rather watch than crazy, reckless abandonment for the main event, like life, than just action.
My boy Roy texting me right away, saying, "Bro, Dairy Queen Blizzards are insane." And the chat, of course, chiming in as well. We got Banana Split gets a shout out. We got the Reese's shout out.
Oh,
we got
the
the
Reese's.
Oreo. What's your go-to, Tristan?
The Reese's, but the Oreo is just, I think, the staple
Yeah.
of the establishment. So
I'm gonna ride my bike through the Dairy Queen drive-through soon.
in college, I used to be a big Baskin Robbins
Riz.
gold medal ribbon, and they would sell ice cream by the quart, and I would body a quart.
How are you this skinny?
I don't know, man. I got good genetics, good metabolism.
Oh my god. I as much as look at a sandwich and like I gain 5 pounds.
Okay, so 2 10s for Cha-Cha-Cha in the small blind.
Cha was on the receiving end of some Bleznick aggression not too long ago. I wonder if he's
sick. You see that queen?
Perhaps a bit
see the queen here?
concerned playing against Bleznick, given his resume.
I'm down to 30.
Yeah, for sure.
I flop top pair. I'm outkicked by one.
Fine
number.
to have some
Comes
calls
queen,
in the
jack,
small
jack,
blind,
5, 6.
you know,
He
when
has
you're
queen
playing
eight,
a
I have
full
queen
ring
7.
table and
I
you're
have
up against an
37.
early position raise with
Yeah.
those, you know, middling kind of
30.
pairs and stuff. We'll classify 10s in
Oh, I
that
know.
category.
I won't donk at all.
We'll get
Got
into quick,
100 bigs.
quick check around here. Bleznick doesn't want to tangle multi-way here, as the
Yeah, I
chat is absolutely going crazy with desserts of all kinds.
Oh, let's go.
I feel like everyone at home is now thinking, how far is Dairy Queen? Is it still open? Can I
Do
make
they
a quick
Uber
run?
Eats?
Thank God, by the way, for the Ninja Creamy.
What is that?
You don't
Oh,
have
wait.
one?
Oh, no, I saw that.
Dude. Donnie, I think, also a big fan.
I saw someone put a banana in that thing and it just popped out banana ice cream.
Yeah, so my wife and I, we make protein ice cream every single day. And it's about a 500-calorie serving with like 60 grams of protein. And we split it every night. And it's the greatest. We make all different kinds. We make all different kinds of fruity ice creams.
Sounds like my next purchase.
100%.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if I'm invited to your wedding in the future, that would be the gift that I would get you.
Nice.
The perfect.
You could have a feature table tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's you, Charlie Hook,
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Remco knows this name, Antonio Buonanno.
Oh, yeah, Buonanno. Oh, my God. He's a wild
Kevin
one.
McPhee.
Oh.
Okay.
Eugene Kachalov.
Wow.
I mean, locked.
That's a pretty...
That's horseshoe table material
What
right
kind
there.
of day 2 table is that? Can they give me a redraw? What? Like, come on.
Can I get a wash?
I'm the 5th best player there.
No. Buonanno is not someone to worry about. But he might stick it in for no reason on a paired board.
All right, well, I'll be ready.
Once again, welcome to the show, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. We're doing a special YouTube stream. David Tuckman and Will Jaffe on the call on PokerGo. We're just out here having some fun, talking ice cream, and making sure you guys stay entertained. We are running until about 1:30.
Out in the field, let
There's
us say
Jeff.
hello to the 13th place finisher from last year's main event. That would be Kristen Fox. And if you could stand up, join me over here so we don't get in the way. Took a little bit of negotiation, but we're good. 3 interviews a day, yeah?
Yeah.
Whatever.
With you,
that's
only you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kristen. Means a lot. Okay, what lessons do you take away from last year's run that you apply, especially to a day 1?
I think especially to day 1 is just like we are nowhere near even in the tournament, you know? So I think honestly just staying calm and, keeping the adrenaline and excitement low and know that, we're so far from a final table. And, I think some people even, they get up to 200K, 300K, they think they've won. And it's just, it's so far from that. So I think just honestly, just staying calm, staying relaxed, one hand at a time.
I heard the other week or month, whenever you discussed it, did you stay up super late watching hands like the day before date? And
I did. I was just having too
Jacks
much.
against kings, by the way.
Oh,
Jack
wow, okay.
found the jack.
Ooh. I was just having too much fun. We were watching the stream, talking hands, and then looked at the clock, and it's 5:30 in the morning. So no more watching streams at night, with that as a rule. And I just, I'm a fan of poker, and it was fun to watch. And yeah, time is, I'm always late, and I'm not good with time in general. And that was one thing that I've learned is like, okay, after we bag, I need to try to get to bed. And that's hard to sleep.
Sounds
when
good.
you go deep.
For sure. Okay, so no more watching streams
Yes.
late, but yes to having fun. Going to send you back
Yes.
to have some more fun. Thanks,
Awesome.
Kristen, for the
Thank
time.
you.
Appreciate it. Guys.
Shout out Kristen Foxen. Last year, I feel as though we were literally living through her, following her every move. She was on the feature table every single day, so it seemed. And shout out as well to her sunglasses, because that early 2000s, late 90s look with the dark, oval type looking shades, phenomenal look. I really respect that. Back to the action here. Anton Wigg with a set of 9s up against Ben Lamb.
Man, look at this table. Stars, like stars. And this guy looks like a movie star.
100%.
Anton Wigg, I mean, been in the game a long, long time. Legend here, online crusher. Obviously, unbelievable live results too. And this is fierce competition here on the feature table.
It's not what you wish for when you sign up for the main, to be sat here with Darren Elias, Anton Wigg, Ben Lamb, and the wild card that is Eric Afriat, who's willing to stick it in at any moment.
Did you say Darren Elias? Did you say
Right
that?
here, seat number 2.
I know. What? Like, come on. This is a ridiculous table.
85. Wigg going for value.
Ben's got a really interesting spot. Obviously, he's got a bluff catcher, but this Queen of Hearts is really, if he wants to run a bluff, that's a magical card to have. But his range probably doesn't have a whole lot of 8x here, so we see him just wanting to bluff catch, if anything, it looks like.
5th on Sweden's all-time money list. Anton Wigg, winner of EPT Copenhagen back in 2010. We just talked about the EPT.
And he's got a great sense of music. He really, he has great taste in music. I'm going to tell you that now. He shared many playlists with me over the years.
Funny little name drop. The first time I ever went to EDC back in 2010, it was me, Anton Wigg, Bryn Kenny, Bryn's brother was there as well. Anthony Spinella joined us. It was quite the party. We saw the sunrise.
I remember a tournament back in the day. It was apparently Bryn's brother playing against me, but I think it was really Bryn. He was ghosting him, but let me not bring that up. But yeah, it got me a little riled up 10 years ago. How's this guy 3-betting me with no results, as Mr. Ben Lamb has an unsuccessful bluff catch there? But yeah, his brother's playing his Sunday Million for him while we're deep and just 3-betting me every hand. I don't know. Someone must have knew something there. But I digress.
Oh, a little side by side here. little Brad Pitt action.
I mean, great job, production.
I mean, Anton Wigg is a lot more good-looking than Brad Pitt, let me tell you.
Right.
I'm very envious of the strong hair.
And he's got the Apex Predator patch on.
I'm starting to thin on top. I'm getting really conscious of it. So when I see men with strong hair, I get really, really jealous. Lamb, by the way, goes from kings to aces. Afriat makes the call.
Me and you again.
Discipline fold there with ace-3 off in a multi-way pot this deep.
You keep
You'd
jack?
love to see it.
Of course. We'll get my chips back.
I hope at some point in this hand I get to bet exactly that amount. That'd be fun.
Queen Jack 5. Lamb the initiator in this hand. Continues for 1500.
Welcome.
King on the turn. Afriat now open-ended. How do we size this if we're Lamb? We have to assume that we're going to be ahead almost all the time.
I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say, I think he checks here, Remco. I think this board's starting to get a little dicey for us, and you really want to see your opponent check back. And now you could probably comfortably bet for value. Target like the King 10, the Queen X. You expect your opponent not to check back 2-pair on the turn, which is what concerns you the most, more or less. See full pot. And Eric, kind of have no considerations here for turning.
What's the total at now?
The 10 with the Jack of Spades into a bluff here.
Much love to the chat. Please don't forget to like this video. Get us up to 2,000 likes. Almost 15,000 watching on YouTube right now. Very much appreciate that. Everyone hanging out. It's going to be a fun night. We're going to be here all night until this day is done. Quick reminder here that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, you better head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Save 10% on your first purchase and try it out for free before that. So why not try to work on your game? Go to gtowizard.com and get learning.
Standing by with Poker Face Ash. All right, Ash, we just chatted with Kristen Fox, and you had a great social media post about meeting her and kind of what that was like for you and what she represents in poker. Could you kind of sum that up for us?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it was a moment I'll never forget because it kind of just was this incredible first experience at the World Series of Poker, my very first ever poker tournament here. And it was surreal to have her sit at my table, and then kind of what transpired after that was really cool.
And what do you think of, the work that she's put in her game?
She's so inspiring. Like, I looked at her and was like, I want to do that. I want to be that. And now to kind of be full circle with it and just be able to, be in this industry in this way is really special.
Well, you're doing it now. You made a super deep run last week. What was that like to go so deep in a World Series of Poker event?
Yeah, it felt like 2 years ago I had a deep run in the Monster Stack. And then this year it kind of felt like I went from like, oh, it's cool to be here to like, no, I'm here and I deserve to be here and I can win. And so it's been a cool mindset shift to feel like you belong.
You deserve to be here in the World Series of Poker main event as well. Send you back to the action. Appreciate the time. Thanks, Ash. That's BetMGM's new ambassador, Ashley Frank.
Jeff Platt, always out there finding the stories for us.
How frustrated do you think Jeff Platt is not being able to play?
I mean,
I got to needle him a little bit. Come on.
There's still time to hop in. You can reg on day 2.
That is very true. Come on, Jeff. Let's go.
Times have changed.
Who we got here? Super Mario?
I mean,
Stefan Ivanov.
Has to be a crusher. Just has to be. Wilkes, by the way, clashing again, with Afriat. Afriat again with the check raise.
I know we don't have stats here, but Afriat's VPIP is 85%. He's in every single hand.
Well, so Afriat as the initial raiser check raised Wilkes a couple of hands ago, and it looks as though he did the same thing right here. 7 on the turn. Afriat does pick up some outs here.
The break comes, the dinner break, you take the cameras out, put it here, or They just turned it off.
No,
We're in
you'll
the
take-
streets.
take it
Look,
off.
if you check raise ace 8-3 rainbow and you turn a gut shot with jack high, you best believe we're going to see another bet.
And Afriat has been targeting Wilkes a bit. He had that big bluff earlier, Remco, when he had the queen jack high, and he just barreled it off
But
against Wilkes.
This is a little ridiculous because when you go for something this small of a bet, I don't think you might as well have checked. This is not applying enough pressure. An ace can just keep comfortably coming along. So I hate this bet with a passion. And staring over at your opponent with this face of doubt doesn't help either. Man, I'm not a fan. So let's see what his intention is for the river if he doesn't hit a 9.
Well, the 8 pairs on the river. Afriat has been known to bomb rivers, so nothing here would surprise me.
This facial, this pursing of the lips, I'm no Joe Navarro, but if I had him in an interrogation room right now, he's guilty. Yeah, okay, check. Like, he was giving up, I feel like, when he bet 2.2K, which, if you're going to check raise a flop, that's fundamentally not the right line to take here with a very small bet.
And it goes check, check. Wilkes takes it down. Wilkes so far getting some of those chips back that he surrendered earlier.
Shit, fucking ace.
Oh.
Your ace was shit.
Classic Afriat on display. I'm telling you.
Yeah, if the people don't know, I mean, it is Hellmuth-esque at times. He will go off.
It's not. It's not Hellmuth-esque. It's actually like fueled by anger and rage.
Yeah, I could tell right there. That was a lot of anger. But you know what? I think it's self-anger, like at himself, even though it's verbalized.
So it sounds like, I think I heard Afriat say you re-raised, so he must have 3-bet pre with the ace-6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, our stats, we don't have the stats right now, so yeah, okay.
I think he said re-raise pre with ace-6, and that's kind of why he's so annoyed there. So.
What do you think? My social media manager was wondering if he could grab like 3 minutes with you, if you have the time.
On the break, you mean?
Yeah,
Social media manager for what?
for my company.
What does Apex do?
We help high-stakes poker coaches that have too many clients scale.
Allez, ace-6 off. Let's go.
Look at this. Some business being done here between Lamb and Wigg potentially, but
Yeah, can we do it on the back end of dinner though? I have a meeting.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Afriat already, if you look
But of
closely, you
course.
can see some steam coming out of those
Did you
ears.
hear him again? He
Yeah.
commented
I'll
again.
come back a
Yeah,
few
come on,
minutes
ace-6, let's go. Like, so now Wilkes is the ace-6 guy to Afriat.
Look, to be fair, the ace-6 was good the whole way.
Yeah, but those are details. Those are just minor
We
details.
got you on the way back.
On the way back?
Yes.
Check.
All right, we got a
That's good, no?
multi-way pot here. Elias with kings won't be too happy.
Take the microphone.
Oh, shit.
I was going to go at them.
They're gonna help you right there.
Oh, yes.
They'll tell you what's up.
Yeah, is that okay?
Let's see how Elias navigates this spot here. You got 4 other people in the pot. We got an overpair, a strong overpair.
Don't worry.
He just comes out with the 3.5K. And the guy who's been going bananas, it sounds like, has flopped. Middle set, the second nuts.
And if anyone at this feature table, if anyone in this tournament has experience with one another, it's Darren Elias and Eric Afriat. They play every single WPT together, and I'm sure they have thousands of hands against one another. And in live poker, that is a huge number of hands to play against one another.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how Kings goes anywhere yet.
9 on the turn. Afriat is going to try and take all of Elias' chips here.
15.
Look, Darren Elias is one of the best no-limit hold'em players on the planet. If there's anyone who can navigate these spots where you're supposed to get away from a hand you're never supposed to get away from, it's him.
It's also wild because Afriat generally takes a bit of time. That 15K hit the felt really quickly.
typically you just call again if your opponent has bluffs. But if Darren can rule out all the bluffs from his opponent on the flop because it was 5 ways, then maybe he can magically find a fold. But obviously we see him continue here again.
Ace on the river. No reason for Elias to believe that Afriat has an ace.
Well, I think Afriat could have some. I think he could have worse value, to be honest.
That's what I was wondering.
I think he could have, you know, the ace jack, king jack, queen jack of the world, right? Because he's been so aggressive in a lot of spots that I think he could have those hands.
I hear you, but remember, Darren did raise under the gun.
Yeah.
He bet into 4 players. So maybe that's why he called the turn again, thinking exactly what you just said. Maybe he's got ace jack. Maybe he's got queen jack. And now this is just gross because you lose to ace jack now, which is what Donnie's point is. This could be a lot of Eric's range.
Elias coming off of that wild hand versus George Holmes. If you missed that, please skip back on the feed. That was probably the hand of the day already. And now Elias and Afriat clashing in a huge one.
And this is right before dinner break too, huh? So
yes,
yeah, everyone's
always,
left the table.
Yeah, that always has a psychological tinge to it. When it's the last hand before break, you pick up a huge hand. This guy who's been going crazy re-raises the flop. Like there's always some kind of aura behind the hand before break.
Chat pointing out, Eric Sturm in particular, he says, what a highlight table. Yeah, it feels like we're watching the highlights, but it's actually just been hand after hand of massive clashes. And good news for everyone watching, after the break.
I need to go for dinner. Sorry, buddy, I have to go for dinner.
Oh, it calls the clock on him.
This is the second time Afriat's called the clock on someone at this table. I mean, this is if he were to call, the pot's 100K. I mean,
yeah, you should give someone a few minutes, especially if it's on break. You don't say, I have to go to dinner. Whatever. You know, what can you say? But how long has he been thinking? 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think this was, again, I thought with the other one it was slightly premature. I think this one is also slightly premature here. You know, again, it's the main event. This pot's worth 100K in level 3. I kind of think, like, he could have another minute or two before you then say, okay, like, you know.
Agreed.
And I might even do the pre-clock warning, like, hey, like, just so you know, I'm gonna call the clock.
And look at this, Darren Elias folds his kings.
You're dying to see them, huh?
No, whatever. Whatever you want.
If I ask you next time, whenever I want to see your cat, huh?
No business.
You're gonna die to see these.
I'll see them in 30 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, so
all right, so Eric Afriat takes down a big one up to 138K. Elias takes a little bit of a hit. We're not going anywhere. We're going on a quick commercial break, 30 seconds. We'll be back with more action from this table.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Welcome back to the World Series Poker Main Event. We are continuing our coverage of Day 1D, 10K buy-in, the biggest starting flight of them all. Tristan Wade alongside me in the booth. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters also present. Both these boys have made Day 2 of the main event. You can listen to David Tuckman and Will Jaffe over on PokerGo.com. But please stay with us here for some shenanigans, some hot takes, and just some overall fun in the YouTube chat. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Eric Afriat, he is steaming, he is winning, he's doing it all. This man can blow up at any second, and he is back at the feature table. Ben Lamb, Darren Elias, Anton Wigg also present. We got a stacked feature table. Jared Bleznick still on the outer table, and he might open some more packs of cards to keep us entertained as the night goes on. We got about 4 more hours of poker action for you. No breaks, no commercials. We're just going to have some fun with this. Thank you all so much for tuning in. This is going to be a good continuation. Great fold from Elias there prior to the dinner break.
Yeah, we will see how this, again, it's like a reset. When you go to dinner, you have a 75-minute break, you eat, you readjust, you maybe get some info on what happened on the stream or what have you.
But that's the joke here. The delay is so long that they still can't see what happened.
Oh, true. True. Yeah, this was...
It was a 75-minute dinner break. We started with like a 2.5-hour delay.
Oh, okay.
So they're still waiting to find out.
Right.
Which is
okay.
kind of a funny dynamic here. By the way, for those watching, that allows us to give you guys continued coverage. So the fact you guys didn't have to go on dinner break like the players did is because we started with a longer delay, and now we're going to keep the action going right away. So please drop us a like if you appreciate that. We're happy to do this kind of coverage for you all. Ivanov, Thornhill, and Wigg involved here. By the way, one of the biggest mistakes you can make if you play in the main event.
What's that?
Eating too much on dinner break.
Okay, I agree.
You did not expect that one, huh?
I didn't. I didn't know where you're going.
Tristan was ready to disagree with you.
I didn't know what he was gonna say.
The funny thing is that on day one,
Afriat might have eaten too much on dinner. He's taking a nap over there.
One of the things that mistakes that I made doing commentary on day 1B is that I had a Bobby from Capriati's and it knocked me out. I was falling asleep trying to do commentary on day 1B. So now we're sticking to a fruit bowl. Might have some oats.
Donnie gets the same thing. He loves a breakfast burrito.
Yep.
Here.
It is, huh?
It is phenomenal.
You can go on a break now.
Yeah. No, maybe you can do 2 in a row.
I got a long ways to go before I can worry about a break.
This is the main event. Boys, I mean, poker is thriving. This event is so special. It's just, there's nothing like it. Just walking through the halls of the Horseshoe in the Paris.
Yeah, so you didn't even tell the story of your main event as we look at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports, 120-minute levels, 5 levels per day. Starting on day 3, we will combine those fields. But yeah, Tristan, what's the story of your main event?
So I could tell you I had the nicest, most social first table. We had people from other tables coming over to our table saying, "Why? How come you guys are talking so much? We want to be over here. My table's not even talking." So yeah, we just had a really good group of people. They broke us about 4 or 5 hours into the day, which is pretty unorthodox for the main, but reasonable. But yeah, I managed to bag 113,000.
Oh, look at that!
And battled with some tough players throughout the day, made some unbelievable folds to people who I didn't think were bluffing. I folded queens on the turn. The guy showed me aces, which was an overpair. Just
locked in.
Trying to navigate, Remco. Trying to navigate and trying to adjust for every individual you face at the table.
Well done, sir. Well done. 6 figures into day 2. Always very nice to start off with. As we see Hobold flopping top pair versus Elias. It's not been easy for Elias.
As you're a local, I always rent a car when I come to Vegas.
Yeah, button versus big blind here.
Outside the strip that you like.
You have the ace of hearts, but this is a connected board for the big blind, so we do see Elias opt to check.
One of my favorite restaurants in Vegas
has
not
a
necessarily a family restaurant, but it's called Lotus of Siam.
Bet.
It's Thai food. It's like the best Thai food I've had outside of Thailand.
It's very good. Yes.
Yeah.
Lotus is it's in Henderson.
There's 2, I think.
2, one in Henderson and one in Summerlin.
Well, I think there's one at Red Rock Casino, but I think it's
Facts.
Not as good, from what I understand.
Also facts.
The one I go to is
Remco is the foodie of the booth.
He is. Remco he'll back up whatever Ben Lamb's about to say.
Sure.
Go up
or
Harmon
disagree.
It's like a mile. From
My
the
wife
strip.
is on a list.
I didn't know what
She gets invited sometimes to new restaurant openings.
Well,
and,
my
she's
buddy
an
is
influencer.
the head salt.
Yeah, I know.
She is.
She
I
is.
didn't say that right, I hope.
So Elias
Hope I
does
did.
call
So
on the
I just let him
turn,
order
just
for
in
me.
case your
But
opponent's betting heart. Your
I'm sure
opponent's
you
betting
can just
9-7,
ask whatever waiter or waitress we
4-5,
have.
deuce 4, 5-7. Did I say 5-7? There's so many damn straight draws. 9-10. All these missed straight draws.
That's places like
I
very,
know.
very
And
authentic
Hobald
northern.
can continue
Thai food.
value betting his pair
There's
of
one where
eights
I
if he so
live with the
chooses.
robot.
It's usually the standard play
It's
here.
in my top 5 restaurants in Vegas. I mean, it's spectacularly good.
Anything?
Yeah.
What else besides Thai?
There's a few really good omakases.
You know, why are they having this
Ame and
conversation
kiwi.
after the dinner break? Why don't you tell me this before the
Those
dinner
are all
break?
good. Sanga.
What type of food you looking for?
I love everything.
Huh? You like
I
everything?
love Mediterranean food. I
Mediterranean,
I
you
love
said?
Lebanese, Turkish.
Oh, then go
Morocco.
to, there's a place called Paymon. P as in Paul, A-Y-M-O-N.
Are you taking notes?
I
I've
was
been
just
there.
visiting.
You have? Yeah.
Is it
I
good?
have. Very
Very
good.
nice.
Yes. I used to live
more
over by there.
The owner is Iranian,
Okay.
but he doesn't want to lose any customers, so they have different types
Smart.
of all
And let's see
different kinds
if
of
what
food.
Elias
Coming
is
up
thinking
all
here.
different
Even though we hear
salads.
this foodies
You have all different
engaging here,
salads.
is Elias
Yeah.
You have all the,
Elias
like
is
Greek
thinking of a
salad,
raise, and
Greek,
this is
yeah,
why
Greek
he's one of the
salads.
best.
And they
He's
also have a
identified
bar,
where Hobald
if
lies
somebody
in
wants
his
to go
range.
there
Probably has an 8,
for hookah and stuff like that.
and if he somehow is bluffing
best food I
or
ever
betting a
tasted was
3
in
or
Turkey.
pocket
I
4s or
mean,
pocket 5s or
Cyprus.
something like that, I'm
You
going
ever
to
been
put
to Cyprus?
that
You ever been
max
to the
pressure on that
Should
kind
try
of
that.
weaker range.
They come in every
He
day.
didn't
They have
expect to
this
see a 6
six,
bet
You know what's
2K
Cyprus is
Right.
famous for?
into this pot.
Donkeys.
Donkeys.
Everybody buys donkeys from Cyprus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of donkeys.
So
I don't
Elias
know, but I'm telling you,
That's right.
did
those
not
are
come to
about
the main just to
donkeys and
survive.
You know.
He is going
all
after
the
it
food
here.
that I love.
Not
they
one.
They have everything in the same buffet.
Mhm.
Everything.
But seriously, try
Same
Paymon.
amount of 100%.
And
And really, what Elias is going to have here, what's he representing? He's saying I basically river to queen, or I somehow have a 6 that I've delayed to go for value myself. And this is why he's one of the best Hold'em players on the planet.
Love it. All right, let's see who Jeff has found out in the field. I heard it's a degenerate of some kind. Jeff, please tell us more.
Here's your 5, my man. If you can do that.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Out in the field walking around. I think he was kind of trying to hide, but maybe kind of sort of not. Here's Ryan DePaulo, if you could stand up for me, please. So were you hiding or just, but you got the patch on?
Right. I was hiding and vlogging at the same time. I didn't want people to see me, but I really want to be seen that, like, I lowered the mask and waved to you. I don't know what I'm doing, but like the I was trying to look at my table in the hallway before coming here, and it's great that you could see the players because I got here late, but with nicknames, it defeats it. A guy named himself Mr. Balls at my tables. Mr. Balls.
Which one is
Who's
he?
Mr. Balls?
Who is Mr. Ball?
That's not okay.
There we go.
Yo.
Yeah, the nicknames.
But I just sat down and it's going well. I sucked out on a guy already, like 3-bet. He was really upset. It's like maybe, I don't know much about him, but are you really upset?
No, it's part of the game. I'm happy. I'm happy.
See, that's the right approach. He's ready to jump off a bridge. Let's go. That's what I want to make all you people go home and want to kill yourselves. That's if you battle me, you're gonna off yourself on a live.
When the camera turns off, he's going to have some choice words, but that was a very classy response, I thought.
He hates me. He hates me, and I'm gonna sit here in silence with my mask on, like an anonymous person. But it's breaking rules, I think, too, right? You tend to be unrecognizable.
You can't cover eyes, mouth, and neck. You can't do all 3. I'm just throwing that out there.
All right,
Rules guy.
I'm gonna be a little shit at every time I see someone doing that. I'm gonna be like, I know technically
2 out
from
of
Jeff.
3.
Yeah. You guys cannot do that. Like I love being I don't know, dude. I'm like all.
It's great. You can all be all whatever. I'm gonna send you back to the action.
Smooth. You're so smooth, and I'm such an autistic mess. But shout outs to I don't know, Coin.
Your family, maybe wife, dude, baby, do late. Not the
Might
family.
like baby run good.
Yeah, nope, not the family. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the time.
Ryan DePaulo, everyone.
Hey, some people are having fun and some people are having more fun.
Could you ask for service? Yeah.
I still cannot believe this feature table.
It's so good. You should, because I know you got here late, you should go look at the hand with Darren Elias and George Holmes.
All right, let me pull this up. It's on PokerGo socials?
Yes.
Okay,
On
cool.
the Twitter channel. Week here, ace queen off, comes in with a raise.
but if I would have opened it, it would not have been that. Whatever you're looking at.
No, you're not big blind. You already gave me your big blind, right?
Blez.
Oh, we got more cards.
I mean, come on, four for 4, and he opens it himself.
Chipper Jones.
Oh my God, 10 of 10.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. 6 of 10.
That's worse. For Jones, he's been done 20 years.
I used to love Chipper Jones.
Same.
All right, I'm tilted.
Oh, we got another pack of cards here.
Wow, they let him bring a razor blade into this event?
That's what I said earlier. I mean,
What?
I mean, he's the Blez. He does whatever he wants.
I guess
He
so.
saw me running bad today.
The
and he
Blez
changed
with the
his mind.
blade.
Come on.
I'm rooting for you.
Blez, it's on you first. Can you please play your
Let it-
hand first?
What do you think is going to happen? He's 100% opening this card first.
Ooh. It's a Yankee.
Oh, Judge. Be a judge.
Clock, Donnie, clock.
Loquette in C2
That
is
is
kind of
Judge,
like, what the
right?
heck's going on?
Shut. Oh no, it's Rizzo.
I'm mucking this hand if I'm
No,
the
it's
dealer.
Rizzo.
Look, Mary's had enough of this. Look
Yeah,
at
I thought it
Mary.
was Judge.
She's been
Look,
in the game
look
this
at
long.
Judge.
She
It
cannot
does look like
believe
Judge from the bat in the.
this kind of stalling
dear.
is a disgrace to the game.
I hope he has
On
a
me?
big hand.
Okay.
Fold. Wow. But see, like, look at this. By the way, he signed the patch too. Look at that. So sometimes they do that. He signed the patch as well. You see that?
Yeah.
There's an autograph on the patch. Because sometimes they don't know where to sign, so he signed it here and on the patch.
Raised to 1,200.
This is a disaster. Oh man,
Blez, the fact
The
that you
Mookie
took
was
45
good.
seconds to fold was also a disaster, okay?
Could have folded and then done
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
but he wouldn't have gotten the camera time. So, you know, he's a marketer.
No, he
He's-
definitely would have gotten the camera time. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me.
Well, it's variance. Now the next thing to do would be to invest in the next box.
Thank you.
Donnie's got me looking at the George Holmes versus Darren
I
Elias
think you need that
hand.
card.
And it's about to get spicy, it seems.
Keep that.
Blez says keep that.
It's not terrible. It's probably, I don't know, $300 or whatever.
Blez said earlier that
Yeah.
each pack that he pulled, he dumped out a box that had 5 packs in it, but each pack is a single pack of 1 card, and each one costs $2,000.
Wow.
You know that Luke I was telling you about? 10 of 10
You
auto?
still have it?
Yeah.
That's like, Donnie, remember the days you would buy like a pack of cards, there's whatever, 20, 30 cards.
Yeah.
Or you buy a box, there's hundreds of cards. You're telling me this guy paid $2,000 to open 1 card?
Yeah.
That's crazy how the sports card market is now.
So this is interesting here. Loquette is under the gun +1. Just decided to open the Jack 4 suited.
It's a famous hand.
No,
Not the
was-
suited
was it-
version,
yeah, I'm
but
saying it was an offsuit.
still, you know, maybe it's a relative.
And of course he just flops top and bottom pair. What is going on? Romaine called on the button. Bleznick
thickness
defended
is
from the
interesting.
big
I
blind,
didn't
Jack
realize that.
9-4.
Sometimes you just know, Don.
Yeah, sometimes you just know.
But you don't bet. That is the surprise to me. You don't bet when you have top and bottom pair and you're the
On a
pre-flop raiser.
vulnerable texture.
Yeah, you
Like,
should
if
just
it's-
go ahead and bet.
The turns a club, turns a 10. You know, you kind of feel. I mean, you feel all right about your hand, but it certainly does go down in value in your mind.
Absolutely. Well, you must bet now.
That is 1,500.
I would have liked to see a bigger bet, but okay. You're not even going to shed the
Does
gut
get hot
shot
up
here with 2 overcards.
I did not realize it. I
with
saw
this bet.
Negreanu. He never complains. I saw him complaining.
Negreanu never complains.
Yeah,
he
like I
said?
never thought it'd be this hot.
9 of clubs here on the end. This
It's the
counterfeits
market is the
Loquette
hottest
here.
it's ever
Also
been.
brings in a
For the
flush.
high-end stuff, the market's insane right now.
I have saw
For
where
like
it's rebounded.
For like the good stuff, like the good rare stuff, the market's never been in. So, you were asking about Japan?
Yeah.
I was just there 2 weeks ago.
Check, and the Jack 4 suited is going to take it.
I was just there 2 weeks ago. They filmed a TV show out of my store. It's going to air early next year. I can't talk about it really, but they filmed it out of my store in Tokyo.
Can't talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it on the PokerGo live stream with 15,000 people watching.
In Tokyo is soccer.
Really?
Massive.
I would have never guessed that.
It's massive. Like,
I thought Pokemon would be.
No, Pokemon's, I'm saying, but for sports, soccer, baseball, Otani's made baseball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Basketball's big. Football's not big there.
Otani's got to be like.
Do you know how much, if you held Otani, his cards are like, if you held Otani the last 5-6 years, I mean, it's just, you've made infinite, literally infinite.
I mean, he's one of a kind, man.
I mean, there's a really good chance he'll end up going down as the greatest player ever, greatest baseball player ever, if he continues what he's doing.
Right.
It's true.
Raised
What,
to 1,200.
you know, what incredible talent there.
I should have got on the boat when he first came out.
Baseball diamond.
No, I mean, they always say it's too late until
Yeah.
They always say that, but his stuff just keeps going up.
My dog Henry Blez is a total spaz.
Water.
And I love it.
Water.
And I think that's how most people feel about Blez. He's quite the character.
His market slowed down when the blood clouts, but to be honest, I'd be buying Wemby right now. I think he's a buy. I mean, this guy's
Soderstrom made it
generational.
1,200. He got called by Barnes, Bleznick, and Gould. So 4 ways
Wemby's
here,
unbelievable.
5,300 in the middle.
Still under 2K likes. What's up with that? Says Ed Pete. Yeah.
Let's go, people.
Donnie,
Come on. Let's get us up over 2,500 likes before this hand ends, okay? I'm not only going to ask for 2K, I'm going to ask for 2,500. So hit that like button if you are watching on YouTube. I know there's about 15,000 of you watching, and I know all of you have not hit the like button because the numbers don't add up, okay? Let's go, people. Come on. Before this hand ends, I want 2,500 likes on the video.
I just hit the like myself. And Blez is definitely hitting the like on this flop here as he's flopped the nut flush draw, but he is up against top pair. He's going to elect to peel one off here out of position.
So we started with 4. We're down to 2. The turn is the king of diamonds. Hello for Jared Bleznick. And look at Barnes has the queen of diamonds in his hand.
5,000.
Blez just comes out with a quick lead, and this is a quick call. Uh-oh.
3 of diamonds on the end. So Barnes does make a queen high flush. It is, of course, second best to Blez's hand, but could be troublesome for Barnes.
Now look, a couple straight flushes are present. Deuce 4 of diamonds, 4-7 of diamonds. But when you have the ace-9 of diamonds, you're pretty comfortable. And when you have the queen of diamonds here, you want to puke. You really got to ask yourself, is Blez capable of bluffing here? He's a nit. He's not bluffing. He just has an ace-high flush. And Barnes gets to see the bad news and shows the queen of diamonds there.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want one? Anyone else on the wall?
Yes, please.
So good pickup by Blez. That's a pretty sizable pot there, 15K.
All right,
on the
Mr. Jared
river.
Bleznick, good time to say hello. Nice pickup there. I mean, first I just got to ask your reaction to winning a big pot in the main. Got to feel good, yeah?
I've said it for 3 days. This is the greatest poker tournament on planet Earth. And to be able to win a pot, I think the biggest mistake that people make, and I want all you guys to hear this, okay? The biggest mistake that people make is they play too fast, too early. Be patient. Let the cards come to you. This is a tournament that's got, you could be here for a week and there's so much play.
Fantastic advice. We're going to keep checking in with you throughout the course of the main. Thanks for the time, Bless, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh my God, I'm dying
give
in
this
the booth.
give this man a mic. Let him just chime into the broadcast whenever he feels like it. I love. Blez.
I wish we could have an earpiece on.
Yes, that'd be
He's
so
like,
good.
yeah, be patient, dude. He just made the nuts, and he just got paid for pot on the river.
He
Of course.
barreled 3 times with King 4 and made Broadway. That sort of stuff.
Yeah, he's just like, just be patient, everybody. Hey, everybody, just be patient. It's the main event. You have all these days, and I'm gonna open up another card. Nice hand, Jared.
I cannot like understate, or
Nah.
sorry, I cannot overstate how much better the action has been today compared to yesterday. It's unbelievable. Time's flying. We're having fun. Wave to the crowd. Cocktails to the horseshoe table, please. And we'll go back to the feature where the action again. It's unbelievable. Afriat, ace-2 suited, getting in the mix. Wilkes again calling in position, this time with tens. This is Wilkes versus Afriat, Chapter 5.
Wow, great fold there by Anton. I mean, I say great. I don't know if it's great. I mean, it's such a small
It was
3-bet.
so small.
I think you have
He
to
almost
call
made
there
it.
with your suited kings, to be
get one of
honest.
these gadgets.
But whatever. If you don't, like I said, if the ranges are like this, I mean, you should be in there. But when you don't know, King 10 suited is
28.
definitely in there. But
Hey, whatever you're doing, don't stop.
man,
And that was just your kicker, huh?
Eric Afriat winning and smiling, but boy, if he loses, stay tuned for that. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Go check it out right now. Start out for free and save 10% on your first purchase. Beat the best and crush the rest. Go check it out right now. The best solver in the game. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo.
chat, we love Blez over here. We're just needling him a little bit.
Aces and kings and queens here.
Oh my!
What is happening? And Loquette in the small blind is next to act. The way the hands are set up, this could be like ultimate disaster. We're going 14K, I believe, from the small blinds.
14,000.
I'm going to tell you guys something. If there's ever time just to fold kings, this would be it. This is it. The main event, button 3-bet, small blind 4 bets to 14K. We're dealing with, that's 30 big blinds right now, folks. That's almost 30 big blinds, cold 4-bet. It might only be aces. And Soderstrom, I mean, this is very tough. But if there's any tournament, you could just maybe pass immediately. But no, we're going to keep him honest. And we just call quickly. That's a spot where I'm tormented probably. I'm going to mull that over for a minute at least.
Yeah, and what makes just calling so tricky is the fact that you have Gould in the middle.
Who also
Holy
calls
crap.
right away.
We have almost a starting stack in the middle, and all these guys have pot behind just about.
Thomas Soderstrom, by the way, with Kings, has $1 million in career earnings, so definitely no stranger to big situations. And now Loquette with aces, first to act. Romain Loquette, his nickname is Risk. Well, right now, he's in a great situation.
Look, it might not be the right play, as we're probably just going to see a small bet. But I was going to say, with the nickname Risk and 8 red aces, I might just jam the flop. There's 43K in the middle.
Right.
Both players have almost that. Nobody should have any connection here. Nobody has 7s, 4s, or 3s. So I would just maybe just jam to protect from the ace X of spades, the king, queen of spades, or what have you, and then hope that, you know, the kings or queens can never fold because I'm just open jamming. That's probably not the optimal computer-solved play, but...
And Soderstrom reaching, it looks as though he's going to make the call. Now, what Gould's going to do is the most interesting because he has to call 13K to see a turn card. I mean, it almost looks like a good price. Got the spade as well.
Look, I was screaming at kings to fold to the 4-bet. Queens should have really been considering their options too. I mean, at this point, you're just sandwiched here, and someone's going to have aces most of the time. I just can't imagine a world where one of these players doesn't have aces.
I do want to bring up that, so we obviously pick up the coverage a couple hours into play. So we don't maybe have the full picture of how these players have been playing, but we already saw Loquette once open Jack-4 suited from early position. So maybe Soderstrom was like, this guy's kind of a loose cannon over there, so I kind of can't fold these kings just yet. Like, if he's been doing that stuff all day and showing that stuff down from those positions, then maybe he's just in here getting wild.
Yeah, great fold.
Yeah, shout out Jeffrey Gold, the queen fold on the 7-high board. You know, I know that the theory might tell you to do that, but you still have to put the cards in the muck.
And here's what I would say to Donnie's point. Donnie, the guy did open Jack 4 suited, but then he checked the flop, he small bet the turn, he checked the river. Like, so I think you got to think through the complete, like,
Sure.
persona.
I only
of
want to
someone.
bring it up that we don't always know the full picture.
Yeah,
is
true,
just my
true,
point,
true,
right?
true.
And look at this. Loquette now checking on the turn.
Oh, that's really cheeky.
Because there's still nothing range-wise that would have some connectivity with this type of board.
This is a great check because you're letting kings think that they might be good. If you shove, you're really convincingly telling the story that you have pocket aces. But when you check here, I think kings is pretty comfortable now.
Soderstrom is going to double-check his cards.
Yeah, we see Eric in the chat. GG Soderstrom. Soderstrom, I think this is GG. I mean, do you really want to check back and let a free card peel off here? I don't think so. You go for value and hope that if you don't think your opponent has aces, that they have jacks or queens.
Well, what would Loquette do here with ace-king suited? I would be interested in that.
Yeah.
You know, some players do get wild with ace-king suited pre-flop, so maybe he does cold for it, and then I think he's just going to continue naturally on the flop. So it could be that. Not that it is, but, you know, you have to obviously assign like some sort of percentage or whatever.
Yeah, in these moments where you don't know, I look at the timing, I look at the body language, I look at the sizing, and I think...
All in.
And
he moves all in. Soderstrom gets snapped off by aces, and we have 140K in the middle. Wow. Gould is going to be thinking to himself, boy, oh boy, did I save myself some chips here, but Soderstrom drawing at 2 outs here, looking at a king and a king only, or else his main event will be done on day 1.
This is a huge pot. We have 300 big blinds in the middle nearly, and this is just the ultimate cooler, more or less. Aces versus kings.
River card incoming. Can he find the miracle? He does not. It's the 9 of clubs on the river. Tomas Soderstrom heads to the rail, running kings into aces, and that will clearly define it to me. He is not as good as Donnie Peters.
No, definitely no. Tomas Soderstrom is an incredible player. I am certainly not.
How did we get 60K in the middle here? Ben Lamb said he wasn't going to bluff it off on
wow.
day 1. He's got 10 high. The other guy's got ace-king. What are we seeing today? You guys said the action was ridiculous.
It's out of control.
Stefan Ivanov, 590K in earnings from Bulgaria. Winner of a Venetian deep stack back in 2015. That is still his largest cash to date. But he is definitely been around the block. And Ben Lamb chooses one of the other pros at the table to try and make a play against.
I mean, this must have went, I would guess, raise from Lamb, 3-bet from Ivanov, 4-bet from Lamb, call. Lamb continues, call, and that brought us to the 60K on turn. I'm guessing that's how this hand went?
Yeah, I don't see how else all this money gets in. And, I mean, I think if you're Ben Lamb, you have to give up. What else can you do? You have no blockers to any strong stuff. You don't have a pair in your hand to coordinate with the board. You have 10-8. This is probably Ben's tweet of not bluffing it all off in the main event on day 1. This is just rummaging through his mind right now. He's about to yeet his main event if he doesn't fold and just check fold this right away.
These spots are so tough because the ego in you is like, I got 10 high. Like, do I just want to give up? Yeah. I mean, you should, but yeah, okay, he does give up. Well done there.
And that sucks. It sucks to be in this spot. It sucks to, maybe go with a read or just apply pure aggression and try to get someone to fold something pretty good and then have to give up. But look, Ben, you still got 50 big blinds back. Obviously, we know he's great. He can come back from this, but let's see if Ace-King wants to value bet now. Probably pretty comforting when your opponent checks the river to you. But maybe if you don't think you ever get called by worse, you just knuckle back and you take the 80K pot. But Ben only has a 3rd pot left, Donnie. So it's like if he would have bluffed the river, you're getting infinite price to call. 25K to win 125K.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the bluff would work.
Right,
I'm just saying you just get to this river and you're like, well, I got 10 high.
Right, right. I was just saying the other mechanics don't don't help Ben at
You
all.
win. I have 10 high.
It goes check, check. Lamb announces 10 high. Ivanov rakes this one, and Lamb now down to 26K. I promise you that stack will end up in the middle at some point tonight. Ben Lamb's not going to go grind out 25K.
What golf course did you say he got
he's
invited
fine.
to?
Ben Lamb said at the start of the show
He's going to Augusta? Where's he going?
He can play some exclusive course in Long Island. Oops, he says.
It does happen.
It's a great check you did on the river.
Afriat with a bag of
Very
salt
nice.
in the wound there. Great river check, buddy.
Oh,
Good
these
check on the
guys,
river, huh?
these guys are going at it.
This
Great players know when to give up.
Great players know when to give up. Can you believe this guy?
Criss Angel still hasn't brought back the main
wow.
event bracelet.
Wait, he made it disappear?
Great players.
Well, he literally walked
Right
off.
back
with
in
it.
there.
He's probably
Know when to
pawning
give
it.
They said it was worth $500,000.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
come on. Why do we let him hold that?
right.
What? Who? What?
He even said that he's not allowed to play the main event because he's a magician, and then he shows up and disappears with the bracelet. I mean, I don't know.
If you back up a few feet, you get to.
Oh. Wait, is Afriat throwing punches on the rail? And the string of interesting hands keeps on going here. Ivanov makes it 4K with King Jack, and Anton Wigg staying disciplined here, tossing sevens into the muck.
I learned my lesson. Just take it. Just take
Thank
it.
you.
When he puts money into the pot again, he has you beat. Then you can release your queens. So I'm just trying to help you.
I appreciate it. Was it? It didn't feel like it was that much more. Like.
Yeah, but it's not the point. It's not the point. When he re-raises you, and then he flats, it's super. Your hand is in bad shape. I'm telling you, get away.
Appreciate it.
Trust me.
It's high. Could have just showed the play.
It is.
I was kind of set.
You're more worried about him than him.
I was probably beat, but I was trying to flop set.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not getting the right price. You don't have enough chips. So if a flop
my
comes 3, 4,
God.
7,
This is
your
hilarious.
queens, you need like a lot of chips to be able to call there. I'm trying to help you. So in that spot, you're more
That's
worried.
he's
supposed
from
to
New
have him
York,
beating
right?
that
He's a
spot.
New
He ended
Yorker.
up having
That's
aces, he had
totally New
kings.
Yorker mentality here.
Like, I mean, they're not supposed to have what they had exactly, but someone's supposed to have kings or aces there minimum.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's in trouble?
What?
Trying to help you. I'm getting.
I'm going to give you a one-hand penalty because you were on your phone again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be one hand.
All right, I'm sorry. I could be on it here though.
Off the stage.
Okay.
So sit down here.
A remorseful Jared Bleznick.
Okay. Sorry.
Why can't he be on his phone?
The Bleznick Masterclass has
I
been
think on the stream they take away their phones.
rudely interrupted.
I'm against this rule.
What?
When the delay is so long like this, you should be able to be on your phone.
The only reason I don't like phones at the table is because players are distracted and not paying attention to when it's their turn.
Sure.
No.
I just think it's unfair that everyone else in the tournament can be on their phone and you can't. On a day one.
Yeah.
Just, when you get to a point and everyone's on a feature table and you can take all phones, like final 3 tables, fine. But this early, we're not even in the money. We're not near the money. What's it really matter?
That's 3,500.
Sean Kunix, who was full of laughter not too long ago, has been really quiet the last little while now with pair and flush draw, looking to perhaps crack pocket jacks. River card is the ace of spades, and there it is.
Space, there it is.
Barnes, however, will have plenty of reasons to depart from this pot because not only did the spades come in, also another overcard to his jacks.
That's 10,000.
And we did see Barnes call with the queen high flush, but he makes a very good fold there.
Low on every chip.
Button there, please.
Just got news from one of my students, our coach, 15 left in the 1K.
Oh, wow.
Trying to stop Sean D from taking away the Player of the Year race. So if anyone, you know, is Benny Glazer, Martin Cabral, if you need to root against Sean Deeb, you can root for my buddy Dinesh. I mean, every hand is just something interesting. Les got a penalty for paying $2K for a single baseball card. I love that. Good point. Rivelin. So yeah, I'm with Donnie though. I get the if you can't enforce everyone not to be on their phone. What's the delay? It's a long delay, right? It's an hour and a half delay we're on right now.
Started an hour and a half, or maybe even closer to 2 hours, but cut the dinner break out so it gets smaller.
So 45 minutes or so.
But still,
yeah,
I mean, it's
whatever.
Stay warm. I mean, it's not. I think it's fine.
Elias just flopping the nuts here. This always feels good, but then you kind of wonder, how do I get money? Usually, small bet on the flop.
Russell in the chat, by the way, pointing out Kerry Katz potentially going for his first bracelet in the 2,500 freeze out.
Really?
What do you mean potentially? He is.
Well, I mean,
he is.
He could potentially win his first bracelet.
Yes.
Final 7 players.
I just saw him at dinner actually before I showed up. He had a couple PokerGo people with him. Didn't know he was in a tournament. Let's go, Kerry.
Darren Elias had a pasta for dinner. Big mistake. He's yawning already. GG. He's not gonna make it through the day. Oh, listen to those soothing vibes here to remind you of the upcoming stops on the EPT. The tour that I covered for so many years is coming back with more. We got Barcelona, Malta, and Prague on the calendar to close out 2025. All 3 iconic locations are can't miss if you are able to travel to those stops. Sunny Barcelona, sunny Malta, and then December action in Prague. Get yourself a Treadle-Nick. Trust me on that. Write it down, Treadle-Nick. Order it when you get to the big square. And then you go to the little restaurant on the corner and you get a pork knuckle. Trust me.
What is he saying, Donnie? Treadle-neck and pork knuckle?
Where's this? Prague?
Prague. Donnie knows.
I mean, listen, just
I've
go
never
to
even heard of those words.
Just go to the Christmas market in the square.
Yes.
And just stop at every venue and eat everything.
Okay.
Just end of story. Okay.
It's good advice. I will take it when I ever reach out to Prague for sure.
Prague is seriously like one of the best stops at the time of year because it is honestly like you go to like a winter wonderland.
The Treadle-Nick is basically like a round pastry covered in cinnamon and sugar, and sometimes you get it filled with
basically
whatever.
It's basically fried dough, what we would consider fried dough, but they wrap it up in like a spiral. Like Remco said, you can put different fillings in some of them.
We did see top 2 get turned here. Shojania,
Hemingway cocktail bar in Prague, by the way. I wonder if it's still there. Fantastic vibes, good drinks. I'm just waiting for the chat to confirm all these things because I know that we have people watching that either are from Prague or have been there. Big action here, though, potentially. 2 pair, straight. Shojania. Shojania was sort of up to no good there with the crazy bluff with King Jack, which ended up leading to the demise of George Holmes. But now he's got the goods.
You hate the spot with 2 pair. If you don't think your opponent's ever bluffing, you could just see a fold. But look, if you ever do think they're bluffing, then sure, let's try to fill up on the river.
So we're going to have a lot of check fold here?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what else you want to do. You know, maybe your opponent's bluffing with like a hand like some Queen X in it or whatever, but when there's all these straights present, an 8, Queen King, and some better 2 pairs or sets, you just have a bluff catcher basically.
Wilkes has been very sharp, if you ask me, Donnie. He's been deliberate. He's been right most of the time.
Yeah, and, I mean, he hasn't been shying away either. He's been involved in many pots. Staring him down. Oh, he's going to make the call.
Oh, 10-9. Makes the call, and Shirjania announces that he has the nuts. He's up to 91K. Nice bit of value for him.
Yeah, look, like Donnie said, these guys were screwing around earlier.
Jack, Queen, King, Jack, Queen, King.
You never know what anyone has. So sometimes you see people just get a little sticky and make sure they're not bluffing.
All right, back to the horseshoe table. Constant action on both tables here. Quick shout out, by the way, to Kyle Morgan for the $5 donation. Says, new to this all, what qualifies these guys for the stream? Is it the chip count? Well, combination of factors. The chip count is more so a factor on the later days. Right now, we're looking for big personalities, aggressive players, talkative players. And Bleznick here headlining this table, who's been very entertaining to watch, both in antics and in
I'm
play.
telling you right now, a lot of
and then the feature table basically has
my friends were told me it's
a
because
combined
opened up all
100 million in
cards.
earnings,
They said
so
literally lost like
worthy as
$9,000
well
on that box.
of selection.
Bleznick,
good question though.
Bleznick getting a
I'm
little out of
serious.
line here, right?
It's
Under the
close to
gun,
that.
8-6 suited.
They typed it in the
bets
chat
the
box.
flop.
8,900
and gets
is the
the
number. I don't know if it's
perfect turn
accurate.
card for him to keep barreling. He has the gut shot to a straight with the 5, and now picks up the flush draw. And if you have 2 9s here,
right here,
you mostly just throw your
he
hand
made
to
the
the
TV
dealer.
table. Yay! We should all clap for him. You did good, boy.
This is a spot where even if your opponent's bluffing, they're probably going to continue bluffing on the river. So it's very hard to navigate.
Bleznick again getting one through here. He's been
Now, what you'd wanted to do there is then check and then raise him. You know? Yeah.
I can't wait to see what he has there.
No, your suited connectors and your splitted kings.
You had 9s. I told you. You played the hand first?
Yeah, you're doing good. No. No, I'm telling you, he's trying to compliment you. This is like amazing. Yeah. You should be playing $100,000 buy-ins, not dicking off with this.
no one's having more fun than
I'm
Sean
putting on a
Koenig, like,
clinic
ladies and
up in
gentlemen.
Yeah, you're in the big blind.
Shout out to
so you
Vasil
just
in
fold
the
it. No, I'm
YouTube chat,
joking.
joining our high roller program.
Yes, sir.
Scott, this is live.
your
We are
arms
on
are
a little
short,
bit of
Matt.
delay, but we are watching it live with you as commentators. Me,
It's not
Donnie
a thing
Peters,
you say. You took too long to get the water, or I wouldn't
and
have said
Remco.
that.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
Race to 1100.
Next time you go all in.
Remco,
I'm
Renkema.
serious too. I'm telling you right now. I'm trying to help you here.
How's your girl doing, by the way?
She's good.
Yeah?
She's good.
Yeah, she is?
Yep, she's good.
Can you break that, please?
She's thriving and surviving. She's on a trip right now. Believe it or not, she gets back tomorrow night. Went
Wow.
to visit her cousin in Jamaica. So, you know, she's living the dream.
Wow, we got some Mexicans in the chat. Ronnie Van Exel says, no era penal.
When they check,
Robin is a
you
coward.
bet.
No, that was for sure a penalty kick.
Three players.
I am for the Netherlands.
Check.
Robin getting the PK.
Everything's funny.
Huntelaar converting. And we moved on
I wish I could start
to the semifinals.
Yeah, me too. But I'm
World Cup
thrilled, man. I
2014
could be out
man
by
time
now.
flies. I'm old.
That's why I'm so happy. 'Cause I'm still in. See there, you feigned weakness, so he bet.
He's having a blast. Someone got him some nitrous on dinner break. It's going in.
I love this.
No, but this is just, honestly, like, I can't talk enough about it. But if you have a seat in this tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, great
I was
$600 one.
talking with someone earlier on dinner break. It's
Oh,
their
wow.
first main event,
Yep.
10 years or whatever. And they're like, it's like having a seat ringside at a big event, but I'm here at the table. It's just like such an experience. So kudos to Sean for having such a good time with it.
It's a lottery ticket, and instead of having to scratch it off, you get to actually decide your own fate for the most part. And Loquette gets aces again because why not?
You can buy them baseball cards like that. There ain't that many people buying those boxes.
I'm the best PLO player in the world. My results are so much better at holding. I never play holding, ever.
Okay, let's see if Blez wants to get sticky here. Nope, he just folds a queen 10. Sorry there, Loquette. You can't always stack someone and win 150K pot every time you get dealt aces. Sometimes everyone just folds.
Yeah. And I mean, like, it sucks to be in this much heat and not make any money yet.
You texted me. Sheesh.
I didn't know his online name, but yeah.
He texted me. He said, "Come, beat him for like 400." He said, "Come give me the." Yes, he wanted me to play in the resort thing. He plays it.
Yeah, we got Blez's mic. It's hanging down.
It's hitting here. It got a lot hotter here.
Yeah, unfortunate here. As
Well,
Kunix
it's
finds two kings.
because those last boxes were like commons again.
No, because we ate food. So.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Our body's working to digest all that shit food we ate. Yeah, fucking shit I ate.
Y'all stay at the table after dinner? Y'all stay on the table after dinner?
Yeah.
They don't rotate them? Or?
They thought about it, but
Two customers here for Kunix, Barnes and Bleznick. And Loquette finds 9-8 suited. He's going to call as well. So four-way action. It's going to be a tough one for Kunix to win here. He's going to need a good flop.
Lots of diamonds out, too, for all these players in the hand. Didn't see how many were actually folded.
Always makes your stomach turn a little bit when you open kings and just half the table calls.
And then you see this flop.
And then this flop, yeah, great check by Sean. This is the right approach here on these board textures. You could just be stone dead. And Mr. Blez
That's 2,200.
wants to start betting his equity with middle pair and a straight draw. And Loquette, top pair. Some backdoor equity. Better backdoor equity than the Blez. We see a red chip coming. This is going to probably get kings out of there really quickly.
Wow, Kunix with the discipline.
this is what a fucking pro I am. Guess what that hand was? Yeah, not joking. Two kings.
And
That's
Blez
peanuts.
fold. I don't know why you would fold there with that
1 in the morning.
hand. You block a set of sixes. You have a straight draw. I'm very
Bleznick, you'd be
surprised to
proud.
see Blez fold
I just
there.
mucked two kings like candy.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it, man. How you been?
All right, looking out into the field here.
Back out in the field, let us say hello to the 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Phil Hellmuth. Stand up for me, please. There he is.
Right, let's go. Thanks for coming by, Jeff. I've
You're
been
welcome.
dodging bullets, baby, all day.
Dodging
you know,
bullets already.
This kid right here can't even spell poker.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
You said you were not going to play the main event, yet here you are.
Yeah, you know, as soon as I heard that the actual Phil Hellmuth wasn't playing the main event, I said, no way. He's going to be there no matter what, you know. So I got my ass on Amazon, and here we are. Yeah.
You look great, but Hellmuth did play.
You know, I've heard a rumor there's actually 3 Phil Hellmuths in this event. There's a Phil Hellmuth Sr., Phil Hellmuth Jr., and an imposter Phil Hellmuth.
That's right.
So there's actually 3 Hellmuths in this event.
Okay, I'm going to send this Hellmuth back to the action
right,
right
cheers,
now.
Jeff.
Good to see you,
All
Kyle, or
best, yeah.
Phil, or whatever. Guys.
Shout out to Kyle Millock, better known as Mr. Phil Hellmuth. Love that. I cannot believe
I'm
we
just
haven't
not
seen
good
that
at
before.
baseball.
The little
It's
Phil
pretty
Hellmuth.
good.
Halloween, maybe, Tristan?
You can never get me to dress up like Phil Hellmuth. Sorry.
Aces for who?
Well, my son's standing back there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kunix has some family support.
It was an accident. Like, she said pull out, and I said, fuck no. Oh, shit. This is on
Son,
Yeah,
close
I
your
don't think
ears,
that-
son. You didn't hear that.
That's why we got this here divorce.
Oh man, the main event. I mean, some people can't handle Vegas, you know.
I'm only here to provide entertainment.
Gold with top pair and the jack kicker is going to come with a raise. And these spots are always dicey.
I really had kings.
Sure, you can go
Last
for some
hand I had
raise here,
kings.
but when you're multi-way and your opponent
Two
has a
kings.
range advantage
Just now, the last hand.
with aces, ace, king, and
Yeah,
all
I
that
promise.
stuff, you
All my
really
life. It'll
probably
be on
just want to
TV.
play in
Yes.
position.
Yeah, I mean it. It's just not worth it. I'm too much better than majority of the field. Yes, and I folded kings. Yes, it's just not worth it. Good job. I'll see. I promise you, it'll be. You guys can go back and watch it. I'm not gonna lie about it. Yeah.
I mean, it was actually a decent fold from kings with all that
Bleznick
action on
helped
that
me.
board. He could just be drawing dead.
He said always fold kings. So
but
I
yeah,
did.
still can't believe Blez folded there. And aces.
I really did have it.
Got to be a little concerned getting raised on this flop in a queen turn. So now if your opponent had king queen,
Well, pre-flop I
beat
wouldn't
you.
have.
But let's see
I
what
would
gold
not
wants to do.
fold
Is
it
gold going to
pre-flop,
pot
but
control
once I got
or
4 callers in there, the odds of somebody flopping a set is higher than you think.
go for another quote-unquote value bet into a better hand?
Bet 6,000.
So reduce your bet to 6K. And this is where if you have aces, you just got to keep calling. You got to call here, and then you probably don't love if your opponent bets the river, but you decide if they can ever have a hand like this or ever have a bluff, and then you can call. If you think they're never bluffing or never betting a worse than a one-pair hand, you could fold. This is where it really helps to know your opponent. Now, gold is, or Gould or gold. You know, we knew he folded queens. He talked about it. So let's see how he's feeling now when this pot swells to 22,000.
You gotta admit, that's funny. You give the speech and like it'll be on TV. That's what I had. Yeah. I hope you didn't screw me out of my future.
And it does go check, check really quickly, and aces loves to see this.
I can no longer focus on the tournament. I'm just waiting for the next Sean Koenig's one-liner.
Has anyone here not seen aces today? I've never gotten aces today.
I think Bleznick took
I
his
haven't
own
gone.
mic off. I'm not sure.
He might have turned it off.
He got the one-hand penalty, and he's over it.
Yeah, he might have just turned it off.
He's too busy talking to people on the phone, on the rail. He doesn't want anyone to listen on his conversation. All right, quick reminder here of one of our fun promos of the summer. It's the Rags to Riches promo in partnership with True Classic Tees. Go to trueclassictees.com/TC PokerGo or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. You get a chance to win a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-year event at the PokerGo Studio, which, in my opinion, is the coolest place to play poker, especially here in Las Vegas. I know the main event final table is very exciting, but the PokerGo Studio is a place where you can just rock up and play against the best as we go back to our main feature table. And look at these hands. Like, what is happening here?
This has not been a real day of poker.
Everyone gets something to play here, and it's on to Anton Wigg in the big blind with ace-8 off. King-9, queen-jack, sixes, tens, ace-jack. I mean,
This is the bottom pip, probably. Well, I don't even know. I'm going to say they don't make charts for this, but this might be the bottom pip where you could consider bluffing, and that's what we see Anton going. Because you don't want to call here. Ace-8 offsuit's going to play awful against 5 players, but with this blocker, you do want to use some offsuit ace-X as a bluff, so we do see that happen.
well, what I would like to see now is the call by Hobold, if he does, is it going to be a domino effect as far as the invitation being extended to see a flop with some good pot odds?
For some, it might be. Hobold definitely has a hand that can call. I think Afriat might consider it given the depths of the stacks.
And that's going to give Wilkes a decent price.
Wilkes then has a hand that actually plays well because you don't interact with hands that dominate you and you can make the nuts many different ways.
And then Lamb's going to go all in.
Maybe. No, Lamb should get out of there. Lamb should get out of there, and Elias will get out of there. But even Wilkes might get out of there, honestly. But he actually has a really good hand in general against, what ranges should look like here.
I thought we might see Wigg go a little bigger here.
True, Donnie. That's a great point as well.
I mean, there's 17 people in the pot.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see the other two guys exit. I mean, these other hands play a lot easier, right? Like 10s can flop a set, 6s can flop a set. Queen Jack, it can come King 10, it can come 9 10, it can come a couple diamonds. I don't know. Like if Ben had King 10 suited, I think he's in here. If he has a suited ace, he might even come in here. But with King 9 suited, it can come 10 Jack Queen and you're just dead to Ace King. So I think he probably folds and doesn't want to put in a quarter of his remaining stack right now.
It is fascinating, though. There's already 32,000 in the middle. We're playing 300, 500, by the way. This pot is growing extremely quickly, and now we're on to Elias in the small line with Ace-Jack.
And Elias just moves all in.
I
mean, look, he's got a really under-repped hand here in the small blind, but this is not a hand that wants to go multi-way.
All right, so Anton Wigg finds himself 3 customers, which is 3 more than he was hoping for.
Yeah, if you're Wigg, you hate this spot. Like, you hate it. You're hoping for, even if you flop an ace here, you probably don't even feel comfortable about it.
And here comes Queen 5 deuce. Wilkes flopping best here. And is Wigg just an instant give up mode, or are there certain textures that we can still attack?
I think you're in instant give up mode, honestly. Unless you get like the ace-8 flop or some ace-high really advantageous range boards for you, I think you just give up. And Wilkes is probably going to have the most interesting decision, as it's probably going to check to him. And you don't really love Queen Jack here with already 60 bigs in the middle. But maybe you start to bet small here, like an 8 to 10K size, and clear out some of these other equity holdings. We see Wigg with still 10%. He can hit an ace.
But it's 12,500.
12-5 is the bet from Wilkes.
Yeah, I just think you just, even with 10s, you just kind of like let it go. What else can you do here? You have 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio if you do call. Your opponent has a really tight range. Wilkes is just going to win this big pot unless Afriat just goes bananas. But I guess that's been his MO so far today, so let's see. These guys have been battling.
And of course, Afriat only lost 1 small pot to Wilkes, but from that point forward, it's personal.
And the one thing Afriat has going for him is he has some added equity here. He can turn a 3, he can turn a 4, he can obviously hit a 6. But again, it's mostly just a fold.
Wilkes should call the clock on him.
That would be hilarious.
Every single hand is just a theater show.
Yeah, he's showing 6s.
What is he expecting to sort of gain or I guess...
You can see it. You just get a penalty.
Get satisfaction from by showing 6s. 6s on that board mean nothing.
Well, you do that because you hope your opponent turns his hand over. You're trying to get the information.
Right. Yeah, if your opponent's bluffing, then you're good, right? If your opponent has something like ace, jack, jack 10, whatever.
Quick reminder here, once again, to head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Beat the best and crush the rest. Try it out for free and save 10% on your first purchase over at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. It is the #1 way to study poker to become the best. It's been one heck of a day already. And there is the Dolphin trainer out in the field, Jonathan Jaffe.
Wow, he's got piles. Oh my God,
That's
300K.
Oh
What? This is not the guy you want to have 300K at your table 6 hours into the day or whatever we are. 8 hours into play today. Holy crap.
That is insane. Chaffee, the man that once wrote on his bio sheet that he is a professional dolphin trainer and it has stuck ever since. He, of course, a high-stakes crusher for a very long time. And with 300K, he's basically geared up for day 5 of this tournament.
He does have a good neighbor, but it's not you.
I mean, they've put out some really great content on GTO Lab, and really interesting getting all these like high stakes perceptions and opinions and stuff like that. But yeah, that guy with 300K right now, 600 big blinds.
How do you get 300K?
Like, obviously, you're going to be doing some run good. You're going to cooler some people. You're going to have some aces versus kings or whatever. And then maybe there is some sickness happening where you're just bluffing people off some hands in big pots too. But I would say anyone that's got a lot of chips right now is pretty lucky.
You know who else has 300K? Grinder.
Grinder.
Day 1B.
I did see that.
This is just a sick puppy.
He is.
I would pay a lot lot of money to have us do, Remco knows, a Winamax style video of every hand. He plays every effing hand. I mean, it's outrageous. You guys know how he literally plays every hand.
Yeah, he does.
Just
especially day one.
A separate live stream of just Grinder.
That would be awesome.
He's in every single hand.
Yeah.
It's the most outrageous stuff you've ever seen.
And he's riding high off winning the PPC for the 4th time.
Yeah, he probably thinks he can do no wrong out there.
Yeah, that's just look, momentum is real. Winners envy or winners intimidation or anything, that energy just carries with you and it boils over, and yeah. Sick.
I like the sound here.
Shout out to the people in the chat on YouTube as we go on over to that 2,500 final table. Mr. Kerry Katz, El Jefe, vying for his first WSOP bracelet. I believe he's been playing the WSOP since 2005. Has had plenty of chances, but now one of the biggest stacks in this event.
Should we go out there and like bring the American flag to compete with these other flags?
How big is that Brazilian flag? How big is that flag? That's insane.
That Brazilian flag has been here multiple times on the rail in the summer. It is so big.
And it has playing cards on there as well.
It covers a whole section of the bleachers in the main feature table.
Doesn't this guy look like Scott Summers, Cyclops from X-Men?
Wow, that's a deep cut.
Yeah, he had to wear the glasses so he couldn't shoot everyone with his laser beam. I don't know, like maybe he retired from X-Men and now he's a poker pro.
PokerGO founder Kerry Katz.
Well, if anyone has the means to put laser beams in their eyes, it's probably that guy right there, Kerry Katz.
Also, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone more passionate about the game of poker. A bracelet would look well on his wrist.
No one wants to win a bracelet more than Kerry Katz, and no one will be more gutted if he ends up getting that close and losing. Like he cares so much about winning one of these things. It's unbelievable.
To make the final table of that tournament, these tournaments have such huge fields. I mean, how many players played that? Does anyone know? I could look, of course.
I'll say
I have it right
it's
here.
always one of the highlights of the main. For me, at least, to catch up with Woody, the realtor. You're back, baby. What's it like to be back?
Well, for one, I'm flattered because I could quiz you.
The camera's right there, so we don't really do back
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
So this guy, he's a big rock star.
Yeah, Santosh.
This redheaded bearded guy, he's a rock star.
Joe McKeon.
Guy in the purple, he knocked me out 2 years ago. He's super
Cliff
nice.
Joseph. Yeah, great guy. He's a little nicer than McKeon.
And you talked to me.
And I
so that's kind of cool.
You out of the group. It's so great. Oh, dear. Oh,
it's a big bear hug.
I almost had a heart
We're from
attack.
Missouri, so we do lots of loving.
You do lots of loving. It's great
Someday
to have
I'll
you.
have some money. So
now I have to make sure to catch you on the day ones.
I won't say a name, but a certain
cameras
seat is learning at the World Series of Poker. This is a true story.
And that certain seat.
And I've given him almost all my money.
Let me tell you a little bit.
We're in lockdown.
Let me tell you a little bit about that someone in seat 2. I think he's familiar.
Wrong?
I think he's familiar with the game of poker. That's all I'll say.
Then he is playing us for a fiddle. He is playing us for a fiddle. Seat 3 is good.
All I said was seat 2 is familiar with poker. I didn't say
you
he was
be
like.
kidding me. All right.
That
I
he
apologize.
plays a lot.
I am a wreck nobody that keeps dreaming and wasting money, but you only live once, right? YOLO.
That's right. That's right.
My mom went to heaven, so she bought this
okay.
this entry, so that's kind of cool.
Okay.
So
Love that. We'll do it for her, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Trying.
Don't have
I
to do it
appreciate you coming
now,
over.
but I just want to know if you make day.
Big wigs, and you talk to me.
Of course.
High five.
Yeah, you got it.
I love
Day
you.
4, I get a cartwheel if you make day 4.
Day 2. If I can make day 2.
Cartwheel's coming day 2 from Woody. You're the man.
Woody the Realtor in the house. The main event, man. There's nothing better than the main event.
This tournament is out of control.
Today's out of control. We got Lamb versus Elias going at it. Elias with the goods, Lamb with the draw.
Yeah, interesting to see Ben Lamb. He's kind of playing wide ranges still, right? He's second position. He's raising 8-6 suited. It's okay, but when your stack starts to get it shallower, I'd rather see him tighten it up a bit. But anyway, he's going to go for a double barrel here against Elias. It's not going to work. He's in desperate need of a club. That's not the 9 of clubs or the 4 of clubs. Now, I don't know. There is a world where he could get Elias to fold this hand too. I mean, he's supposed to have the ace 10s and the ace jacks and the ace queens and the ace kings in his range. But Bink, hey.
Diamonds come home for Lamb, who's got a little over pot size left. Do we go full polarize and just stick it in here?
It's an option. It's definitely an option, Remco. You kind of know your opponent has an ace. Now they could be keeping you a little extra honest here with like a king queen suited, a king jack suited. There is a world where they do have some better flushes, but yeah, if you're Ben here, you're pretty ecstatic to make a qualifying hand to wager more chips.
While this hand is ongoing, let me remind you that the next Play Poker Go free roll kicks off in just about 10 minutes. Donnie and I have a little friendly wager on who's going to perform better in the free rolls tonight.
What's your top finish?
188th.
Oh, I got 161 on the last
God.
one. So I'm ahead.
So if you're watching this right now, you can play on playpokergo.com from anywhere in the world. It is free to play. Come join us. The free roll kicks off in 10 minutes. We'd love to have you in there.
And look at Ben's choice of size here. He goes about half pot. I think it's pretty reasonable. Elias is getting a good price, but he's going to ask himself, is Ben really bluffing here? So let's see what he comes to. Because, I mean, this isn't a slam dunk spot. If you think Ben's bluffing, then it's an easy call. If you just don't think he's going to bluff this run out, and he either has a better ace or he made a flush, then you can find a fold here and save 7,700.
The wave is going around inside the horseshoe if the sound is any indication.
Look, I see some people in chat saying you got to call. You really don't have to call here. Like, Ben is not going to have a whole lot of worse stuff to be value betting, and he's not going to have a whole lot of stuff to be bluffing with here. Like, he's really got to turn like queen jack with a diamond into a bluff. He's got to turn some bottom of range hands like pocket sixes, pocket sevens maybe, pocket threes if he somehow has that in his range into a bluff. Just some bottom of range like 7-8 of hearts or something. So like, he has a lot of better ace X. He has some diamonds that got there. So there's an option to fold here a lot. There's an option to fold here.
Instead, Elias is going to toss in the call, and Ben Lamb is going to chip up nicely after having rivered his flush in this clash of titans at our main feature table. Once again, reminder to those asking, it is called the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. 175 registered right now. Let's get the number up to 400, ladies and gentlemen. Join
Elias
us.
was up to 115,000 when he busted George Holmes, and now he's gone the complete other direction.
He's been folding kings and stuff.
Well, he correctly folded kings.
Yeah, I know, but he had to. He had no choice.
Look, as long as you got a seat,
Right.
doesn't matter your stack. I know you want to have chips. I know everyone wants to be Jonathan Jaffe or the grinder and have 300K. But as long as you're in,
Right.
that's all that needs to be on your mind. Nothing else should matter.
Tomorrow, Tristan, you're coming into the day with like 115K, give or take. If you bag 115K at the end of day 2, you'll be totally fine.
I'll be okay with that.
Right.
I don't care.
Right.
If I bag 40K, I'll be okay with that. No lie.
Yeah.
It will be, 20 bigs going into day 3? I don't care. I'm okay with it.
You can max late reg with what, 50 bigs, I think?
I think so.
Yeah. You get
Yeah, why didn't you do that?
Because I felt like wanting to rip my hair out on day 1. What? Let me spend my 12 hours. I want to spend my 12 hours, okay?
Oh, man. Back to the secondary table.
That's why you're here.
Oh, Kunix talking to his son. In case you missed it, I will not repeat what he said. Look at.
They look like a father-son
Yeah.
duo that like hits the club together.
I was going to say, they definitely went drinking last night.
Yeah, he's like, hurry up, Dad, let's go. Rhino's calling.
For sure, Sean Kunix would take his son to the Rhino. I believe that right away.
So look, in that last hand, I'm see some of the chat talking about pot odds, right? You have to call 7K to win like 30K. It was something like that. So like, yeah, if he's bluffing, whatever. If he has worse for value, it's an easy call, yeah, whatever. But I'm just saying, if you find a spot where you just don't think someone's bluffing, and they're only leaning towards value betting,
Actually,
the
my
pot odds
friends
don't
are-
matter
they're
that much. It
railing
just
me every
matters
day.
like
They
what's
said
up
you're
in
the
that
best folder
situation.
they've ever seen.
So,
I'm like, I
yeah,
really-
that was just a really tricky spot. Darren elected to call. Maybe he thought some of the same things you guys are thinking, like, oh, what if Ben value betting worse
Yeah, I
ace
mean it. I've never
or
seen anything like
bluffing.
it.
But I just think those spots are a little trickier than meets the eye.
I don't give up nothing. I don't give up.
Yeah.
And I'm
This
talking
heat's
over this
making me
hand because I
crazy.
think there's not much happening here. This king queen's hitting the monk.
We want to know what Sean Kunix is laughing about.
Holy shit.
Oh, wait, he's actually just always laughing.
Well,
Yeah.
I would expect that he's the youngest guy.
All right, another reminder here. The EPT has 3 more stops this year. Barcelona, Malta, and Prague. Scan the QR code on your screen to find out more or look in the PokerStars Live app. 3 of my favorite stops that I've been fortunate enough to cover over the years. Barcelona, right on the beach. Malta, you're always right on the beach. And Prague for some December snacks.
Do we know who that was, or we're just zooming in on like a nice fashionable outfit? Street Fighter shirt, nice hat.
You put me on the spot. I do not know who that is.
Okay, no
But
problem.
maybe the person in production who filmed that knows. Very possible.
Yeah.
Just curious, Rick.
No, it's
always like to
a
put you on the spot.
legit question. Brandon says to the commentators, there's only 264 registered, not 400. No, what I said was, let's
Tell
get
the
that
truth,
number up
too.
to 400.
No more lying.
5 minutes
or
left.
anything. I hate it.
To register for the free roll. Donnie and I are in there. PlayPokerGo.com, don't miss out. And we have big hands again.
Who plays at this table to earn? You ready? I'm going to go around the table. You ready?
You have to guess.
No?
Here we go. Jared Bleznick guessing who earns money while playing poker.
27.
He goes no right away.
I'm good at this. So the here's the thing. It's based on their income being poker, right?
Yeah, great.
So no, yes, no, 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 yes, no, no.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
No. Not for me, no.
What? Jared's
Are you a professional?
a billionaire from the sports card market. He's
Okay,
not
so
making
was
any
I
money
wrong
with
about
poker.
anyone
He's
here?
sports
Are you a pro?
cards, baby.
You know you're not a pro. Are you a pro? I got it all right.
I technically work.
Are you a pro or no?
I technically work,
But
but
you-
I earn more money playing poker.
Okay, I got the whole table right. Because he makes a shitload of money doing other stuff. I got the whole table right.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Of course you did.
That's
Blaze.
pretty
You got
impressive.
It,
I
bud.
got the whole table right.
Good breed of character, I guess.
Yeah.
The question would be way
But
funnier
that's
I
what
like
makes this
being on
tournament.
TV though.
if it was.
That's what
I,
makes
that's
this
what I thought it
tournament
was.
so great, though.
If Bless
I'm
thinks
playing
that person is
100K
profitable in this
buy-in
tournament,
tournaments, right? And I'm playing with
No,
9 pros.
no.
And 50K buys. I'm playing with all pros.
He'd say no to everybody.
Yeah.
Which, for the record, I'd rather play with pros. I don't really want to play with you guys because I have no idea what the hell you're doing. But I'd rather play with the Ike Axtons of the world and the Chidwicks. I'd rather play with them. But this is what makes this event so great. It's just a bunch of guys that pony up 10K, and it's a life-changing event. And someone here at the final table, if someone here at this table will go to day 5, someone will go to one of us.
Now
Will,
that's nuts.
one of
You
us
wanna
will
get
make
nuts?
day 5. It might be you. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll tell you this: if you make the top 50, I'll be on your rail.
That's worth it for me then. Now.
I'll be on your rail.
Yep.
If you're in the top 50, you make day 8, I'll be on your rail.
Hey, top. Oh, that's day 8.
That's probably day 8.
Shit.
If you're here for 8 days, good luck.
Yeah, I'm too tired.
I'll sit there with your son and.
Hey, these guys are having fun.
This is great. This is the real main event vibe.
Raise 5,000.
Okay, we got some interesting developments here.
What's this?
Dylan.
Kunix
many
raised with a
chips?
10-8 suited under the gun. Got called by
He's a
the
nice
ace-queen
guy.
offsuit, middle position, the 2 5s, and then
I mean,
the small
just the
blind goes
education
for
he
a 3
gave,
bet.
you know. I know that's not your style, but
Well, education he's going to use against us too.
yeah,
Right?
Call.
Tell you how he feels or how he's right?
yeah.
All right, 3 reactions,
I
70K
mean,
in the middle.
it's genuine. Like it's not like
Serious
it's not
fun.
like he's sitting here, you know.
Yeah.
Jack
baby.
10-5.
This is a big flop for everybody,
Yeah,
Remco.
Romain with a set. Pair for
Right.
Kunix and Gould open-ended on the high side.
Yeah, look, I thought Kunix was going to be excited to continue here just because he got a piece, which he should be concerned playing 3-bet pots without any added equity. There's no spades present. But now with bottom set, this is usually a spot you want to raise.
Raise 21,000.
All right, here we go. 21K from Romain. Obviously, flush and straight draws
Trying to do a cross,
presence.
but he
You
doesn't
cannot afford to slow down here.
You can't. And this pot's already big. So 21K, yes. And Gould now, this is kind of the problem when you c-bet this Jack 10-5 2-heart board with an open-ended straight. What do you do when you get raised? You might have wanted to just check it without a heart in your hand. And he's eyeing his stack like, damn, what am I supposed to do now?
And does decide to let it go. Kunix spending quite a bit of chips there only to get stranded on the flop. That is unfortunate. Lots of life in this room tonight. Lots of sound. We got some other final tables going on. We got some lively tables on our stream. It's been a good night of poker, and Thornhill now all in with Ace-Jack up against Darren Elias.
it's a good fold.
Ace-Jack at risk for the tournament life.
I'll go for the all-in.
Yeah. This is a big one. Here comes the flop. 10-7-6. Thornhill looking for a jack and a jack only to survive. His main event dream about to end here versus the 4-time World Poker Tour champ. 8 on the turn. Okay.
You always knew it was going to be an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
Like,
A few more outs here.
gotta be
Jack or a 9. Thornhill,
I don't
song
know
and
anymore.
dance. You got to stand up, grab the backpack if you have one. River card, deuce of hearts is not going to do it. Robert Thornhill on his way out the door.
It just sucks busting a tournament. Like any tournament, it sucks obviously busting the main event, but as soon as you bust the tournament, you're just like dust in the wind. You know, everyone says goodbye or whatever, but nobody remembers you. You're just a lost. You're an empty soul. You're wandering Vegas now. Like, it just hurts. It hurts.
Little close-up there of the exclusive Nikes that Thornhill was wearing. I'm told these
That's
cost
Thornhill?
These cost $11,000.
What? Those are sick. Those are sick.
You a sneaker guy?
I am a sneaker guy, but I do not identify what those sneakers are. Obviously, there's some Nikes, but
Production is telling me they cost $11,000.
Holy crap!
Well, if you walk on them, they crease, and then they're worth nothing.
Look, you don't buy nice stuff to just keep it on a shelf usually.
I see these stores with shoes wrapped in plastic.
True.
Like, what the hell is that?
There's a market for that. Just like there's a market for sports cards, as we see Blez, there's a market for shoes.
Right. What are the most expensive sneakers you own?
I probably have a pair of $400, $500 Nikes.
Nice.
Yeah.
You wear them though?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right
these
now?
shoes were like $350.
Oh, but yeah, but
we can't talk about what these shoes are.
You can't wear those anymore.
Yeah, I'm not
those
allowed
have
to
been
talk about
canceled.
those.
Those have been canceled. I'm sorry. I once bought a pair of Kobe's. I used to be more into sneakers than I am now. Bought a pair of Kobe's. There were some special edition whatever, but like you said, you buy these things to wear them. So I wore them all the time. And then years later, I'm wearing them and they're like pretty run down. I run into someone and they go, "Oh, these are those Kobe's? Man, if you'd kept those nice, they would have been worth like $5,000 by now." And apparently I bought some special, unique whatever. But yeah, they are pretty worn down right now.
You can still sell those, actually.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see secondhand shoes being sold like that. They might not go for $5,000, but maybe you get $500 and get your money back.
All right, so my boy Roy immediately in the chat hitting me up because he's the sneaker guy. He says they're the Nike SB Reverse Skunks going for $12K.
Oh, wow.
On the internet.
Yeah, well, they only made, 420 of them, right? That's what they had on the mark.
Here we
for
go.
The guy's
Oh,
shoes.
they're number 2.
Those are sick.
Little look into the field here. Beat the best, crush the rest. GTOwizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free. Save 10% on your first purchase. Go ahead there right now. Work on your game. Get ready for the next main event, or maybe for your local home game. GTOwizard.com/PokerGo. Man, I'm feeling sort of blessed that I don't know about these $11,000 sneakers. Nobody has to get into that.
It's also, that's what they're trying to sell for. If
Right.
you look at you can also look at what they sold for in the past, I think, somewhere.
Imagine being so happy that you have to go and write a Google review that you got laid. Good
Yeah, just get them in a smaller size. They're half the price.
There you go.
Now I need to find out what my shoes are called that I have at home, just to see what they're worth.
Maybe they're like the Kobe's or something. Kobe does have actually a lot of different variations that they never put out again.
Right.
So that's what makes them rare, basically.
Karaoke Thursdays.
And look at this. We got Ace Queen versus Ace King suited. And here in the big blind, some people might say, hey, you got Ace King suited, you could trap. You could, since it's a heads-up pot.
Where?
Zion. But you typically want to just start raising these really good hands.
Oh, Zion.
Because you want to start building the pot. And if you're not doing it with Ace King suited, then what are you doing it with?
It looks like
seen pictures.
The scene from Lion King.
Yeah.
So we do see a
6K.
I've been twice.
Did Ben Lamb,
Did you go recently?
Las Vegas resident, just admit to having never been to Zion?
Yeah, last year and no, not last year. The year before that, and then the year before that.
They don't have golf courses in Zion, Remco.
There's no gambling. There's no casinos there.
Yeah, they have this place called Angel's
And what a great
Landing,
fold by
which is
Ace Queen. Usually you would maybe want to just see a flop in position with Ace Queen, but he
like a day
knows
trick,
he's beaten,
so
lets it go.
Not too hard.
I'm glad I snatched him quick.
Thank you.
All right, if you're just tuning in, we are here until the night is done. Day 1D, the last starting flight of the main event. Gets a little more serious every day. Tomorrow, day 2.
Yeah.
I heard you have a terrible table tomorrow.
Apparently, that's what Donnie's saying. I did know 3 or 4 people.
I believe he said Eugene Kachalov,
Charlie Hook,
Antonio Buonanno.
I don't know who that is, but maybe I do when I see him. McAfee, something?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Kevin McPhee.
Oh, Kevin McPhee, yeah.
Ray, 16.
I'm a Luxac.
Yep. Played with him a lot.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The The other I'm a luck sack, Dylan Lindy being the other one.
I'll be all right, hopefully.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
You win.
If you're in the chat with us, please do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel. It helps us a lot as we, once again, look inside the room. This must mean
All
Jeff
right, I had a
Fresh
couple
found
different
someone.
questions for Dylan Wiseman, but with Blez walking up, what were you and Blez talking about? Like some kind of last longer?
The gentleman wants to cross-book me in every tournament we play together, and I've learned a valuable lesson, is that he plays terrible if he's not cross-booking me. But if he's cross-booking me, there's enough hate in his heart that he plays really well, no matter how small it is. And so for the field, I decided not to cross-book him.
Got it. So it would lock him in, and it'd be trouble for the rest of the main.
I mean, yes and. Like, it's either going to be trouble for the main or he'll die in a blaze of glory as Blez does.
I'm tired of calling you a PLO specialist because I think your no-limit hold'em game is... Go ahead. No problem. Just an interview. I think your no-limit hold'em game has really stepped up a lot over the last couple years. Is that fair to say? And if so, what was the work like that went into it?
Ooh, that's a good question. Two Card's a hard game, and I'm very fortunate that I work with a group of people that could kind of bring me up to not necessarily their level, but the level that it takes to compete in some of the higher buy-in tournaments. A little bit of trade of information goes on there, let's say. But yeah, it's hard. Two Card's a hard game. Everyone studies really hard. And so I think that my biggest edge still comes from how I play poker, essentially like being at the table, being present, picking up on things, and then making sure that my technical aptitude is high enough to compete with the best.
A lot to pick up on here. I'll send you back to the action. Appreciate the time. Thanks, Dylan. Guys.
Can we make sure Jeff Platt doesn't chase that floor man and punch him in the face? Jeff seemed very tilted with that gentleman walking through the scene, rightly so. A little spatial awareness at times comes in handy. Shout out, by the way, Jeff Platt doing a great job out on the floor. Dylan Wiseman calling it a 2-card. Pot limit Omaha, of course.
Yeah, if you always play PLO, right? You got to have some comment. No, it's just a comment. It's two cards.
It's almost with disdain, you know. Oh, it's just 2 cards.
It's just 2 cards.
I'm used to 4, you know.
Yeah.
2. I'm lowering myself to your level.
You know, everyone studies the 2-card game, so I'm trying to match their output here.
Wiseman, probably one of the smartest, most dialed-in players.
I mean, I cannot believe just how good he is and how successful he's been.
Right.
Just running deep and winning so many PLO events in the last couple of years. It's been amazing. It's unreal. I know he made a deep run in some recent PLO event. It was a huge
every PLO event. Unstoppable.
You just think some people are going to get hot, and then some people are going to have some lulls and be cold. And no, some people are just like win everything like a Jesse Launis.
All right, Darren Elias flopping top pair here with Queen Jack up against Hobold. Arriving on the turn here, 14K in the middle. This table has been so active. So many big hands have been dealt already.
When you got a lot of good players at a table, this is what's going to happen. Like, if I have a good hand and someone else has a good hand, like, we're just going to get in the mix. And that's what we're seeing here from these players. They're just getting after it. There's just, when good players are at a table, there's just...
You need a player.
Like, you just have to fight. You have to fight for every chip.
You need a player.
Hobold might have an idea of continuing to kind of use... Nope. He's going to just check. It makes sense.
Ace of spades on the river. Elias gets the check mark.
You hate this run out if you're Elias. You like the flop. You hate the turn and river. And if you're Hobold, you could even consider you're kind of towards the bottom of your range if check to here. So you might want to turn this hand into a bluff. Now, it is obvious enough hand to get to showdown with. You do beat a 7. You do beat 9-10. You lose to Queen 10. You lose to Queen Jack. But, you know, you might want to turn this into a bluff here.
Hobold, a Brazilian poker pro.
And the good thing about having this hand is you block the 2 pairs, you block the straight. Now, obviously, you could say, well, Tristan, if we had the straight Jack 10, we would have bet the turn. Yeah, it makes sense, but you're basically trying to get a queen to fold, maybe a king to fold if you bet this river.
He does decide to fire here. And this is very uncomfortable for Elias.
Yeah, really bad run out. But Elias now has all those same things working in his favor, Remco. He blocks the 2 pairs. He blocks a straight. So if he wanted to pull the trigger, he could re-pull the trigger here.
Oh, so do you like raise more than call?
I do like raise more than call here. Now, he was the initial raiser, I believe, unless this was a 3-bet pot and we saw these guys play, which it could have been a 3-bet pot. Jack 9 suited does like to be aggressive in these positions. So I imagine that's how we got 14K in the middle. It was a raise, a 3-bet. Darren called, Darren check called 2.2K or whatever it was. It goes check, check. But, same shoes. If you're in Darren's boat, if your opponent has queens or kings, they would keep betting the turn. But, okay, Darren just lets it go. So, yeah, that must have been a 3-bet pot. So, yeah, we got some GTO played. What's he repping? Someone asks in chat. Well, he can have ace-queen there. He can have ace-jack, ace-10 even, pocket aces. If it's a 3-bet pot where they bet the flop, the turn goes check, check. That's kind of the stuff we're looking at. Ace-king can be in the range too there.
All right, the vibe's still going strong here at the main event. A little reminder that you can play fun and free online poker over at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. As we speak, I'm in the mix. I'm in the free roll. So is Donnie. Donnie and I have a little $20 last longer just for fun. We're playing all night, every night on the half hour, the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. Thanks all so much for playing. Thanks for being with us. It's a lot of fun, make it interactive. A little bit of play while you watch. And again, with the hands, it just doesn't stop here at this table.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Ben Lamb opening under the gun, King Jack suited, get flat by Ace 10 suited.
This flop to be expected when the high cards have all been distributed already?
Yeah. Eric Afriat, King 9 off on the button, pretty loose. But he might actually find a way to win this with the worst of it.
Look at this. So
Ivanov with maybe a
24?
decision here. Yep, he's going to keep him honest. He does have the gut shot draw.
Now, if you're Afriat here, is this the type of texture you want to continue multiple streets on, or is it like one stab and then let's just back off here?
No, I think he's going for a Remco, especially with the King of Spades in his hand. But did he check fast? He checked fast. And now this gives Ace-10 a clear path to victory because you have a clear bluff catcher. You're never value betting your hand in this spot, but you are checking probably. Excuse me. We just see a block bet incoming. So I was going to say you're never value betting unless you do something like this.
Wow.
But
800?
And he gets called by worse.
Wow.
Wow. The block bet works and gets called by a king high there. I would have never expected the river to go like that. But that's why you block bet. Look, that's why block betting is such a great thing in No Limit Hold'em.
Like, what was Afriat supposed to raise there?
I think Afriat's just supposed to bet the turn, to be honest.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think your king high has a whole lot of value. You have to beat like some 6-7 and 7-8 and some really bad hands, but your opponent's gonna have like pairs and ace highs. So yeah, that's
thank you.
Unexpected.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good.
All right, we got a new player joining us on the feature table. Kyle Hoffner in seat 5. We'll get acquainted with Mr. Eric Afriat probably soon enough.
Now, the one thing I will say, that bet, you can just call and say, hey, look, I'm just going to get info. I don't care. I know I'm going to lose.
Yep.
Let me just see what you're doing this with.
All right, swinging back on over to our horseshoe table. I'm told there's a bit of a hand in play here. And look at this. Bleznick makes it 5,200 with pocket aces. after Loquet made it 1100. Kunix with the 7-6 suited made it 2600. Back on Loquet now. Loquet with a stare down here. He's been on the receiving end of some Bleznick aggression for most of the day.
Yeah, but it's a 3-bet from a really short stack, and now a 4-bet squeezed out of that. Like, this is really hard to navigate, because if you call, then the short stack goes all in. Bleznick can reopen the action. So what's he gonna do here?
Oh, that's a lot
Coming
more.
with a 5-bet. And Bleznick is loving life right now.
16-6 from Loquet. Bleznick with aces.
So 2 things you want to consider here. You're out of position.
How much?
And you're very deep stacked. Like, you could trap with aces. If they both had 50K, I'd say, yeah, trap with aces. You know, the SPR is really low. But if you call here, there's going to be 35K in the middle or whatever it is, and we each have like 100K.
They're chewing us recreational
You still could trap.
players away.
But I feel like you mostly are going to put in a 6-bet.
I'm going back to my day job.
A small 6-bet because you're
Not
out
for
of
another
position.
week,
That's
probably.
really the number one indicator here on top of stack depth.
Wow, what a hand developing here. French pro in seat number 2, trying to get after Jared Bleznick, who is reaching. And he makes it 38,000, comes right back over the top. If I had some sort of soundboard, I would press the 6-bet alarm, which
we need a soundboard.
We do.
That would be so awesome.
Jared Bleznick finds ace at the right time, and let it be known, Bleznick has been all over the place all day. He's been very aggressive. Right now might be the moment where this pays off.
Has he been aggressive pre-flop or has it been post-flop?
It's been everything, really. It's
Okay.
really been everything. And what I find fascinating is whatever Loquet's going to do, things that are probably crossing his mind include something like, is Jared Bleznick messing with me because we're on TV? That is for sure a factor here.
Look, if there's a soundboard in Loquet's mind, it should be saying, get the hell out of Dodge right now,
I'm
because
still okay.
there's just not that many 6-bet bluffs happening at this stage of the main event. But
Oh.
look, we're going to see a flop, I think.
We are going to see a flop, a 6-bet and a call, 80K in the middle. That's more than a starting stack, ladies and gentlemen.
And well played so far by Blez. Like I said, you want to build this SPR. You want to reduce it. Look, we have 80 in the middle and 90 back.
Oh, 9 in the window.
Oh, my God. This
Oh,
is
no.
disaster. This is all over for Jared Bleznick, unless he hits an ace.
Top set for Jared Bleznick. 80K in the middle. He's got a little over pot size left behind. 6-bet pre-flop.
You never expect your opponent to have 9s, 3s, or 4s in this spot. So he's just going to come with a small bet, hoping to stack jacks, queens, kings.
Oh, my
This
God.
is ridiculous and so unlucky.
30,000 is the bet. Action now on Loquet, who has been locking eyes with Bleznick for what feels like 5 minutes now, just staring him down continuously.
And you have the nuts. You do nothing but call here if you're 2 9s.
Where's Martin Cabral, Donnie?
This is the most outrageous hand I've seen.
Not
also.
like this.
This is so brutal. I feel so bad for Jared right now. Now, granted, he could still hit a deuce and a 5 to make it straight. He could still hit an ace. But, I mean, Loquet should just call with the nuts. Sure, you're a little scared of any overcard, but Jared either has like a hand like ace-king or some bluffs, which I don't imagine there are many, or aces or kings.
Insane scenes here as Loquet makes the call, so play will continue. Bleznick only 63K left, 140 in the middle.
Oh,
quads!
No way. No way is this real.
And he moves all in.
And he's going to get snapped, and he's never going to know that his opponent has quads.
Oh, my God. Loquet with quads is going to send Jared Bleznick to the rail.
That's so unfortunate.
Quads.
That's insane.
What a disgusting hand.
Yeah, against aces.
He set him up. He really set him up. He got 6 bets in with aces versus 9s.
I cannot believe what we are seeing.
Damn.
Bleznick with a 6-bet pre-flop.
Good luck, guys.
He's just speechless. He can't believe it. I'm with him. What the heck?
Oh, my God.
Guys, there are 535 big blinds in that pot.
I mean, we're gonna have to learn more about Loquet because he's gonna make a deep run in this tournament. He's got an absolute monster stack, and
what the hell just happened?
That's ridiculous. That is insane. And look, that's just Blez using his image, and he got someone to dust it away.
Honestly, it made my
I mean,
day.
Loquet probably
Spending time
feeling
with
a
you,
little
being able
bit
to come up here.
uncomfortable right now because this is one of those spots that almost never happens.
This is the main event. That's
Well,
exactly
on your
right.
way out, I mean, that was a sick one. How do you describe what runs through your mind after seeing that?
Pretty disappointing, but you know the way I play tournament poker, I want to get a lot of chips early. I mean that was just probably the sickest beat I've taken all summer.
Yeah.
But I had I enjoyed the table. It was a lot of fun, and I'd rather have that happen today than have 4 days
Look
in.
at it.
Yeah.
And perhaps some poker commentary in your future if we're lucky enough to have you.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully, I think I need a day off or so, but hopefully.
Okay.
But I really enjoyed playing this. Like I said, it's the greatest tournament in the world.
And I genuinely think that they enjoyed playing with you as well. Yeah, nods from the table. Appreciate the time as always. We'll see you at the next one.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Wes. Guys.
I feel sick to my stomach for Jared Bleznick. That is unreal.
That's just so brutal. That is so brutal. You basically think you've got the pot won, honestly. The 9-4-3 rainbow flop, your opponent's never supposed to connect with that. And you just shove in, drawing dead to quads.
Unbelievable.
28.
Loquet.
I'm sorry for all the bad things I was saying about Blez earlier, needling him. That's so brutal. But yeah, true class act there. A true good guy. I mean, he took it on the chin as well as you could there. That's just, man.
Roman Loquet goes by the name of Risk. He took that risk with nines, and it paid off in the most insane way.
He got 40K in pre-flop at the 500 big blind level with 2 nines to suck out on aces. That is so insane of a hand.
Shove right into quads.
What do you have?
6, 7 of diamonds.
Back to this table of crushers.
I mean, I'm stunned.
Two ace highs going to the river. Eric Afriat with the nut diamond draw. It whiffs. So board that favors the big blind. And Elias with one of the highest card holdings he's going to have here.
I mean, just to sort of celebrate Blez. F in the chat for Bleznick. What a guy.
I want to go home. I mean, what the hell?
Donnie, that could have happened to you yesterday.
Yeah, it could have happened, but I mean, Jesus Lord. Hey, listen, I probably would have put my head through a wall. So the fact that Blez stood there.
And Jeff was right there to just catch him right away.
With class, said the nice things. I'm sure he wanted to say other things. You know, I mean, we've been there. I mean, jeez, Lord. God.
We got Bronny Van Exel with a little dono here for $2 saying, is shoving aces preflop non-GTO? More or less.
Winners is World Glory.
Yes.
By the way. They search berries. That's all they're going to see. I make it
Bleznick's still processing. This is like a PTSD event. Like, if that happened to me, it would take me all night to process this.
I thought so too, and then I had
This is what happened. I needed 5,200. This is I needed 1,500. Gets back to the initial raiser. He re-raises me, I think. He re-raises me. Okay. Gets back to me.
I mean, it just happened 5 minutes ago, but I guess he's traumatized.
Pre-flop. Okay. For like 30,000 or something. He calls.
That's not a big re-raise. You made it 5, you re-raised like 14, you make it 30, that's it?
Blez, you played it great.
here's what happened. Guy made it 1,300. The next guy made it 26. I made it 52.
Okay.
Gets back to the initial raiser. He re-raises me.
So like what, 13?
Something like that.
Okay.
Whatever he made it. Gets back to me. I made it like 38,000.
Yeah, it was 16 to 38.
Pre-flop. Comes 3-4-9 range.
Okay.
Now, he has 9. Turns a 9. He makes quad 9. That's unavoidable, right? 9-3-4, right?
Did you cover? The one guy still had
Yeah.
cover.
I think I put in 38,000 pre-flop. And here I started
You just want to have all the chips out.
in terms of 9, like, this is a dream. That's great. I can't fold, right? But he has full show. That's great.
Just brutal. Jared, there's absolutely nothing you could do there, but that is just, it's so rough. That is
saying that's unavoidable. Right? I would have put 1,000,000 chips in on that board. Like what? He should never have 9s.
Yeah.
4s, 3s, any of that texture.
San Diego is the best.
Yeah.
But so hard to retire there. Everything's so expensive.
Anton Wigg flopping the nuts. Trying to get something out of Ben Lamb. It's probably
the
going to get
landlord
nothing.
wasn't renewing the lease, so I just sold everything, rented my house, moved up here.
Yeah, back to aces, not just going all in. If you can,
I got a
you
good
know,
job of,
induce
Washington
somebody to
And,
play
it's a big
weaker
company,
hands, or
and
if you
I'm
can get someone to
part
call you
owner.
with
The good
weaker
thing
hands,
is,
then aces is a very strong
no
holding. So
hassle.
you
I
don't just
just
try to
go in,
like.
do dentistry, and
Obviously, if
come
you
out.
can get all the money with aces pre-flop,
And
do
you
that.
don't do
Do
any
that for
regular
sure.
stuff.
But
You
if
don't
you
do
can
fillings, you don't do
massage the
regular
pot
crowns,
and
you
keep
don't do
weaker
root
hands
canal,
in,
you
then
don't
that's
do
the
any.
best play.
All we do is pull teeth.
It's a better play
put
to
bone graft,
make
put
more chips
implants.
from hands that
And once we do implants, we either
aces
snap a
dominate,
denture to it
basically.
or
I'll tell you
screw
who
a
might
bridge to
feel
it.
a little better
That's
right
it.
now.
Nothing else.
Soderstrom.
So,
Oh my God.
Because if this guy's doing this with 9s,
True.
I mean,
That's a very good point, Don.
you're like,
But you have to
okay,
have money.
the Kings aren't as bad, or that I don't
So
feel
most
as
of
bad
the money
about
comes
them,
from,
knowing this guy is going to
people
go
that can
kind of
afford
buck
it
wild
and
with
retire.
2 9s.
Right.
Had bad
Holy
teeth all
crap,
their
that's a
life.
really
waiting
good
for
point.
me, huh?
They decide to fix it.
So Soderstrom, if you're out there, heck, he could have had 9s
company.
against you.
Where are you from?
For all we know.
Colorado originally. Colorado. I've been
Yeah,
traveling
I just
around the
assume
last
not
couple
many
years,
people are
checking
just
out
going to
the US,
blast
so.
off a lot pre-flop, but it obviously
No, just like
we see it
got a sprinter van.
happen.
Traveling
I mean,
around.
what if the flop is like 7-4-3?
Yeah, he
I
goes
don't know what he's
broke, I
doing.
guess. I guess. Blez is, man,
I mean, Blez is looking for more people to talk to this hand about. He's just looking for a victim right now. Martin Finger over there. You probably listen.
I mean, Blez is like legit stunned.
this is what I talk. You're
Yeah,
dust.
yeah,
What did I say,
100%.
Repko? You're dust.
You
When
said
you
it.
bust the main event, you're dust. You're soulless. You don't know what to do. You walk around aimlessly.
And no one cares about you
Yeah,
anymore.
nobody cares about you anymore. The table laughs at your departure, and then someone new fills a seat, and they forget about you. You're you're gone in the wind.
You know what's going to happen? Blez is going to see someone in the hallway, and they're going to be like, I thought you had 135K. He's going to be like, I did.
You know,
And then I had
you
aces.
know what the worst is, Donnie? Oh, Koenig's all in, by the way. The worst is when you're walking down the hallway and someone says, are you on break?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm on a break for 17 days.
All right, Koenig's all in with ace-queen for 8K after who made it 1100 with king-queen and Gould called. Nice spot here for Koenig's.
I'm happy to see Koenig's get his money in good. He's been playing a little out of line, so it's nice to see him actually have a hand. Now, with as much as he's done, he's advertised really hard for himself so far. He did admit that he had 6-7 suited, 3-betting Laquette earlier. So king-queen could consider calling, just knowing what Koenig's image is, but that's a disciplined fold here, and we've seen who makes some really good folds. And now Gold might want to gamble.
So I had pocket aces and I raised. You know, that's just going to be over and over again.
Look, this is all a math equation. When you get to pre-flop spots and you're going to be able to realize all your equity with a 5-card runout, you calculate how much is in the pot after you call. So I have to put in 6.9K to win. The total of the pot would be about 17,000. So let's say 7 to win 17. What's the math on that?
fine.
For all my
One of the
poker
good
people
guys
out there,
wins,
7
it's
to win
fine.
17. We got
I'm
you
not
need
upset.
41.1% equity to make that a good call. And
It's a
we see
fair
Gold
race. What'd you
here
have?
with 42% equity. So this is mathematically profitable. And You would
Yeah, no,
obviously
I mean,
think
it
of a
ain't over
range of
yet.
hands. Could Kunix
Yeah.
just have pocket fives,
you.
which I'm 50-50 to? Or
Ace
could he
queen
have,
against king
you know,
10.
ace-7 suited or something? So whatever. This is all a math equation, and
At
we're
least
going to
it's
run this
one of
out.
us.
All right, Kunix did not pull out
Recreationals.
on this hand either. He's going to go for it.
You've been waiting. You've been holding that one in, huh?
I
He
have
put
to.
it in. He put it in.
He put it
here.
in and he kept it in. Kunix, tournament life on the line. 18K in the middle. Jack, 8. Pretty safe looking here. And look at that. Already some cards folded. Grayed out at the top of your screen. Gold looking for a king or a 10. Kunix on his way to a double up. Third Jack on board.
Chop outs. No. No.
Sean Kunix, the man who's loving life, sees a 7 on the river, doubles to 18K, and this is exactly when that 18,000 feels like 75K. It's like you're still a third starting stack, but you're alive, you're living, you're still part of the tournament. Oh, there we go.
Oh my God! Nobody's having more fun today than this guy.
No, absolutely not. Look at him.
Sean, I gotta ask. I mean, what's that feel like? You're all in. You're at risk at the World Series of
Son's
Poker Main
standing here
Event,
like
right?
that.
With your son on the rail. I mean, a nerve-wracking moment to say the least.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Just a little bit,
Yeah.
I would say. All right, what's it gonna take to keep spinning it up?
Oh, I'm very capable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've noticed that. I think we've noticed that. All right, we'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Keep it up,
yes,
all right?
and I respect you too. I've enjoyed watching
Oh,
you. We all
thank
have.
you. Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
I've watched
Thank
like 90 hours before I played this. So
That's
yeah,
all?
it doesn't show as much, but yeah, actually, you're going to change the curse that everyone talks about. I actually feel like here it goes. Seriously, I'm not joking around. Here it goes. Say hi to Sam, please.
Hey, Sam. Here it goes, Sam. Here it goes, Sean. Here it goes, guys. You heard my favorite interview of the day right here. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Hey, look at this last time. InspireHappiness.com. It's time to be good to people.
Yeah, I love that.
That's my site. Yep.
Love that, man.
Sean Kunix bringing that positivity to the room. God, we got so lucky with these tables. Say what you will, but this is what we need on day one. I love this.
This has been an outrageous day of poker.
I know. It's already 11 p.m., and we got here at 7, and it feels like it flew by.
It's been legit. The whole day has been a highlight reel.
Yes.
From start to finish.
Much love, too, to Jeff Platt there. Because, I mean, yeah, I'm sure he wishes he was playing this tournament. But he's bringing all the coverage around the floor. And he's amazing.
Not the same.
Should know better to go up against good karma guy.
You have good karma too. I'm pretty good sense of people. Yeah. Let's both run it back up. Yep. And this guy too.
There are 2 queens there. You had a queen. I had pocket queens. How's that possible?
Back to the table from hell.
Yeah, it really is a table from hell. Like, this could have been like the final table, right? These kind of players.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you have like 4 top MTT tournament players. You could even say 5.
Wait, who's the 5th? If you say Afriat, you're fired.
No comment. But no, like, this is just ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
I was in the blue area.
It's just one of those things where, you know, people like to say in the main, they're peacefully grinding, picking up
They
some
both hit
pots
and
left and
they
right,
take the
cruising
seat.
along.
So
At
yeah,
this
that was
table,
their
every
big-
single
yeah,
hand,
high
there's
card.
resistance. No hand won easily by anyone.
Yeah, here we see Ben Lamb open with 9-10 suited, rightfully so. Middle position, he gets flatted by 2 7s. Again, nothing else for 7s to do. Darren Elias here with the bottom of range for 3-bet bluffing, ace-10 off, big cards. And every player's coming to the flop. Elias with the range advantage. Ben Lamb flops the best hand, actually. But this is going to be really hard for Mr. Ben Lamb to navigate, given that Darren Elias has all the ace-kings, aces, queens, jacks in
80,
his range. This is
120,
not really the flop Ben wanted to see,
125.
squeezed out of position against 2 players. If there was a spade on board, he'd feel a lot more comfortable continuing, but let's see how he maneuvers.
And Lamb is going to make the call for 5K. And again, we're going to see Lamb versus Elias. I'm sure they've played heads up in many pots across various different buy-in levels over the past 2 decades. But day one of the main event, neither player probably happy to face the other, but here we are on the turn, 27K in the middle. Lamb with a pot size bet left behind. Elias.
I mean, you actually like this turn if you're Ben. And look at this. This is very interesting of a lead. I was going to say you like this turn if you're Lamb, because it kind of reduces the combos your opponent's going to have ace-king. This lead is really interesting because Darren Elias still has like queens and jacks and aces and ace-king in his range and king-queen. So I'm not sure what Ben's idea here is, right? If Ben did have trip kings, wouldn't he just check and want Elias to keep bluffing? So let's see how Darren reads this, because I don't think he's over this hand yet when faced by a very small bet with the way the ranges are supposed to look here. Oh, wow, and it works, and that's why Ben Lamb's Ben Lamb. He just gets to win the pot without facing any more aggression or pressure there. Kudos to him for finding that, because I don't think many players find a small lead on the turn there, if any, honestly.
Lamb almost back up the starting stack. He's had a very swingy day at this feature table, but he's probably been studying a lot, so he can handle it. If you also want to get to studying, go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free. Save 10% on your first purchase. Beat the best, crush the rest. Go to gtowizard.com to increase your skill level. Who doesn't want to do that? Over 3,000 likes on the video, still 15,000 people watching on YouTube. It is 11 p.m. in Las Vegas. Let's get this thing up to 4,000. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're still in the free roll, let's go. I got 4,000 chips in the free roll. Donnie, are you still in? Come on. No, I'm not. Trying to win my last longer here. I'm already top 86, so you got your work cut out for you, buddy. Elias makes it 1,200 with ace-6. Hobels calls, and Afriat 3-betting with the 3-deuce offsuit.
This is crazy. The Dirty Diaper makes its appearance back again at featured tables at WSOP.
Oh my God. The main event, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Like, that stuff is just, there's no poker book you'll ever read that tells you to do that kind of stuff. But hey, it's the beauty of this game, man. Like, just aggression pays off in so miraculous ways.
42 seconds left.
It's just phenomenal. This whole day has been phenomenal. We go back to our horseshoe table, 9-7-3-2 hearts. Manley with ace-king, Barnes, queen-7. Small pot here. Flop favors Barnes, but nothing exciting for anyone here. And Kunix is going to bet with 8
How is Kunix in this pot with 8-deuce suited, bro? I told you to play tight. You just doubled up. I told you to play tight. You're raising 8-deuce? How are you in this hand? Oh my God, guys.
Deuce on the turn here. Goes check, check. Ace on the river.
That hand center players on a 20-minute break. 20-minute break for the main event. No running. Thank you.
Kunix back down to 14,000. Nice pickup there for Barnes. Going back and over to a main feature. By the way, we are not going on break. Players are going on break. We are not going on break. Lots of loud noises here in the room. There's multiple final tables going on as well. We'll have to check up on those after this hand, perhaps. Hoffner, who joined this table quite recently. 3-bets with 6-5 suited.
Can I trust you?
Everyone getting out of line here.
I mean, tell me about it. We're playing street poker today in day 1D.
Ace 10-4. Hoffner can definitely represent this kind of flop.
Yeah, for sure. When you 3-bet these boards, when you 3-bet pre-flop, you just kind of auto c-bet these boards a lot, unless you have some part of your range like kings or queens or some weak ace-x that wants to pot control. And really not the flop either player was looking for here, but aggression wins.
Scott in the chat says, disappointed in PokerGO. Wait, hold on. No, Mitch said, do these announcers know how microphones work? Excuse me? Are we not allowed to get excited anymore? This is the main event. That's exactly what this is all about. All right, time for a brief commercial. No break, though. Back in 30 seconds for the final level of the night.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Welcome back to late night action from the Horseshoe Day 1D of the main event, 10K buy-in, the final flight in the largest tournament of the year. My name is Rem Korinkema, Tristan Waite, and Donnie Peters alongside me. Both those boys, by the way, in action tomorrow on day 2. Let's see who else from this sea of poker players, including Sean Winter here at the front of your screen, trying to battle their way through day 1D. We have 2 more hours of poker for you on our YouTube feed. You can listen to David Tuckman and Will Jaffe over on PokerGo.com. Thank you all so much for watching the YouTube feed. Please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're catching us on YouTube. And come play with us on PlayPokerGo.com. Play for free, play from anywhere in the world. We would highly encourage you to come hang out as we now have given the players a little break. And there's Ren Lin. Let's go.
Nick, you at your table.
You're comfortable with it.
No gamble, no future.
So this is more of a fitting.
Brian Hastings is here. Ren Lin. Let's get acquainted here with the players.
So hot.
Yeah, Trisis. Do you have any info on that name? I've seen that name, I feel like.
I'll read up on the players in just a sec.
1500 is the bet.
We generally switch tables every 2 hours, but the last 2 tables were so exciting that we stuck with them a little bit longer.
Right, I might have to put my sunglasses on.
It is very bright.
Yeah, it is bright when you play these featured tables. You definitely get a different kind of attention. If you see this, the truss at the top there, how bright those lights are. Some of them shining right down these players.
Shiina Okamoto, headliner on our secondary table.
Legend.
And look at this. Aces in the mix here right away versus the King Jack of Stan. Sabioni looking good here and already 36K in the middle.
We got a couple ladies at this table. Love to see it. Need more women in poker. And what Okamoto has been doing, or as Donnie refers to as Godamoto?
Okagodo.
Okagodo.
The GOAT.
I have to just announce her achievement again. 3 years ago, second place in the 1K women's event. 2 years ago, won it after getting second and losing heads up. This year, defended a second, a first, and a first. Like one of the most unbelievable WSOP accomplishments ever, all in the same event. She's top of the hill for when it comes to women's poker currently.
Yeah, Okamoto needing some help here. Half a starting stack for her in the last level of the night. Reigning 2-time ladies event champ. Getting her moment in the sun here on day 1D of the main event.
Last time I was at this table, I was busting out of last year's 10K horse. I hope I don't have a repeat.
Is that right?
That's right.
Deep at least, final table?
11th.
That happened already, right? The horse?
This was last year, but yeah, this year it
Oh,
happened.
Gags? We got Gags here? Okay.
Yeah, Gags. John Andres is over there in seat 8. I mean, this table's pretty sweet.
Are there any 10Ks left for mixed?
It was just the 10K 8 game the other day. I think there's a 3K
I like this outfit
tours,
here
but
from the Spurs fan with the Las Vegas hat. It's a cool Las Vegas hat.
Yeah, me too.
What is it?
All right, Donnie, I finished 51st in the free roll.
Yeah, good for you.
No more mix. No more mix. They did all the stuff.
Stan with ace-9 of diamonds and an unopened pot on the cutoff.
I wasn't here.
13.
Yeah.
13?
I went
13.
home for a week, so I didn't play the PLO.
How much?
I was gonna play the 10.
You got it.
13?
Yep.
Raise to 13.
Probably saved 10,000.
They're fun.
Yeah. But last
Savioni in the big blind, queen 8 suited, definitely going to defend here. Cold Runner says, Cold Rummer says this is the best day one.
Heads up.
Ralph says, "Oh my God, it's my queen."
This really is the best day one I can remember. I mean, the whole thing's been outrageous.
Just action after action, huh?
Yeah, every hand is out of control. Coupled with the fact that like we had a lot of laughter, chatting. You got Bleznick was open the sports cards, like the whole thing. You know, it's just. I still can't believe what happened to Jared Bleznick. I just can't even fathom.
Yeah, that when he gets back in the booth, he
like couldn't even talk afterwards.
Yeah,
he was like, I think I raised. Like I mean, like,
oh
he was like
God.
traumatized.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's traumatized. Exactly.
How could you not be?
You
And,
go-
and Blez, listen, Blez is very well off. Like, 10K is not like gonna kill him and like whatever. He's busted plenty of tournaments, but he truly does love this tournament so much, as he says. Like, so it kills him to bust.
Yeah, anybody who's ever played this, who's ever just been so grateful and blessed to play this event, knows just what an enigma of an event it is. It's not just a poker tournament. It's an experience. It's like
You really just can't. There is no tournament even remotely close to it. Like you see stuff in this you never see. You have to do stuff in this you would never think about doing.
True.
Like it's just the whole thing is so crazy.
true. It's Squid Game. It's Squid Game at a poker table, like.
It's
Yeah.
like, so I had the second nut full house and I folded on the river. Like you would never say that, but on day one of the main, you're just like doing that stuff because it's like people just have it, but then you see like the wildest 500 big blind pots where guys just in there with 2 9s like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Easy game.
You really just absolutely see it all, man. This tournament is just every year. You're like you kind of think, oh, okay, we've seen it all. No, we've never seen it all. Okay. Here we have Tamori.
This is a blind on blind battle.
He had
too.
a pair of 9s. He turned to flush. He rivers trips. He's got everything on this board possible. Taylor's got 2 pair.
Taylor's got a bluff catcher. This is gross. Blind on blind, very wide ranges. We don't know the action here, but this is a spot where it's tough. Bluffs that miss, 7-8, Jack-8. 10x if somehow you think your opponent's value betting worse or like a king, but without knowing the complete action here, hard to give a good analysis. But also, we only have 11 big blinds in the middle. These pots are kind of not that trivial. It's not that big of a deal. But this seems like a really bad run out.
Call you. I'm definitely meant to call you. You're very disciplined today.
Okay, so here we go. Taylor noting this guy's been very disciplined. Probably not bluffing then. And on this run out, I think we'll just see a fold.
Maybe a good bluff.
No bluff.
Maybe a good bluff.
He's not.
Can't bluff at this table.
I have a 9 sometimes.
How can you bluff? I have an ace sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm hot.
Really hot.
Been in Vegas for over a month though, so I'm used to it.
That was a very nitty fold. That was a main event fold. I bet the same if you check. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know. You bluffing with a 10? Good bluff.
Now I'm gonna wake up. Because it's hot.
It is.
Nightman LOL 9s are so hot right now. After we see.
They are. I mean, it's
GTO pros either go deep or go broke early. Live by the sword. You know, my dog Henry, here's what I say about GTO is like, GTO just creates a balance.
I didn't play.
Kind of a fundamental strategy for you to follow. The best players are going to use their GTO knowledge and then learn where to adjust from that. Right? So if your opponent's never bluffing, you can just overfold stuff you would never fold. If your opponent's always bluffing, then you can call with stuff you would never call with.
Well, you said no bluff.
Sometimes I hate the humping.
We see another blind on blind pot happen here.
Never
It is a limped pot. Both players do flop middle pair.
No one ever believes.
Taylor with a better kicker currently. Taylor also picks up equity with the straight draw here. Renlin just debating if he wants to bet again. Maybe he can get called by a 7. Maybe he can call by king high or something. So he is looking to bet his pair of 10s once again. And Taylor's going to go nowhere.
Wow. My friend.
And at this point, Renlin's probably just going to check every river unless it's a 10 or a 5. As we see Taylor make a straight. Ren can still beat a 7. He can still beat a 9 if his opponent had a hand like 8-9 or 9-6. Some of the straight draws that wrap around the 10-7.
Aya!
6-7,
please. Need a chang bet on me.
Ace 10, what the hell?
Oh. First time you check back.
Very bad river for me. Top set.
Oh, of course. Punish for slow playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, live reads are totally important in this structure. Kind of knowing your opponents, knowing who's capable of doing something crazy really helps, or knowing who's never going to do something crazy. But again, this is such a unique tournament and such a unique game because someone could be tight all day and then just go bonkers.
We want a day 8 and a back here.
Steve Trice says, I know this guy
Day 1
from online or
day 8, okay. Yeah. Day 8.
Somewhere.
Don't bluff.
That works for me.
I watched the whole final table live last year. That was fun.
You watching? I don't.
Yeah, it was like right on the rail here.
Oh, okay. So this year you maybe played.
So this is the third hand in a row. It's folded to the button. We do see the button with playable holding.
Who's that?
Bring back the other table.
What
What is
what
this?
happened to
What
this?
is this? This is not folding.
Everyone just
The other
folded.
table was raised, 3-bet, call, 4-bet. Like next 25K at every pot to start.
You
like,
gotta talk to production. Who picked
Eric
this table?
Afriat's like 3 deuce off. Yeah, let's go 3-bet.
Treble?
Yeah.
Not too much. Like
Good. Get us off that table.
Okamoto, ace queen here. I heard that she lost set over set earlier for a large chunk of her chips. Almost a miracle. She is still in here.
Hey, yeah.
Andres coming with 3-bet to 4K.
And this is immediately a very sick spot for Okamoto. just given the fact that she's raising in first position, she's getting 3-bet. Right, I'm not wrong here. Yeah, she's getting raised in first position. She gets 3-bet by someone in middle position, and she just folds right away.
Just doesn't want to tangle out of position against a top player. John Andres playing super high rollable in the past. Kerry Katz here in action.
Looks like he's all in.
Wow.
Is that Jack 10-3?
It's an absolutely massive hand.
He gets called.
Does he have a set of 10s?
It looks like a set of 10s.
Wow. Absolute monster pot here in the 2.5K. Looks like Kerry Katz might be the new chip leader.
Let's go, Scott Summers. Flare it up, Cyclops. Put those glasses down. Put a beam through the... Yeah, there he is. He's putting the Cyclops up. That's a Cyclops symbol.
Oh, my God.
Let's go, Kerry.
Yeah, I know.
I know we're supposed to be impartial in here. What the hell with that? Okay,
Oh,
come on. Let's go,
yeah.
Kerry.
That's a massive pot. This guy just lost all his chips there.
From what I can see now in the updates, Kerry's chip leader, they're now four-handed, so this, of course, happening in the past a little bit. 17 million chips going up against 11 and 2 7 million chip stacks. So what a spot. Four-handed for the bracelet with the lead. Back to the Okamoto table. She's going to defend her big blind with 7-8 off. Stan the razor with ace-10 suited. For those wondering how this tournament will progress, tomorrow, day 2 ABC, and then on Monday, day 2D. Registration still available on both of those days, so I think we're going to see quite a large amount of players still enter late. I think last year in total, there were over 500 players that bought in on day 2 between the two day 2 fights.
I think more. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, please. And then on July 8th, that's when the fields combine for day 3 action. Money reached on day 4.
Don't wear hats, so maybe
Small pot here. Stan hitting an ace. And Okamoto still hanging in there with 26,000 chips. This table and the other new feature table.
So what did you say?
Oh, I thought it was over 500.
850.
Oh my God.
Day 2 across both days.
Okay,
850
combined.
total.
All right. A little reminder here to go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to try it out for free and save 10% on your first purchase. If you want to beat the best and crush the rest, you have to head on over to gtowizard.com to learn how to make the optimal decisions in high-pressure spots. That's the best way to study. Go check it out. Russell pointing out in the chat that we are about 600 registrations behind from last year. I do think that day 2 buy-ins are becoming more and more popular, so I wouldn't be surprised if we still hit the same number, same ballpark number as last year.
What's the total right now?
We're 600 behind last year, so whatever that trend is looking like. So,
yeah, I do know a lot more people want to just play on day 2.
Yeah.
They just like having kind of the relaxation of an extra day or coming to town days after the event has started.
And also, perhaps some players stuck in side events who are still jumping in.
Absolutely. Like Kerry Katz. Did
Like
he
Kerry
play
Katz.
the main event yet?
That's a good question. I don't even know.
Yeah, probably not, right? Because he's been in the 2,500 for 2 days, so he'd have to have played day 1A.
That's true. Looking over at the 1K that's still ongoing. Sean Deeb, 4th in chips out of 10. Deeb trying to win not only another bracelet, but also Player of the Year.
And my students, one behind him, Dinesh Singham,
Oh, right here.
9 of 10.
9 of
he
10.
just lost a flip. Ace queen versus nines.
Damn.
So yeah,
Massive,
let's go.
massive field also in that event. 1,800 players. Sizable payouts on the line there. So much action at the WSOP.
Back out in the field at the event center, and I do find the tournament specialist. That is one Alan Keating. If you could stand up for me for a quick second, please. This is like the second, maybe third time I've seen you at the World Series of Poker. You getting hooked on these tournaments?
No, you can't hook me, but I'm chasing the dream just like everyone else.
That's what I love to hear. What is this tournament like for you?
I mean, it's a chance to get to meet people I've never met before, and you know, people that maybe have seen me play and make some friendships. It's having fun. Like
That's what we love to hear. You having fun playing
I am
poker
having
tournaments. So you aren't going to go blast it off or anything, right?
Oh no, I for sure am. I got a poker game at midnight. I got to make whether this tournament ends or not.
You've been asked this before. I'm sure you hear it at the tables. But Daniel Negreanu says, "Hey, like you really want to step up? Come play the high rollers with the best in the world. Let's see how you fare there."
Well, the problem with that is there's a bunch of people in between him and I. So if he wants to make a more direct challenge, I'd be open to it.
Now we're
Yeah.
talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we like to
Ask him
hear.
if he wants to do anything like that.
Okay. And I'll get back to you on day 2. I'll ask him tomorrow.
You can just auto-confirm me. You know?
Okay, you're just in.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you're just in on any challenge.
Well, I want to be able to argue the details a little bit.
Okay, that's
You know,
fair.
He tends to want things his way, so.
Well, we'll see.
Well,
Maybe this will be a developing storyline. For now, I'll send you back to the action. And your favorite, a poker tournament. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Alan Keating putting the challenge out there. Dare I say $5 million heads-up match, Tony? Please and thank you.
I don't really understand, like, what. So what does each side want?
I think Keating, or sorry, Negreanu wants Keating to come and play in the high rollers, like just that universe.
So what's wrong with that?
Nothing. I think that's a great idea. And then Keating basically wants to only play heads up against Daniel, from what it sounds like.
Sounds like we need some sort of like three. What am I trying to say? I don't know. They need to play like a year of tournaments.
Yeah.
They need to play a lengthy heads-up match, and they need to play like a full ring cash game.
Triathlon, a poker triathlon.
Yes, there you go. Poker
Wow.
triathlon. You know, that's
That you know, Donnie, that is actually a great idea, because think of it. What other things? We got high stakes cash. We got all these other shows. You need to come up with a show for PokerGo where you have 2 people compete and they have to go through all the different aspects of being a good poker pro. You got to be good at mixed games. You got to be good at tournaments. You got to be good at cash. Maybe there's a fitness test in there, a memory test.
anything.
And here we see some decent holdings, right? We got a raise from ace nine off, call from king queen, a call from king queen, 7-8 in the big defend. This might have been 80K in the middle at another table, but we got 9 bigs in the middle at this one.
7-4-3 here, 2 hearts. McMahon takes the lead.
So is there an actual beef, do you think, from Keating and Negs? Or do you think it's more...
I mean, I think it's a poker beef.
Yeah, it's a little poker beef. It's a legitimate poker beef.
I think the large majority of poker players have some sort of ego. So I would say, yeah, if the other person's calling you out, you know, your ego might be a little bit diffused, and you gotta defend it. You know, like you gotta stand up for yourselves in a lot of ways. And I think that's what we're seeing from both players. Keating's trying to defend himself in that high stakes cash game arena, and Negreanu's trying to defend himself in the high stakes poker arena.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, they're such they play such different things, disciplines. Like
yeah. It's comparing apples to oranges, and these guys don't even interact in any fashion towards one another.
Okamoto, again, trying to make something happen, and again, getting 3-bet.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot here,
Give me half of that.
but you know, hopefully she knows her opponent. If she knows her opponent's not bluffing, then yeah, maybe she just gets away. But if she thinks this guy Stan's been playing back at her, then we could see maybe a call here and go into a flop playing in position. getting really good pot odds and a really good price here, although her hand's towards the bottom of her range. She is disciplined.
By the way, Barstool Mincy still grinding, a little below starting stack. I also see that Nate's in the mix, so the two foremost poker fans from the Barstool Legion are in the mix here. And I see in the chat here on YouTube, Wolfgang, in all caps, saying, I'll be firing on the 7th. See? That's what happens, you know? These guys, they win all the money, and they just, you know, can't be bothered to play day 1. Just show up on day 2. Shout out, Wolfgang. Fun sweating you also deep in some tournament action recently. Of course, been featured on both Cash Flow and No Gamble, No Future. YouTube superstar.
Remco, help me out. How do you say this name right here?
Yashuchenya.
Yashuchenya. Perfect, thank you. I need to hear it first before it registers in my brain. So she raises.
You know what's the most important thing?
What's that?
Just be confident, and then people be, oh yeah, sure, that sounds right.
I'm learning from these guys in the booth. And Gags here, Gagliano. I played against this guy for 20 years.
Right.
Online.
Who's winning between you two?
Man, I got to be beating all these guys, man. Ask them about me back in the day. Nobody wanted to see me creative back in the day.
Right.
They didn't want to see me. I was one going crazy, punting it all away. No, but these guys are legends, honestly. Like, these guys are, like, I hope to get to their level one day. So we do see him go a little ham with the ace-8 suited. This is, you know, just pouncing on someone who you think's probably going to play a little tight and stand with 2 9s on the button. It's a spot where you probably just want to fold, but I think a lot of people call here. But 9s must just be the magic hand because we see a 4-bet. Donnie, what do you think the 10K? And Yashuchenya now with 7s is probably just going to hit the muck. I mean, with jacks is probably just going to hit the muck here because you got a 3-bet and a 4-bet. Unless you know these players are really active and can be going to work here, you jam. If you think they could be crazy, you jam. If you think they could be tight, you fold. But we see a call here. And this is probably the hardest option to maneuver because now you're squeezed in between 2 players out of position with 2 jacks. But, I mean, she does have the best hand.
What must be going through Gags' mind right now? This is so unexpected to both get 4-bet and get flatted.
Yeah. But he's getting great pot odds. He has a suited ace. He might try to flop a flush draw on ace, or he might just give it away and say, these are 2 really tight ranges. I don't know what to do. So those are the 2 lines of thoughts. I don't think there's ever any 5-bet bluffing here. And he is just going to exit.
Is it ever a consideration because you have nut outs, meaning you can hit the nut flush, that you do have some sort of price, even though you know you're way behind their ranges?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a pot odds thing, yeah. With the ace-8 of hearts, you definitely think about it, yeah. And look, this is a rare flop, 8 high, where both players still have an overpair, and Yashuchenya might be able to double up here because Stan's probably going to maybe feel okay with his 2 9s. I don't know. He was the 4-better, and I think Yashuchenya can maybe just move all in. You have jacks, you don't have a diamond. There's 33,000 in the middle. We both got 30K back. Let's just run it. If you have ace king or ace queen, I get you to fold. If you have a diamond draw, I'm hoping you don't have all that equity. So I would love to see an all in here, but these are really tricky spots because obviously you're scared of someone having queens, kings, or aces in a 4-bet pot. So it's kind of natural to see a call here.
All right, so the jacks and 9s continuing with 41K in the middle. Now the 5 of hearts on the turn.
This might embolden 2 9s to jam when check 2. If you think you're still good, although I would assume that you would think that Yashuchenya has a pretty big hand here yourself. Okay, we are going to see a river. Runs out a 4-liner. Neither player is going to love this. What a poker face by Yashuchenya. I haven't seen her move. Like, love it. And she comes with a bet. With the
11,000.
best hand.
It's kind of a block. Like, probably wants to control the pot size a little bit.
Maybe
doesn't want to get
call
jammed
all in.
on. You
Right.
know, like that's just really uncomfortable. I really don't think anyone should have a straight here, really. I mean, given the way that this hand played out, but still.
And now if you're Stan, it's got to feel really gross. Yeah, you have an overpair, but you 4-bet pre-flop, they cold called, and that's a disciplined fold there. And that's a really big pot. Yasha Chen
Yeah,
his way. She
bluff.
almost doubled up.
Bluff? She's never has a bluff. Come on.
How many people left? Millions, Kinthio. This tournament just started, my friend.
Yeah, I feel like not until day 5 can you ask how many are left.
Yeah, you can still register this tournament. Granted, we have, what, 8,000 plus people have already played. What's the count for just today? I could look, sorry.
Like right around 5,000.
5K. So yeah, we're right around 9,000 or so. I could be wrong about that, of course.
No, yeah, you're about right.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is just, I mean, look, when you have a tournament that starts with 10,000 people, you're not going to get deep and down to a low number quickly. When you have a tournament like this where it's 2-hour levels, the blinds don't raise for 2 hours, it's the best tournament on the planet. You can still register up until day 2. People can still buy in until Monday.
It's so insane.
Until Monday
I
at
know.
4:30 p.m. or whatever it is. The tournament started, what, Wednesday? Tournament started Wednesday.
Right.
You can buy all the way until Monday. That is ridiculous to vocalize.
And then even when you do buy in on Monday, you still have to play a whole nother week in order to make the final table.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
John Andres
Worst pair.
with jacks.
Couldn't beat any
And
higher
Abu
or
Shark
lower pairs.
finds pocket aces in the small blind.
The Shark.
The Shark is here. No, it's not Umberto Brenes. It's Abu Shark.
Raise 3,600.
And this is a monster confrontation here. 2 jacks on the button is typically a hand you just want to get all in with when you have a player who's sub 40 bigs. But in the main event, when someone's not capable of having all these wide range bluffs like a GTO player might have, like a pro might have, then you probably default to calling here. But nope, Andres maybe grabbing chips to put them all in, and he's going to hate to see this.
Yeah. The Shark is going to table the aces. John Andres putting it in there with pocket jacks, 50K in the middle.
And really unfortunate if you have 2 jacks. Like, maybe your opponent has 9s, maybe your opponent has 10s, maybe you have ace queen or ace king, and you just flip. So really unfortunate to be up against an overpair here.
This is also the main event, right? Where you can be patient and wait for these spots, the half pocket aces. You just got to hope that someone else is willing to stick it in, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Abu Shark looking to fade a jack and a jack only, or else he'll receive a double up, getting pretty close again to the starting stack here during the final level of play on day 1D. Only 1 jack left in the deck. Let's see what the river brings. The 4 clubs, and Abu Shark doubles up. Andres still on 72K.
And that's just a wide range versus quote-unquote wide range spot. But again, you got to know your opponents.
Go check on my friend how many diamonds I have.
Oh, yo.
All the diamonds.
All diamonds.
Every one of the diamonds.
Redlin, what a character.
You bet I will win, you know that.
Yeah.
He brought the no gamble, no future sticker. You can see it right behind the
Queen
stack.
10 just limp. Except you.
Yeah. It's because TV table, right?
Oh, did we just hear about another blind on blind limp?
Yeah.
Donnie went and folded around to the small blind. We've
Wrong
seen
hand.
this table play 5 hands. 4 of
Wrong
them
hand,
have been limped to the small blind.
Oh, you already got flush.
I already had a
Oh, perfect hand.
yeah.
Any other day I got trouble.
But we do not see the kind of activity in holdings like we did at the other tables. Lots of trash being dealt. Except now, over to the hijack. 2 queens. Shout out to my queen who's listening right now.
There you
Kayla,
go.
what's
She-
up, baby?
she is listening?
She's listening. She told me she's listening. I got to give her a shout out.
I love it. I love that she's listening. You guys got a big year ahead of you.
Oh, man. You don't even know.
Yep. I do know, actually. I'm in the middle of it right now. I'm in the middle of it right now.
I need to hear more about it. So awesome.
Okay, now push up.
I mean, we could talk about this on air. I don't care. My little baby, little Teddy, he's doing amazing.
Right now?
Well, when ready, call me. When ready, call me.
He looks just like you, too.
This is the best.
Oh, that's so cute, man.
Donnie already has 2 kids. He's already over it. You know, he's
Yes.
he's jaded. You know, he's jaded. I'm only a month into this journey, so.
Why do you think I try and play the main event for 2 weeks straight?
I'd say at least 20 right now.
Yeah.
2 queen, just going to raise and take it. Starting stack here was 60,000. So even if you just register right now, you got 100 big blinds.
It's impressive. I couldn't do that.
Back over to the outside table here. We got Yashi Chenya with the best holding of top pair, but Stan, after losing that last hand, he's got queens. He's got a gut shot to a straight. And we're going to see another battle between these 2 players. Neither with a diamond. The precious gemstone arrives on the turn.
The gemstone.
I'm trying to be like
Love
Ali. I'm trying to be more creative in here.
You should pull up a dictionary and just find some long words to throw in there.
And unfortunately for Yashichenya, she is going to get rivered here as Stan makes the Broadway straight.
I love how comfortable you are with her name. Just like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just taught me well. I've said it about 3 different ways so far, I think.
I love it. No, it was actually great. Let's see if we have any Russians in the chat who can make fun of us for our pronunciations, but so far. Oh, tosses in the call. The queen's going to play here for Broadway, and Stan is not. I was gonna say something funny,
What's
but I just decided against it.
It's okay. I feel you. I was going to say I default to you when it comes to European names and stuff because you're more cultured. You know, being from the Netherlands and stuff. I'm just a dumb American. So that's why I bow to you,
Speaking of dumb Americans, Sean Deep at the final table of the 1K.
And like I said, Dinesh, my buddy I've been coaching, he's actually masked up here.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
He's got the tie on, too.
Oh, I love that. All right, so Sean Deep here, as you can see on the screen, leader currently in the clubhouse in the race for the POY, but he's got some hot competition. Cabral, Glauser, Scott Bowman, all within basically 100 points. So Deep really trying to take a bit of a lead here in that competition, which will come down to the wire, trust me.
No, he's leading.
It's crazy.
He's leading.
He won the 100K PLO high roller.
That put him in the lead.
Put him in the lead.
Holy crap. What a legend. Another guy battled for 20 years online. Who got the best of me?
Crazy Mike on the rail. Is Crazy Mike giving no limit
Looks like your buddy's all in.
Yeah.
tournament device?
Or he called an all in.
This is the one I think he loses, but I just got an update from him through text that he won 2 big flips. So the guy, I think the guy turns, so he had ace queen, he flops a queen, the guy turns the 9s on him. And he went down from 23 bigs here, I think, to 10 bigs. But I think he's just busted a player and doubled up, so he's fired up.
All right, back to the main feature. So much action happening all around the room.
Oh, look at this. Ren.
Oh, baby.
Oh, no gamble, no future.
He's got the aces.
And this is going to get very serious very quickly.
I imagine McMahon's out of there super fast, but Taylor's going to have a decision.
Look at the sizing.
I can do it, I guess.
Notice the sizing. 4.5K 3-bet, 9K 4-bet.
Is that making you feel more suspect?
It's very suspect, and it gives Ace-King a lot of comfortability to maybe just call and see a flop if you don't think your opponent's bluffing here. Now, Ren Lim does have some image of no gamble, no future, I'm this crazy player, but we've seen him be very cordial and friendly and play small ball against players. So this could be alarm bells in Taylor's mind here.
Now, the funny thing here about Ren Lin, Donnie, you and I have called a lot of action featuring Ren Lin. Ren Lin is all talk and tight play. And look at this.
Oh my God,
Taylor.
exactly.
I don't know if you know he's on.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Just call and you all in, I call.
Anyway,
I definitely don't go all in.
AJ someplace
That is
over
an
here.
unreal fold from Ace King, honestly, because you have to really put your opponent on aces or kings to not even put another chip in there. That's an unreal fold. And maybe the small sizing is like too telling that
main event fold.
You have a monster hand.
Ren Lin, originally from China, now from New York City, third on China's all-time money list.
8-8?
What are Chinese aces?
May go aces. May go.
When I have aces or kings, I always tell myself,
aces.
make it look like you have ace-king.
America aces is like just quad aces,
Like
basically. In this
when you do stuff like that, I feel like that just allows people to get away.
Yeah,
It's hard to be
maybe right there.
What would he
is
have
a
done with
perfect
ace
example.
king, Ren Lin? He probably would have made it
like 8 free.
I mean, he might have just
Double
flatted
down.
it, first of all. But then he probably would have made it 11,
12K.
11 and a
Yeah,
half, 12,
10 and a half,
you know?
I got 3-bet by a natural 9.
Shout out Sebastian for joining the High Roller tier on YouTube.
I
Please
may
know
be
that
getting
all of our main event coverage,
coverage,
as well as new episodes of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble No Future,
I don't
available
Yeah,
through
you got ace
YouTube
tools, I
these
know.
days.
No.
If you become a High Roller member,
Let's go YouTube.
you get all that access.
It's just suited.
Let's go YouTube.
No, why you think I have an ace if you have aces? You would think I have like 10s.
Is how many aces in there? 4 aces.
No.
If I
Only
got
2.
if I got pocket aces, you still got 1 aces. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Man, the energy is booming here. We got final tables going.
Yes.
2 final tables. We got all these main event tables
Every
happening
time when I
here.
bluff and my friends, when somebody catch my bluff and my friends say, "You don't have the block." I say, "Yeah, if I got a block, I maybe got a nuts." He said, "But you have the block. How can you bluff their hand?" If you want to bluff, you don't need a block.
And this is just, again, this is just like indicative of the main
Maybe
event.
I'm lucky.
This is a very solid
Maybe
table. I
good
see
thing it
guys
wasn't
folding
suited,
hands.
maybe.
I'd be raising in any position. And you
Well, I see guys folding hands that other table
It's
might
scary
be
as well. Yeah, the
4-betting.
sunglasses on.
Exactly.
It's like-
Exactly.
With them back on.
And then you see a guy
Getting
3-bet
serious.
ace king and just fold to a 4-bet, a min 4-bet. Like at any other table, that might have been an all-in confrontation, and they'd be happy about it. And aces again right here.
And one of the things I feel like isn't really talked about as much, or maybe it's just, underrated, glossed over. Your table draw can be so important. You can get a table like this one, it feels like it's just kind of hard to make chips. Like people aren't just splashing around. You get a table like the Afriat Ben Lam one, you run hot for a little bit, you might have 300K in 2 minutes, like table draw is just like so important.
And we see something
Whose
kind of
battle is that?
uncommon here. When
Brazil
you're this
versus
deep
USA.
stack, you don't really trap slow places, aces from the big blind. Like, it's a short stack
Boss
play.
man.
It's not a deep stack play.
Fantasy team.
But hey, if you know you're going to flop the nuts, maybe you can just slow play this to an eternity.
Carry.
Is Kerry still in?
Yeah.
Is he the one with the black
So
cap?
Oi Met,
He's on the fantasy team with me.
Or I'd like to say omelet.
Easy,
I'm seeing it. I'd like to say omelet, even though I know that's not right.
I would say we met.
We
My
met.
team,
Okay. See,
Team Lady Gaga. Very
default to my
Cultured,
European
cultured,
friend
cultured,
culture.
cultured.
I'm just a stupid American.
I think it'll be
But we met.
Who's on your team?
Betts, obviously,
Who's on
range
your
advantage. He's
I
the
like first
pre-flop
and,
raiser. Pocket ace is mulling over. I have the nuts. Do I want to keep slow playing?
almost
No.
300 points.
The trap has been sprung. I'm going to raise now.
200 points.
And with King
The
Jack,
Chinese player,
you don't have a
Guan
diamond,
Chou.
so you might just want to
he got
fold.
a
But this is going to be
191 point. The free
uncomfortable
player is only
because
like a
your opponent shouldn't have
it's
pocket
pretty
queens. They
right.
shouldn't have pocket aces. They shouldn't. They can still have ace queen. They can still have pocket nines. They can still have ace nine.
And Adam
But
Hendrick.
bluffs come
with a
from
100
diamond
point
draws.
something
Bluff
is good.
comes from straight draws here. So we might see King Jack peel one off to try to drill the 10. But without a diamond, it hits them up.
That's sad.
Wow.
McMahon with aces.
Whoa.
That shows it.
Yep.
I got an A6. You got an A6?
Just call?
Just nothing?
Drop.
Just call?
Just nothing?
Yeah,
You had
drop.
nothing?
Mamma mia. Two kings.
All right, action still going here. We got a little over an hour left of play on day 1D. Quick reminder that the EPT still has 3 more stops in 2025. Barcelona, Malta, and Prague coming up. Scan the QR code on your screen or download the PokerStars live app to get up to date on everything that's happening with some of those fantastic events over in Europe. If you can only pick one, I can't help you because they're all great. If you like sunshine, Malta or Barcelona. If you enjoy the winter vibes. If you bring in the wife,
close to you as I
Prague,
can.
very romantic, great food. Maybe that's the right
I'll
choice.
do it that way next time.
That.
Red
Not
line
an ice
raising.
hockey guy.
Ace
More of a
5
petanque
suited.
guy, you know? You know what petanque is? I don't think they play it in America.
Folds around to Tamori in the big.
Petanque.
Don't gamble too
French
much.
bowl.
Use your table.
You gotta like
Folds with
throw
ace
it like
9
that
offsuit.
and get it to land on the thingy. I don't know what they call it.
Oh, you talk about the long one where it's like.
It's like played on like a. Maybe it's played on like sand or something. And you got the jack, and then you have to throw it like that though. It's like French. Maybe they have it in Canada somewhere. I don't know.
Nightman says, did Criss Angel give back the
Like
bracelet?
horseshoes?
I don't know.
Still haven't found it yet.
Horseshoes?
He's
Is that what they call
disappeared.
it?
I mean, if the thing where you throw the horseshoes at the stake.
Oh,
yes.
no. I guess it's kind of similar, yeah. But it's actually a real sport.
Okay.
With big metal balls.
Oh, okay.
Big metal balls. Is he talking about Ren
Big
Lin
metal
or?
balls, like the ones I lack.
I don't
By
know.
folding to Ren all the time.
I know bocce ball, but I'm lost in this conversation. Renlin picks up a card that he could start double barreling with. You do block ace king. You have a gut shot now to a wheel. Your opponent's range is going to be wide in the big blind to call you with 3x, 7x, 4-5, 5-6, maybe some weak king x. But Tamori has been snug. Let's see what Ren chooses. He chooses a little overbet.
Too much.
Everything or nothing.
Good find there from Mr. Lim.
I missed.
Petanque is a French game, Stormhouse says.
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay.
I'm cultured. Have you ever played Jeu de Boule?
I can't even pronounce that. It sounds like a soup, a French soup or something.
It's slow so far, but good.
What's the poker scene like in the great state of Minnesota? I know Canterbury's there.
Yeah, Canterbury and Aces. It's a good scene, and obviously we're having a pretty good summer too. Super supportive group. I don't know if that's rare across the country, but we're super supportive.
What about the group on the show? Is it a group that's sweating you? Is it no? Okay.
No, they are actively hoping I fail. I promise.
No,
you.
why?
Because it's a funnier story if I continue to lose every year because I'm 0-4 in the main, and they would love if it was 0-5.
And that would crack them up.
Yes, it's a way better bid if I suck at poker.
Or after all the sucking at poker, you could just like make day 8 or final table or something. That'd be a cool story for them, right?
No, I don't think
No,
so.
you'd
No,
make-
no. Well, and I've never not made day 2, so we're really testing the Jeff Platt curse here. But I've never cashed, so we're going to be somewhere in the middle.
I think it's going to be final table. I think it's a deep
That would
run,
be
so
awesome.
their anti-sweat is pretty much dead. I'm going to send you back to the action.
Awesome. Thanks,
Appreciate
Jeff.
the time.
Appreciate
Thanks, Corey. Guys.
Sorry, Jeff, stepping on your toes there with our banter and shenanigans. Pétanque, known French game with steel balls, and jeu de boule, which translates to game of balls, is basically played with steel balls as well. But you toss this small little wooden ball down this sort of like an alleyway of gravel, and then you each have 3 heavy steel balls, and whoever throws the ball closest wins.
Okay.
It's a very popular game to play in the summer in the city. Old men drinking, smoking cigars, or if you're sort of on this campsite, play with your parents, with the kids.
So just like bocce ball. Have you ever heard of bocce ball?
But the bocce ball, it rolls, right?
Yeah.
Right? You could roll it.
You throw a point. I'm pretty sure this is how it works.
Yeah,
Small
yeah,
ball.
yeah,
You
yeah.
throw a point,
Yep.
and then you have bigger balls that you try to get to the point. But
with bocce, you roll it, right, towards the ball? Or is it like a toss?
It's both.
Both?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
both. It does roll. The steel balls are kind of like they plunk down wherever
Plunk
they
down.
land.
They maybe
Okay.
they maybe
That's
move
a
like
difference then.
they move like a feet at most.
Okay.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Yeah.
A loud thud when it lands.
Okay. Yeah, bocce balls have weight to them too.
Yeah.
They roll a little bit, but not a lot. All right, I learned something every day.
How do we get here?
I don't know. They were talking about it. It wasn't us.
So if I make a day 2, we got a day off tomorrow?
Online Sunday.
Tomorrow is Sunday off, right?
Oh,
It is
man,
off
have a
tomorrow.
day off.
No, we got a day off. I think. Wait, day 2 is Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
If we get there.
I make an online 400 day 2.
Oh, I didn't play that yet. But yeah, no, I would definitely gonna play online tomorrow though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's 2-day event. I think a 1-day event, so I play. But if I know 2-day, I don't want to play.
Daniel says bocce is played on grass.
Oh,
so maybe that's
Yep.
some, but they're kind of the same. Matthew says, was that one of the Squid Games?
I don't play much of the
Pétanque is actually the game that I was talking about, but I guess we call it jeu de boule.
Alright. I
which,
like a GG app better.
is maybe more of the.
But not American, not American.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
like
play American.
basically the same.
No, I'm serious.
Chris
The most
asks
is
if
a
I'm
GG,
playing the
right?
main. Yes, Chris, I am in the main. I made day 2. I played day 2 tomorrow. I got 113,000 going into the day, and I got a really tough
My
table.
Japanese friend.
So
I folded 2-8 for you.
send all your luck my way,
28.
please.
Oh, double down.
And Donnie's in day 2 of the main too.
Donnie Peters departing right now, getting his beauty sleep.
Old Chinese ace.
Want to make sure that he gets
Wait,
well
what's-
rested
what's
to
lucky
shove his
number in
20 bigs
Japan?
tomorrow. How much? How many bigs?
Maybe 7.
Oh,
like
so same
50.
as.
Oh, 50. He's got plenty of
I gotta go
chips.
to the pocket. There's no beauty.
Oh my
Gonna
God!
have to have their
You
own
guys
one.
are insane.
8.
China's
Eight.
A6.
I gotta keep it up.
Donnie, please don't show
Leo.
your face for the next few
Leo.
days,
Leo,
which
bow.
means that you're going
Leo.
deep in the main.
I will.
Don't worry about
Hand
it.
sign.
All right,
Chinese.
catch the PokerGo podcast through your favorite
Yeah,
podcasting
bad luck number
devices,
is 4.
as well as on
4 is bad luck
the
number.
YouTube
So
channel.
we play the Triton.
Abar says, where is Bleznick?
C1, C2,
He
C3,
took one of the most
and a C5.
ridiculous
No C4.
beats and
Oh, wow,
hands
I
we've
didn't know
seen.
that.
He
That's so funny.
6-bet pre-flop with
And then
pocket
the-
aces.
I've noticed like the elevators at certain places.
He
don't
was
have-
faced with a 5-bet from pocket nines. Pocket
pro
nines
1, 2,
called.
3, and
The
no
flop
4.
came
Out of
9-4-3, and he had about a pot-sized bet left,
So
but he
Triton
bet
will be, like,
small.
eight-handed, and they'll just be,
Pocket
like, 1,
nines
2, 3,
called.
5, 6, 7,
Pocket
8,
nines
9.
made quads on the turn, and he jammed all in into
That was
quads.
older
And
Chinese,
he's
but
still
new-
probably
now this
wandering
time,
around Vegas. Not
like
can't
when
believe his
people
bad
burn
luck.
in
I mean,
1990
it
or
was
no?
disgusting.
They
It was
don't care.
honestly
Okay. So it's more
disgusting.
the older
Now better,
generation.
Hey, Bob,
It's better.
does Nick really have 2 something? Wow.
Okay, so we see McCann here
Yeah.
with the 6-4 suited, get 3-bet by the 2 jacks of Taylor.
Hey, Ray. When are you playing, Ray?
The YouTube chat's always
Monday?
great.
Triton looks really fun. I would like to do it someday.
Maybe next one, September. September they buying small. 3K, 5K.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Where's it at?
September, Jeju, Korea.
Taylor here making it 4,500 as the table has gotten a bit chattier here as the night goes on.
I don't know.
McMahon with a 6-4 suited just.
Yeah, look. This actually, you know, 6-4 suited may be a little out of range, but the 5-6 suited, the 6-7 suited, that kind of hand class does continue in the face of wide button 3 bets at some clip with some stack depth. I don't know if you would use it here because now it might get McMahon in a lot of trouble, actually. And this is a great flop for jacks with the club.
Yeah, I watch a lot of them, so I've seen this.
Korean nationals can play?
Huh?
Korean nationals can play?
Korean people cannot play.
Yeah.
Korean casino or
You have to have dual citizenship.
And look, we've qualified.
So
if you're
Korean
6-4
people
suited
need to get
and you
like
flop a
another country
6-3-3, you're going to at least peel one off. Now, you got to be concerned because you could be up against tens and jacks and queens and kings and aces.
Chinese.
But you're beating ace-king, you're beating ace-queen, you're beating ace-jack, you're beating king-queen. You're beating any other bluffs that might become from like Jack-9 of hearts or something.
You've been there before?
So we do see players continue.
Long time ago. They had a poker room, and there's only like 5 tables, and they barely got any
Queen of
poker
hearts
there.
on the turn.
But now it's really nice.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
No real reason
That
for
was
Taylor
like
to be too
18
worried
years
about the
ago
queen,
I was
right?
there.
There is some maybe ace-queen in your opponent's range that's keeping you honest. Maybe some king-queen suited, some queen-jack suited. So whenever overcards present themselves and you have a pair in between, you sometimes like the pot control. Now you could go with a small bet if you think you could get called by like 5s and 7s and 8s and 9s and stuff, but nice to see Taylor pot control here, and if you're check 2 now, then you can value bet your jacks very comfortably.
Right.
Notice the table quiets down when these players are now on the river in a sizable pot. We got plus 30 bigs in the middle. And McMahon comes with a very small block bet. And this is where you could see some more savvy players raise for value. But we just see a very quick call from jacks. So maybe a missed opportunity to make some chips. No, you could make it 8,000. You could make it 12,000.
Thank you, Fly.
But whatever. Again, these guys have been playing against each other all day, so.
And also, you know, the risk-averse approach during the main has a lot more validity than when you're playing the Colossus.
At the World Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. Gear up at the PokerGO shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
6 is kind of. I need to see which. 6
There he is, Tim Duckworth. Nobody loves himself more than this man.
Did they set this up, or is this really? Did they set that up? Because that's unbelievable. I love Tim. What a great guy, and what a staple, like a spokesperson for the game. Not him in the corner there reading a 7-card stud book. Come on.
I'm pretty sure Tim paid to be in the commercial. You know, he wanted some camera time. He needed it.
No, he deserved it. He deserved it.
He does have the best outfits in the game. I have to give credit.
He honestly does. There's nobody bringing back vintage Vegas better than Mr. Duckworth.
Absolutely. The amount of money he must have spent on eBay buying all these like vintage jackets, phenomenal.
And I saw him with a visor on the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Like, come on. Gotta love it. Shike says Blez hand was 1 hour and 22 minutes ago in the stream if you want to see it.
Oh, also posted on the PokerGO Twitter page if you want to get caught back up on that one. Go back to the to our horseshoe table. Okamoto continues to be second best every time. She's had a really rough go at it, somehow surviving with some conservative play, which has been on the money the entire time.
Yeah. Look, maybe she just used up all her luck.
Right.
Winning back-to-back women's events and a second the year prior to that. But no, this is what makes players great. You have to be able to survive and be patient in the lulls where the deck works against you, where you can't connect with the hand, where you're not being dealt premiums. You have to be able to let that stuff wash over you and just stay steady.
Right.
So really good for her to keep her composure in the face of adversity.
That must be the first pot he's won in a while.
How many points will Kerry get for first?
It's 1K for 25K.
I don't know. 2.5, yeah.
Thanks, man.
I think it's like
four-handed.
I think it's a 400 something.
Yeah, 400K.
Not very up on what exactly the scoring system is. Like,
Sean
know what
Deeb
country that
looking
is, by the
down
way?
at
It's
6
the rail.
big blinds. It looks
Brazil.
like at that
Looks like
final
Brazil.
table,
I
if
got a
that's
flag out.
accurate.
Still good
Okay.
points, though, for him.
Brazil, yeah,
Yeah,
the guy
great
in the,
points for
with
him.
the white cow.
Those points haven't even registered
back
for
to
him,
us,
huh?
that's the
They haven't.
guy.
Wow,
Always
could Sean
every
Deeb
time
really
the
just
Brazil
pull
in the
it out of
final table, just
nowhere?
like
I really think that he can.
I mean, if anyone can do it, obviously he can do it.
Oh,
But
here we go. Back to the Kerry Cats final table. Preston McEwen still in the hunt as well.
there's still weeks of poker to be had at the WSOP. Like, it's not
Absolutely.
over. It's not over till the end. It's going to be anyone's race.
Like we said, the main event still another more than a week to go before we get down to the final table, meaning every single day there are side events happening.
Shout out to Paul Orstein. He wrote a great article about Preston I read a couple weeks back on his Substack. So really cool to see these people, you know, going deep, living out their dreams, supporting their families with this card game. And shout out to Paul for continuing to bring great written content to us over the years.
Orstein, a longtime veteran of the poker world, now going after it as an independent writer. Go support him. Find Paul Orstein's Substack as we look at Kerry battling it out four-handed. This is the dream, playing for the bracelet. And it's so fascinating, right? For a player like Kerry Katz, who clearly is extremely passionate about the game, has played buy-ins as high as $1 million, is now playing for comparatively, quote-unquote, small money. But the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, like you said, look, sure, we want money. We all want money, right? But if you have money, then what do you want?
Yeah, exactly.
You want the titles. You want the accomplishment. You want to chase that dream. You want to capture that moment. And that's what Kerry's trying to do right now. It's his first bracelet. He's trying to win. I mean, he's trying to cement himself in the history books of being a bracelet champion, a World Series of Poker champion. As we see a C-bet here on the Queen 5-7 board. I mean, these are colored chips I've never even seen before. I don't even know what these denominations are. Like,
got Queen 5-7 on the table. Obviously, not easy for us to fully get you to lowdown on the action, but this is a big pot. Brazil is represented here at this final table. If you speak Portuguese, by the way, the PokerGO Brazil YouTube channel providing extensive main event coverage as well as side event coverage. So if you are able to understand Portuguese, I would highly recommend you go check that out.
And Kerry gets raised here. This is a blind-on-blind battle. Small blind versus big blind. And I'm assuming the maroon hot pink chips are the highest denomination, and Kerry with the most of them likely to be the chip leader. But this pot is getting pretty sizable as it looks right now. And Carey's grabbing chips. We're going to see a turn card here. This is awesome. We got no graphics. I'm pretty sure I didn't see the pre-flop action. I know it's blind on blind. I wasn't sure if it was a limp and Carey raised, but I know Carey got check raised on the flop. Queen 5-7. And we got an 8 on the turn. So some value hands from the small. I won't even get into blind. Blind on blind stuff so complex. We'll watch and see. Just heard someone in the background say the edibles are hitting me. And if you've been watching coverage all night, maybe the edibles are hitting you too. But thank you everyone for joining us. So we are at the $2,500 freeze out table right now. We're down to 4 players. PokerGo's Carey Katz is in a big pot right now. The Sean Deeb final table is a 1K final table.
Oh,
and we see
all
the
in
small
jam.
blind go all in. And Carey lets go. And the Brazilian looks back to his rail proudly as he rakes in the pot.
The owner of PokerGo, the man who built the studio, going for his first bracelet, but he is taking a step back here. He was chip leader earlier. Always got to keep your head calm as we pan back over to the main feature table. Ren Lin, Brian Hastings taking center stage as we get back at the right time.
Oh my God.
Ren Lin hitting a set of 5s, Mull with ace-king. Top pair, top kicker. Let's see if Ren Lin can get some value this time around, because the last time he made his hand look a little bit too strong, perhaps.
Yeah, and we don't know if this was a 3-bet pot or what. There was 6K in the middle. It could have been Ren Lin raises, small blind 3-bets, and then the small blind checks the ace 9-4 flop to slow play ace king. Ren checks back. But I'm not sure. But either way, Ren Lin has an unbreakable set of 5s. He cannot be beaten here. And Mull needs to mull over this decision with top pair, top kicker, faced with a pot-sized bet.
You beat me to it.
I know. It was too easy.
I was about to.
It was too easy. But again, this table is played so tight. I guess they're so friendly, but I can't imagine a world where you don't put more money in here. So
got quiet.
Of course.
All right, so calling the 6K. And now Mull pointing out how quiet Ren Lin's been getting. Ren Lin not known to bluff and dust off stacks, so perhaps Mull aware of that. Alarm bells might be ringing.
Yeah, who knows the action here, but still, you got top pair, top kicker. All the draws are missing, right? Spades have missed. What if your opponent has ace queen? Like, who knows? So let's see what happens. He is out of position, likely going to check after he check calls on the turn. But maybe a little scared of the jack because you now lose to ace jack. But whatever he does, Ren Lin's going to put way more money into this pot.
So how would you like for Ren to size this, given his image, given the fact that Mull already commented on the fact that he got a little quiet? Is perhaps our only option to go small and hope for the best?
Yeah, that's a good point. If you feel like it's the end of the night, people aren't going to call all in or call big bets. This is something I was thinking about yesterday. Yeah, maybe you need to be more milky. Maybe you need to be more third pot, half pot type size. But Ren bets full pot. And again,
every time you bet big today, you pat it.
See?
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. And look, this is a very stern look of Ren Lin, who's normally very jovial. So maybe Mull has some wonderful awareness to recognize that, look, I can fold. Whereas if Ren just bet like 7K or 8K, Mull might just flick it in and say, look, I got 20K no matter what. I don't mind. I'm going to call. But here, maybe he just gets to make an incredible fold.
Ren Lin full of theatrics, but with a set, all of a sudden, he's getting real quiet. And Mull perhaps too strong to fold, Tristan. What do you think?
It just comes down to in between the numbers, Mr. Remco. Like, if your opponent's not going to bluff, like Mole just said, every time you bet big today, you had it. If there's just that dynamic beyond the table of that, then yeah, I think you can find folds. I think you can make these great folds if you just don't think people are ever value betting worse or bluffing. That's really what it comes down to.
Mole might actually fold this, which I would find very impressive.
Yeah, this table has been, this was kind of how the start of my WSOP started. I had a very friendly table, and I was able to get away from some hands that if this was a normal tournament, I might just go broke in because people weren't bluffing and they weren't going to value bet worse.
It's going to be a fun one later.
Cold Rummer says, trust your instincts. Yeah, and that's a huge thing here, too.
Clock.
Oh, here we go. Clock called. Time to get things moving along here.
That is reasonable. Someone has a couple minutes. You know, usually in the main event when someone's playing for like their tournament, this is basically his tournament, you might give them 4 or 5 minutes, but yeah, 2 or 3 minutes I think is pretty good to give someone a clock call.
48:59, we give you 30 seconds, count down the last 5. This time is going to be good.
Someone says you hold the king of spades, so yeah, that does remove maybe some of the bluffs. That would maybe barrel here if you have like king, queen of spades or something.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Hand is dead. All right, he let the clock run out, and Ren Lin missing out on some value here.
Huh?
I really feel as though the super tight approach is going to start working against you when you finally have the big goods.
Yeah.
At a pretty big end.
It's really tough in this tournament, Remco.
Have you seen me
It's really
think all
tough
day
because
today?
there is something to be said about just chipping up slowly, not being at risk.
Not one time.
Ace queen?
Yeah,
Better.
But if people are folding ace king to you, I don't know. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
It is a problem. It is a problem. You need action there, right? If you can't get paid there with bottom set versus
No.
top
You said
pair,
ace
top
king,
kicker,
no way.
yeah.
I said 100%.
100% ace king?
But that's just the dynamics of the
Every time you
tournament.
bet big,
You know,
you
maybe
have it.
this is not the tournament to collect
Like
chips. It's
king,
day
queen.
one. Let's just get away from
you
this
bet
table.
big the whole
And maybe
way.
I'm trying to get stack someone on day 3 like that.
I don't know about that, but we'll see.
And now ace king for Ren
I
Lin.
believe you-ish.
Can he make it look a little weaker?
I think
By the way, shout out to those watching
ace
still
king, queen jack
on YouTube. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
We'll find out.
Please.
Queen jack or liver hit the jack.
The next free
Oh,
roll
you have a jack?
on
Oh, yeah, true.
playpokergo.com
Queen
kicks
10.
off in just about 5 minutes. 5 minutes left to sign up for the free roll.
Ace king,
Yeah,
my
if
friend,
you
don't
get
pay
the
me,
clock
so
called on
guilty.
you, Tra, and
You made me
you
on
don't
deal.
act by the time the clock
Bada bing.
hits 0, your hand is automatically dead. So that's what we just witnessed there.
My Japanese friend joined that.
Renlen with a favorable flop here. He's got ace king with the king of spades, but he is currently behind
That's the
the
first
pair
time
of
I've
sevens.
longer than
But we see the
whatever.
equity.
Calling the clock on me does kind of
Ren is a
frustrate me.
favorite
okay,
equity-wise
man.
because he
It was
can
not
an ace
personal.
king,
Well,
10,
personal,
or
yeah, full pay.
spade.
He bets 18-5
Tomori
on
just
20K.
Yeah, well, I want to
for
get
my
hands
almost
and
my
I-
tournament life.
It was 2.5
It's all good, man. It's all good.
I'm sorry.
2.5 minutes isn't that long in 2-hour blind levels, brother. It's all
And
good.
Mole, you know, Mole with a rightful kind of response. It's for my tournament. I thought for 2.5 minutes. I don't really think that much. So if someone's playing fast all day, I think you can give them a few minutes.
Absolutely.
But I understand too. 2.5 minutes is quite a long time to think.
Russell in the chat saying, you haven't asked today yet where the people are watching from. Great call. Donnie and I started this joke a couple of years back where we would say, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how the weather is and what you're drinking. So I've had my share of Coke Zeros today. We are watching, of course, WSOP. And the weather in Vegas has been hot.
It was hot.
It actually has been, it's been not like mega hot like we've seen in the past.
Because we had that rain. That helped.
The flood.
Yeah.
There was a river in my neighborhood.
Yeah, it was crazy
I am
down
bluff
there.
a
yeah.
lot.
So yeah, for those who want to chime in, let us know.
All right, Renlin raising a good hand, queen jack off, but kind of the bottom of his hand. He gets
Yeah,
3-bet
for
by
sure.
Hastings, who has aces, and we're
Against
going to see
you,
a
huh?
fold.
I find it funny that we have Hastings at the feature table when yesterday we had Victor Blom at the feature table. Those two guys, Stinger and Isildur. Lots of online history. Obviously, Hastings getting the better of Isildur way back when. As we look once again at GTO Wizards, go check them out. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Start out for free and save 10% on your first purchase if you want to beat the best and crush the rest. GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Go sign up right now. Limited time offer to start working with the best solver in the game of
I
poker.
put you on ace queen.
We got people watching from Arkansas, southern Indiana, Laguna
Mm,
Beach,
a little
Utah,
bit
Montreal, Seattle, and the weather has been
But I can be ace
amazing.
king.
We're getting some drinks in there too.
Oh, yeah.
I saw milk. That was pretty funny.
Piedmont, Antarctica. Really?
No.
You're just
12, I
messing with
probably
Bad
us.
bluff.
People
Like I
can't.
said,
Phoenix.
4 times you bet big.
Gold Coast,
today,
Australia.
You had it every time.
I'm watching from YouTube. Of course you are.
Matt says, I wish I could play this tournament one day. That's my ultimate dream. Matt, I've been reporting on the WSOP for 16 years, and it is still my dream to one day play it. But hey, keep dreaming. We might see you out here one day.
Whenever you're ready to play, I'll get you through some boot camp.
Oh, yeah.
Beforehand.
That makes for some great content.
There we
We'll
go.
do a little training
That one
session.
was a good fold.
That's it.
It
I'm
needs to
turning
be
that
like
one gone now.
There, one more
a
show.
continued training. I just don't want to do one. I want to do
There's
like
no
for a
justification for
month
me
or
continuing.
something.
Right.
I want to get you. I want to get you geared up.
Most of that coaching will be, no, Remco, you can't call there. No, you can't raise there.
No, don't play that hand,
Too,
Remco.
too aggressive.
Good
Very
player,
hot
good
seat.
player, good player.
No, I feel like you got a
hot
good pulse
hot dealer for me
on the
too.
game. You've been around the game a long time.
It's funny, right? Like, doing commentary makes you think about all these spots and
All of them
sort
have
of
been so far, huh?
go through a lot of thinking patterns. But at the end of the day, when the cards are dealt to you and you have to figure it out on your own and you can't say other people's cards, the game is very different.
It is tough, yeah. We can all be chat pros when we watch
Yep.
people play, but when it comes down to sit down and execute,
Yep.
it's a whole nother thing. And hopefully Mole has shaken off whatever, mojo happened in that last hand as we see him raise here with ace-queen offsuit. He will be in position moving forward as it folds around to the small blind.
Sure. Good fold, good fold.
Good fold, man.
So I can feel better about my start. No
We
problem.
met Canadian. I don't know if this is a French Canadian.
Has to be.
To your point, right?
Has to be. That's why I went with the we met.
We met, yeah. So
have we met?
I had a decent
We met, of course.
Before this one.
Okay, so we met does outflop the ace queen. King,
Unlikely
pair
to
of
keep
kings
getting
versus a
these
pair of
every hand.
queens.
6.
Goes check, check.
No.
Your camera crew gone. She can't film when you're here.
Quinn Miller says,
allowed?
watching from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam.
come in here, but
While my
don't
wife
really
is out
see-
shopping.
see-
Quinn,
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
good
I
time
can
down
see.
there. I
You get a
visited
day
Vietnam
off.
once, had a wonderful
2 hour
time.
off.
Like if I have the other table, we don't have
Okay, so we do see the pair of kings. Go ahead and bet. And ace queen with nothing else to do but call. Try to hit a queen, try to hit an ace, try to
Well,
hit
she
a
mostly
jack.
tries to film the bluff,
Maybe
so you
your
don't bluff
opponent
on the
checks the river.
Not much film.
But with a pair of kings, you probably want to try to get one more value bet here. All the draws have missed.
Ugh.
What size are we going to look for here?
If I keep having to fold to you, I might have to apply for a job at the next stop.
24.
We see a small third pot bet, 24, and we see a snap call.
Good.
I said 24.
Yeah, he said 24.
And yeah, that's just unlucky. You do beat bluffs. I mean, sometimes you just have the second best hand and you got to see someone turn over a better hand. And this is the
All right,
C
checking in with
here.
Ben Lamb. It's
Ooh,
been
excuse me.
decent since we last saw you. Yeah, fair assessment?
Yeah, I won some pots.
So that's a good thing. This has been a series of close calls for you, I would say. How would you sum up how this summer has gone?
At the beginning of summer, had you told me this was how my summer was going to go, I would have signed up for it.
Sure.
I would definitely signed up for it. But that being said, when you get close that many times, like it wears on you. Like a bit depressing, but then you shake out of it, and you don't want to be that person. You come out here, you make some money, and you have a good summer. You don't want to be that negative person that bitches and cries when you're up a lot of money. So turning a new leaf now.
There we go. Love to hear it. Part of that new leaf, perhaps, Yeet. Tell us a little bit about what you guys have accomplished over there and what you hope to accomplish moving forward.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so my first foray into the business world, me and a couple of my buddies, Keyboard Monkey and Wrecked Mando. I don't know if you guys follow crypto Twitter, but we started a casino, online crypto casino. Developed for 14 months. It's been like a 90-hour-a-week job for all of us. We just launched and have nearly $250 million in volume in 3 months, less than 3 months. So it's looking very nice. Yeah, it's fun.
Wishing you the best of luck with that and with this as we send you back to the action. Thank you for the time. Always good to see you.
You're always lucky.
Always lucky. You guys hear that?
He's lucky.
Very lucky.
Lucky Mr. Jeff Platt talking to Mr. Unlucky Ben Lamb, the 2011 Player of the Year. Back then,
he's a baby,
making the main event final table, as well as winning the 10K 6 max, I believe.
Yep.
That year.
Yep.
And Lamb now, I guess, in the casino business. Sean Deep on his quest for another POY title, winning his 7th bracelets just 2 days ago in the 100K PLO High Roller. Now going for another one in the 1K.
Still down to 9 players here.
What a grind. Every point counts for Deep. The ICM pressure will not be based on cash. It'll be based on the points.
I mean, unreal. Like, what an unreal. I mean, Sean Deeb's one of the best grinders in the poker world, but he went right from the 100K right into this tournament, bagged the monster stack, and here he finds himself as at the final table. Like, lucky AF for sure.
It's really weird. Like, the obviously there's luck involved, but the amount of talent a player like Sean Deeb has to do it so frequently is just crazy.
Yeah. It helps when you play everything, and it helps when you play everything to the max. Like, he's put in, however many bullets into tournaments. So it's always a little bit easier if you have infinite and unlimited to fire.
Yep.
Apparently the casino is underground. They just
But yeah, he's such generational talent in this
Maybe they're saying like 3 years
endeavor.
time.
So yeah, he's unreal in many different games.
It would be crazy.
Back to the main feature. By the way, if you're just tuning in, Tristan Wade, WSP bracelet
like
winner,
Vegas,
also
too fucking hot.
with a nice stack on day 2 tomorrow. Joining me in the booth, Donnie Peters on his way to record the podcast, which you can listen to tomorrow morning. PokerGO podcast releasing daily during the main event. Actually, during the whole WSOP, these guys have been on a grind. Shout out Tim Duckworth as well.
Yeah, those guys, man. I know you've been busy outside.
Yeah,
and inside.
outside of the poker room.
But yeah, those guys just battling. Who is this guy?
Oh my God. Martin Cabral roaming around.
I think the floor is about to give him a penalty
for being here. Cabral is sort of vaulted into poker stardom. I've seen him take photos with people, sign autographs. He's probably telling this man how to do his job.
Yeah, kind of unreal. He's done a great job capturing that. He's got a couple slogans right. He's a love it or hate it kind of polarizing figure. But look at the results he's had. He's had an incredible summer. He just won the mini main event. He beat 11,000 people. I mean, kudos to him. Great job.
After a night of partying in Prague, I once shared a cab with Martin Cabral. Must have been circa 2009. This guy's been around forever.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. It's
And how was he acting then?
I mean, he was probably 18, 19 years old at the time. A bit more subdued, but strong-minded. And look at the gait. Look at the way he look. What is going on? Look, I mean,
Look at the walk. That's like a Phil Hellmuth-esque walk.
He owns the place. Like
he does. They're turning the lights down for him. Oh my God, are they going to shine a spotlight on him?
Oh, he's going to yell at Sean for sure.
Yes, this is a POI race here. He needs to put a little heat on Sean Deeb.
Oh yeah.
And say, look, I hope you bust this hand, buddy. Sean Deeb is all in, by the way.
The Martin Cabral walk. I mean, wow. What do we just witness?
KP says he reminds me of Bean. That's a good one.
Get this man.
And he talks like Borat, I heard. That's another good one. But anyway, let's see what happens here with Sean Deeb, if he gets called or what.
Slide Doggy says the strut, the Cabral strut. And look at that, Sean Deeb getting it done again. Not like that.
Oh, this is awesome. These are the storylines that make the WSOP. We got Martin Cabral.
Yep.
Look, here it is.
It's only a 20-point difference.
And Deeb's going to increase his lead after this. So Benny Glazer, Scott Bowman, and Martin Cabral all have their work cut out for them to catch this guy.
You know what's funny? We're all adults in this crazy poker universe, yet we all act like this is summer camp and we're 14 years old, hanging out with our buddies.
It's true. And everyone has their own personality. Everyone acts differently. Like, the human experience is there's nothing like it. And then you just mix in poker.
No. Like a reflective glass. You think if people can see your card?
Oh. There's a reflection.
There's a reflection, but I don't hold my cards up high enough.
So we do see King 10 from Brian Hastings.
You thought I had ace queen.
Maybe 3-bet this, maybe called pre.
No, I don't see what you have.
I would say it's probably a 3-bet from Mr. Hastings with the King 10 off.
Maybe not what
got called by We Met.
I might take mine off.
Check.
4 spades out there now. And we
met
might think that's a good card for him.
Yeah, look, if Hastings 3-bet this preflop, I expect him to check this turn because he's kind of in a weaker range. Now, he still could bet, but okay, he does check, and I expect him to go for value on the river.
Oh, wow.
And both players make a flush.
We met with a very mediocre flush.
Should have gone bigger.
Yeah, so if you're check to here, you just get the value bet your flush, whatever you want to bet.
I know exactly you have. I put you in a gut.
You said
now you could be up against.
You said 5-8. Yeah,
jacks with a spade or queens with a spade or whatever, but you expect those hands to kind of bet the river. So I think Brian has a pretty easy value bet.
I can
and
never
it's a
have
hand
a 5
you can comfortably like bet and fold if you get raised.
Never
too.
ever.
But you don't go huge here.
You have King of Diamonds?
I don't remember, but I just put it here.
That does come with the call.
Yeah, and Hastings gets a good bit of value here from his flush.
It's hard to put in a bet though flush.
I mean, this is another generational talent in the poker world. He's been unreal over his career.
But of course, you need more than a bit of talent. You also need to study if you want to beat the best and crush the rest. Head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo to save 10% on your first purchase, and you can try it out for free before that as well. Brian Hastings, $5.8 million in career tournament earnings.
And that's just live. Think about all the work he put in online.
I don't know.
Tournaments, cash games.
Hastings, winner of 5 World Series of Poker bracelets.
Tamori just folds ace-jack. All right, we're under the gun. That's okay. That's okay, actually. We're 9-handed. We're under the gun. You can for sure fold that hand with 50 bigs, but it's the start of the raising range too. You could also play it, as we see. It would have folded around now to the small blind, who has the same holding, ace-jack offsuit.
Excuse me, Hastings with 6 bracelets.
6
I
bracelets.
stand corrected. Yep.
I'm trying to win my second.
You've been at it for a while now.
I've been at it for a while. Don't rub it in.
Hey, what's
but these
up?
guys play all the mixed games and stuff, and I'm
22.
trying, Remco.
Play that?
Maybe if you know, I still got time this year, but if not this year.
Oh,
there's
here
always
he is.
reruns.
Here he is. Cabral checking in on everyone.
Oh,
What? They don't let spectators in here. What's he do? Yeah, get the suit. Get him out of here. Thank you.
Open. No, we'll make it 10-handed for you.
Kick him out.
This guy really thinks he's Helmuth after all. Look.
Oh my God, he's living it. He's living it.
I am not what? It's big time. Hey, have you been on? You're getting slimmer and slimmer every day. Have you been on my playground lately?
We're here for the full experience, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Sean Deeb, of course, as we mentioned a few times now, trying to ladder up and secure as many POY points as possible. Like, if you're a poker fan, you know, you're watching the stream from wherever you are, these are the kinds of days you just got to come in here and hang out and just experiencing it all. So much action in this room. And here we go. Kerry Katz all in by the looks of it. And it looks as though double up.
He turned an ace. I'm not sure what he was up against, but he's surviving, Remco.
2.5K final table. PokerGo founder Kerry Katz gunning for his first bracelet. They've been four-handed for a while now. Remember when WSOP had the four-handed tournament? Shout out Timothy Adams.
Yes, that's my. You know that's my best friend, man. Timothy Adams. I wish he would come play the WSOP.
I know.
He doesn't play anymore.
Whoa, it's
brutal. The taxes and all that, but yeah, the four max.
He's so rich. He can just go play the main just to play the main.
Don't have him in your fantasy.
He should.
He should.
He should.
Or is he too expensive to go in the fantasy?
I don't have him.
But yeah, that four max. The first year they had it, he won it.
He must be expensive,
I remember that.
though, right?
Yeah.
Must be one of the most expensive ones.
I forget.
He's
Him
like
and he went for like 90 something.
That was such a
or
funny
Yeah, I
tournament
think this year
to cover.
not too expensive.
Because
last year
four
I
players
thought
at one
it was
table just feels so weird. But it is phenomenal. I hope they bring it back. But
The
obviously,
action there is just
it takes up so much space.
True.
Here's a look at the main event streaming schedule on day 2, which is ABC and D on July 6th and 7th. We're starting at 3:30 p.m. and then starting on the 8th of July every single day from the first until the last hand. So you can do the math. Every day is roughly 12 to 14 hours starting on day 3 all the way through day 8, then 1 day off, and then the final table.
I think it's lucky player. Lucky player.
Cabral is heckling from the rail, trying to get under Sean Deep's skin, perhaps. I do not think that's going to have any effect, but I respect the effort.
If anything, that probably emboldened
Yeah.
Sean to like just crush. But back to this table, we see ace. I mean, the only big pots we've seen are people having aces. Steve Trices gets out of line for once and just runs right into the aces.
Shota Tomori from Tokyo, Japan.
First bluff.
Gets it through with aces.
I didn't beat him, I don't think.
Lots of players I'm seeing from
Me
Japan.
too.
I played from 2 players yesterday at my table. 1 woman and 1 man from Japan.
Yep.
It's booming over there.
Japan is the big emerging poker market. I had a chance to talk to some people who are actively working on growing the game in Japan, and they're saying that this number is going to sound crazy. There's over 10,000 poker clubs in Tokyo now.
Wow. I believe it.
That's just wild. I mean, Tokyo, of course, massive city, but the legislation in Japan is a little bit confusing, but they can do poker clubs where you play for points and all that, but it is absolutely going crazy over there. And they're even having some massive multi-table tournaments in conference rooms, the same we see here in the U.S.
Brian sorted you out last time.
Sky's the limit over in Japan.
Now he's going to try and sort me out.
Good for that. I mean, that's just good. Okay, this could be a worthwhile battle here. We got the 6-7 suited raising from the hijack.
Your husband's making fun of me online.
From the low jack. And we're going to see a 3-bet from the ace-king suited. And this is typically a spot, if it folds back around to Brian, where you just want to call, honestly. 6-7 suited is one of those magic suited connectors, and we're this deep. You want to peel, and you want to try to crack big hands here. And you don't have any interaction with your opponent's bluffs and such. So, yes, we do see Mr. Hastings make the call. 6-7 of clubs versus ace-king of spades. And this is exactly why you call here. Ace-king gets out-flopped. And Mr. Hastings a 78% chance to win this hand. Flops middle pair. And notice the other equity. The 4, 6, 7. The 6-7 of clubs with the queen of clubs out there. So lots of future goodness potentially for the 6-7 suited. But it goes check, check, and like I said, one of those cards improves your equity. Twice. We now have a straight draw and a flush draw. And this is a spot where Brian can actually start betting his hand. Once it goes check, check, sure, maybe your opponent has pocket tens, maybe your opponent has pocket jacks, but they probably don't have aces, they probably don't have kings. They could have pocket queens if they're slow playing something. But we see Brian just come for a bet, start building this pot. And bets full pot.
Wow. Making it hard to continue with anything that's not already made.
Yeah, maybe the idea here is too to maybe just get jacks and tens to fold right away.
Ooh. Yeah.
Right? Because here you get to build up a big pot if you improve. Then you get to value bet. If you miss, you get to bluff and try to put max pressure on. So maybe that's his idea here.
Did you go tell the camera you bluffed? Huh?
マジ？いや、なんかね、フューチャーテーブルになってから結構みんな参加率落ちたかなと思ったんだけど。
McMahon in the tank here. It's always hard to say goodbye to a hand like ace-king, but this is not the right spot for it. Shiina Okamoto still present on our horseshoe table, which is our secondary table, and obviously when there's action to report on. As we see Ren Lin coming with the high knees, air crunches, if you will. Showing off some athleticism here. On the
That's
there it is.
Poker performance. If you guys don't know, I mean, he's actually the most pristine athlete we have in the game.
Unbelievable.
Look at the protein bar he's eating too. He's the most fit specimen we have.
The air crunches are new to me. I have to add those to my routine.
I'm tilting.
No, you still think I bluff you.
Oh, I don't know if you did or not. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't go back.
When you go home, you see the video, you'll make a very good sleep.
That's all right.
And here we are, back on over to our secondary table. Shiina Okamoto, as we can see by the chip count, has not made any moves in recent times. Kelly, by the way, here, top pair, top kicker. Okamoto flopping a set, so here we go. The case 4 springing this table into action, potentially. And Okamoto is just going to make the call here. Trevino gets out of the way. Can Shiina Okamoto find a double up here?
You got a job now too, so you can.
There's also some weird stuff like sometimes they do like team reverse.
Turn card is the 5 of clubs. From the perspective of Kelly, a fantastic card. Adding the nut flush draw to his outs.
Like it's usually for a set number of hands. You win the count. If you win a certain number.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, look, this is going to get all in.
There we go. Yeah. Kelly all in for 7,800. Okamoto with the snap call. Kelly looking for a club. Okamoto the covering stack, so I take back what I said earlier. She cannot double up, but she can send someone to the rail. All right, river card incoming. Can Okamoto set, hold up? And it's a deuce of clubs on the river. Kelly makes his flush. Stone-faced, no emotions to be seen, while Shiina Okamoto loses a chunk, and it looks as though Kerry Katz all in again.
They can't get rid of him. Kerry the cockroach. He's not going anywhere. He's trying to win his first bracelet. Let's go.
Looks like a double up to me.
And I mean, if people are all in very regularly at a final table, the blinds are probably massive, and the stacks are probably really short.
Looks as though that turn gave him a straight. Yeah, there it is.
2 thumbs up.
Had his opponent drawing dead on the turn. Katz with the double up, still in the hunt, four-handed. For the people asking, from day 4 onwards, main event will be pay-per-view, behind the paywall, whatever you want to call it. You can obviously watch with your PokerGO subscription, and also if you have a High Roller membership over on the YouTube channel. As we swing back over to our feature table. So. The journey is only just getting started here.
So Roth with a really interesting decision on 20 bigs in early position to limp 2 10s. And that's okay if you think maybe someone's going to raise behind you and you can limp rejam. But this table's been kind of snug, so you're going to let 9-6 and 8-3 realize some equity here. But fortunately for the 2 10s, neither of them connect. And Roth just jams on the king high flop.
Wow.
Roth, you didn't have to do that. You could have just bet like 600 or 700 and gotten some info. So just really be careful there. That was the risk versus reward was not good there, my friend.
Just risking it all in the main event with 10s on the king high flop, because why not?
But bless you, my friend, bless you.
For those asking, yes, this is the last level. We probably have about 30 minutes left. The beer level officially underway.
Remco, maybe you can answer this for Tony. Where can I pay for a High Roller subscription?
Oh, great question. Well, if you're catching us on YouTube right now, you see a button on your YouTube window. I believe it is visible both on mobile and on desktop that says join, I believe. And it should give you, I'm logged into the PokerGO account, so I can't see it myself.
Yeah, you can see mine.
Yeah.
Do you see it anywhere?
Hit join there,
hit
the
join,
black button.
By subscribed, okay.
Yeah, hit join, click on it.
Okay.
So we can see what happens. And there we go, you see the High Roller tier there on the left-hand side.
Nice, okay.
And then you can just join in, and you get all the stuff from the Rail and the Players Club, as well as all the WSOP streams from the main event starting on day 4.
No.
And then also you will get all the new episodes of High Stakes Poker and Okamoto Future. New season coming again soon. I've been yelled at to not spoil anything, both on action and players. But there is a new player playing on High Stakes Poker that you would never expect to see, a famous celebrity that is bringing a lot of money. Let me just say that. Okay.
LeBron James?
I can't confirm or deny.
You can't tell us? Okay.
Can't tell you guys.
Tony says not visible on my mobile for some reason.
Yeah,
like, I'm not sure.
The shit
mobile be like that sometimes.
If you pull it up in a browser on a desktop or something, maybe it will help.
Now, I do see Andrew Schrader joining the High Rollers. Thank you so much. We're trying to make the offering easier. That's why we added the tier on YouTube, so people that enjoy the YouTube environment can do so that way. All right, we got Queen Jack from Mull. The spades giving him the check mark here. Let's see if Trizzes can get rid of his ace-9, and that took no effort. straight into the muck.
And you know, you'll see this towards the end of the night. A lot of people just not fighting for pots. As we get over to Okamoto.
Okamoto all in with ace queen. She's got the best of it here. Gagliano
What is it?
potentially making the call here.
6 of hearts and what's
By the way, for those saying, why would I pay for PokerGo if I could pay for YouTube? PokerGo obviously has the entire full archive of all of our streams, all of our WSOP Classic, all of our old shows that we've done. So clearly that is still a better deal. But I know that people just, like to watch stuff on YouTube, which I respect. We've got the chat going.
And I think Gag's going to make a fold here. This is a 20 big blind shove. That's a really good fold there. Okamoto is solid. She just really got unlucky in that last hand. She's really grinding it out, so kudos to her. Look, one of my favorite pros, I'm going to be honest. Just her accomplishment this summer is just so amazing.
Here. He's on the rail at Sean Deeb's final table. Sean Deeb first in Player of the Year standings. This man is second. You don't want to win Player of the Year?
I am already Player of the Year.
Well, Sean Deeb is in first.
I mean, in by my measures.
By your measures.
By my measures. You agree with me, right?
Well, if you're using your measures, sure.
I mean, no, by your measures, I think it's obvious who is the player of the summer, right?
Well, I think to be honest with you, I do think you are one of the stars of the summer.
Okay, good. So
what's it like for you? How did you're taking selfies everywhere? I just heard a couple girls passing back. Oh my God, that was Martin
Cabral. I hate it. Everybody's stealing my time. Everybody's stealing my time. Horrible. Just horrible.
What?
Especially this camera guy, he's trying to...
That's Ryan.
He's like, Ryan is following me all the way. Yeah. It's horrible, yeah? And now you sneaking into my space.
What exactly are we interrupting? You just walk around everywhere and watch poker, and you're doing the same thing. What are we getting in the way
I was just spending a few minutes here, so I'm so nice to give you an interview. Are we live at the main event coverage?
We are live during the main event.
And people are bored watching main event, or they'll enjoy that?
I think they've been bored watching some hands, and some hands have been very exciting. You would agree, yeah?
I think they will be entertained tomorrow on day 2.
On day 2,
but only for one level. Only for one level.
Heard this.
Otherwise, I unregister from the main event, okay?
Okay, but we have a deal, though. One level, you're fine with being
One level, I am fine.
Shake on it? Okay.
One level
Martin
maximum,
Cabral,
say
ladies
that.
and
Same
gentlemen.
one level maximum, say that.
One level maximum, if it's okay with you guys.
See you later.
See you later.
Martin Cabral. I will say, though, Sean Deeb might be the player of the year. Martin Cabral is the player of the summer.
Personality of
the year. Phenomenal.
But let's say this. Let's not forget what Benny Glazer has done.
I know.
3 bracelets he's won. He went back-to-back and won 2 bracelets back-to-back and then won a 3rd tournament.
And no one's talking about
bracelets. Nobody's even talking about him.
No.
Are you guys kidding me?
It's ridiculous.
This guy should be the winner. Like, what these other guys are doing is nothing. Oh, Sean Deeb beat 100 players and 100K PLO. I don't care about that. Benny Glazer's won 3 bracelets.
It's actually really funny how crazy. And dude, Scott Bowman is like a min cash away. I haven't even heard his name all summer.
He's just so consistent.
Yeah.
But either way here, we got a 3-bet pot going on. We got ace queen versus 2 8s. And this is getting spicy right now.
Bowman, by the way, putting some respect on the name, winning the 2K no limit, also finishing second in the 3K 6 max, and getting a 4th place finish in the $1,500 dealer's choice. Has over 10 cashes this summer, many deep runs. So also on a stellar summer. But Cabral, of course, still in the show. Glazer, Lazer.
I don't know either. Glazer, Glazer.
He obviously, with 3 bracelets, should kind of be the winner. 3 wins, very impressive. But like being deep right now is just killing it.
Who made the point system? I need to talk to someone. Jack Effel, ring me up, buddy. I'm going to email you. And what's Brian going to do here with ace queen? I mean, this is very treacherous. You have all this equity, but you don't really know what your opponent has. Your opponent's probably pretty strong here. They could even have full houses.
But you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you.
So Brian says, look, you've been
Needed
patient.
to win one.
I don't know.
No bluffs.
Shout out Lucas Damien joining us on the rail on YouTube.
You just had 2 pair.
I think it's a pocket 10.
Huh? It's good, but if I knew you just had 2 pair, I made a bad call.
You're too good here.
All right, we're in the closing stages of day 1D. One last reminder, that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free, and then save 10% on your first purchase over on gtowizard.com/PokerGo. The best study tool to upgrade your game. Get in there right now.
Three.
I think 3.
I think 4.
I'm going to go with 2.
You want to side bet $100?
2 possible?
I don't know. That's
Once
what
again,
they
if you're
said.
enjoying our coverage on YouTube, please smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We'll have more YouTube coverage tomorrow of day 2. I want to get Tristan. I want to get Donnie on the feature table. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Oh baby, that's pressure. That's pressure. Who pulls those triggers?
I want to say Brent, Tim, guys like that. You know, the nobodies within our company.
I mean, when you have a Brazilian final table and the Brazilians show up, they show up in force.
Man.
They show up with flags, they show up with drinks, they show up with lots of noise, chants.
I will say that the most underwhelming rails are usually the Americans. The foreigners always seem to bring the energy.
Yeah, it's because we're home. We're on the home field. We can't get as motivated as if we were on another player's turf.
Yeah.
That's my excuse.
Well, Tristan, if you make a final table, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Look, if I make the main event final table,
my God.
I
Mark.
guarantee you I'll have the craziest rail you've ever seen.
I want a T-shirt with your face on it.
I'm gonna have people flying in from all over the planet for that if that ever happens.
I
So
don't know. Usually I
let's
keep
go.
playing.
We're gonna play a fun one that hand.
But thank you. I would love to see you don a
three-way
T-shirt with my face on it.
I haven't been drinking in a long time. That's a good reason to have some beverages.
Ooh. Drinks on me.
There we go. Love it.
Any 2.
So we do see a bet and a call here. Both players looking for some backdoor diamonds, but Tamori with the best hand. And maybe we met. Just doing a little floating here. I can't even. French Canadian has got to be like the hardest kind of thing to even wrap my head around.
What's that? We lose 2 people all day.
I mean, I speak like just enough French to order a drink and maybe order a meal. But I find it so funny how different French Canadian sounds compared to regular French. It sounds very nasally. You know, it's a very different sort of vibe. And I think it's pretty cool. I've been to Montreal a couple times. I've been to Playground a couple of times for some of the events there. Just phenomenal place. I think Montreal in the summer, one of the top places in North America to go visit.
Yeah, I went to Montreal a couple times. One time in particular, I remember it was just unbelievable city. I had such a blast. It was beautiful. People were really nice. Food, poker, of course.
The Rail, right? The restaurant at Playground.
Yep.
Called The Rail. Very, very good food.
So we are kind of winding down.
You can feel it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Hey, look, I'm going to tell you, day 1 drained so much out of me because my first table was so social and engaging and everyone was just active. And then obviously you're thinking and you're just, every new player, every different opponent is another puzzle for you to figure out. So you just are locked in so hard. Whereas other tournaments you can disconnect and you can kind of autopilot. This is one tournament you just can't do that in if you want to get the maximum out of it, either your experience or your play.
1,500.
So yeah, with an hour left in the night, actually, as we see these hands clash, Queen King will obviously continue. Maybe just put all their money in.
All in.
Oh my God, I saw this shirt. Drew Amato, unbelievable photographer, posted this shirt earlier.
Uncle Ron on the rail.
If my nipples are hard, I don't have jacks. Well, the nipples are hard. I see them.
Shout out Uncle Ron on the rail. Shout out Sam Simmons on the rail. The Kerry Cats rail is growing by the minute, so it seems.
And Kerry here with another blind on blind battle. He bets the turn and gets raised.
This morning?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Look like a very shiny.
2 days. 2 days.
Okay.
You try it ever? No.
This hand on the turn.
That's, you got
looks
good
to
hair.
me
You
like
don't want to do it.
plenty of
It's already
spades to go around here. And Cats lets it go.
Wow, there's just so much happening tonight. I mean, the
I do
rail,
like it very
everyone.
much.
I see
I like
red
it.
cups everywhere.
Oh, yeah. The room is buzzing. Trevino finds kings. Let's see if we can catch another big hand here before the night is done. By the way, thanks for all the love in the chat. I've seen some people saying that they love the commentary. We're trying to keep it loose, lighthearted, and fun over on the YouTube streets here. And obviously, much respect to Tristan for being here on his day off before tomorrow his day 2 gets underway. Tristan, I don't want to see you for a couple days after this.
I don't want to see you either, unless it's at the horseshoe
while you're shuffling chips.
I do have a day off, hopefully, in between,
Oh,
right?
that's true, yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think I'm supposed to be back for the day 2D coverage.
Yes,
So
yes.
we'll see how that all works. But I would love to be back in the booth. I mean, I love poker. I love hanging here with you. I love hanging with the chat. I love talking poker, of course. So, man, I'm just so blessed.
It's been one heck of a summer.
Yeah, man, it's been. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. It's been a blast. It's been a blast, man. And look at this.
Oh, wow. This is great, actually. The shark finds the diamond ace on the 3 diamond flop while Trevino still holds on to the over. Look at the equities. 50-50. It's insane.
Yeah, you got 2 pulls at a diamond or an ace. And look, maybe you could even pounce here and be aggressive, especially if you have this tight image, and maybe start applying pressure to this kind of holding if your opponent thinks you're not going to have many bluffs. And that's what we're going to see here, I think.
5,100 tossed in there by the shark.
No, that's not only a call, that is a raise. We can call the floor.
He just threw in the 51. It's a raise. Raise 51.
And now Kings has to be a little scared. And we got Gags here, Gagliano, explaining some of the rules. But if anyone has a question, please call the floor. That's what's meant to happen. If a dealer doesn't know a rule, the dealer can always call the floor. But yes, if you throw 2 chips in, it's going to be a raise, no matter what the denomination, unless you say call and try to get change.
Right.
So Kings is going to continue.
Oh, there's the diamond. Kings gets smoked, and all of a sudden Abu Shark with 100% next to his name.
And these pots usually end here. There's usually a bet from the nuts, and, you know, the overpairs without a diamond can't really continue because the bluffs have now arrived.
Bets all but one of his chips, but the one that he leaves behind is worth 25,000, and Kings swiftly into the muck.
Well played.
Yeah.
Both players. You know, sometimes you just have big confrontation of big hands, and someone's going to get there, someone's not.
Once again, we did the same thing last night. Let us know in the chat if you've been watching all night. Got to give some love to everyone who's been with us on the grind.
Let's see if we can get up to 4K likes.
Oh.
We are 3.4K. Can we get up to 4K likes before the night's over? We got about, what, 5-10 minutes?
We got 7 minutes left.
Okay, let's go. Can we get the 4K likes? I don't even know what that does, but can we do it? And look at aces again at this table.
Wow.
Like half the hands we've seen at this table have just been aces.
It's been really, really crazy how many big hands we've seen.
4. And we do see a 3-bet. So 10's open. We do see a 10 hit the muck from Tamori. And I think they did just announce 3 more hands left in the night, right?
Why so much?
This is actually not that much.
4,000 for Pocket 4? My friend.
We're at 3.5K likes. Oh, that's a quick 100.
Yep. For those curious about tomorrow's coverage, starting at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. So we're starting 4 hours earlier than we did today. So 3:30 p.m. tomorrow for day 2 coverage. Tomorrow we'll split the coverage into 2 pieces because of the dinner break. But we're going to show you the action until the night is done. So it'll be a long one. 3:30 p.m. till 1 a.m. with dinner break in the middle. And here we go. Ace, queen, queen. Just a top boat here.
Oh, baby.
Lady Gaga.
Look, if you flopped aces full here, you want to check.
I'm button, yes. Yes.
He's button.
You want to check back if you flopped aces full here because you want your opponent to catch up. You don't want to bet here. You just have too much, right? There's one ace left in the deck. Obviously, if your opponent has a queen, you're gonna get money at some point. But really, you're up against tight ranges here. We have under the gun versus button. Under the gun's going to be a tight range to call a 3-bet. So you just got to check back. No, I hate this. Now, this is okay because you could say, well, you want to bet your range and just bet small. But this smashes the button. So you have to have traps. Your traps are obviously pocket queens.
Right.
And then your next trap is pocket aces.
And look at this. Ren Lin gets rid of it. Top boat. Small profit.
And these guys are so used to showing hands all day. But nope, they show it.
That was a good one.
Just those ones, yeah.
Andy in the chat says,
I showed.
been watching all night. Got fifth in the free roll as well. Love it. Love hearing that.
Run.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just looking at the chat, thinking about that. Like, of course, Ren Lin is going to fold to a small bet there because he loses the ace king, he loses the ace x bluffing, whatever. But if you check, you absolutely should check there, my friend. And we got carry cats all in again.
Oh wow,
ace king. It looks like versus ace something. I don't know if he's a huge favorite here or they have the same hand.
Massive all-in showdown on the outer table.
Oh, he just turned the nuts, I think.
Oh, he got a straight Broadway.
Oh, wow. They both have ace king. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wow, it's
been a good final table.
Action, man. They're all in every other hand.
And now Okamoto all in.
All right, look.
Jacks versus ace queen.
Hey,
Stan hasn't called yet, right?
No, he called.
Oh, he has called.
We're just gonna run it.
Okay, we're gonna run it.
Look,
Okamoto looking for some help to survive here. And 10-9-5 is looking pretty clean. Looking to fade an ace or a queen here.
The back-to-back women's champion, all in one of the final hands of day one, D.
Turn card. Oh
my gosh.
The dream about to be busted. Okamoto needing a jack and a jack only to survive, or else her main event run will end on day one. River card is the 4 of clubs, and that is it for the Japanese star, Shiina Okamoto, on her way out the door.
I let out a sigh because she let out a sigh. Remco, I'm just a little devastated.
You're gutted.
I'm gutted because I can only imagine how hard and bad she wanted this. And she was fighting so hard today, and it just seemed like it was not her day. She had a set run down by a flush that we saw. Right there, she loses a big coin flip. Like, sometimes it's like that. So, yeah, I feel her pain there.
So, the 2-time ladies event champ is not going to be back on day 2. I'm sure we'll see much more of her. And Alan Keating putting chips in the bag.
He said he had a big cash game he had to leave for. What's he doing here? This is nothing. He could probably go win first place money in the cash game tonight.
He's probably going to go straight there now. Sir Keating taking lots of selfies with poker fans as we go back to Jonathan Jaffe, who is traded in those red chips for some green chips, but he has lost some chips from his all-time high of 300K. That looks a lot more like maybe like a 170. So perhaps half a stack right there as we see the feature table bag up as well. And that leaves me to just thank everyone for watching. And please make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are so stoked to bring you this coverage. Back tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time for day 2 ABC. Tristan Wade, Donnie Peters in the mix tomorrow. It's going to be a huge sweat. We'll have Jeff Platt on the case. Got to get some interviews on the sidelines. I'll look around the room here as players are bagging up, and the bar inside the Horseshoe will be lively for the next few hours as players look to unwind from what has been a tense, stressful, yet fulfilling day of poker. If you manage to put some discs in that plastic bag.
Get a day off too, so that feels good.
Exactly, day off for a little unwinding. And on that note, there's the music. Once again, my name is Remco Rinkema, Tristan Wade in the booth alongside me. Thank you all so much for watching. We're still looking for that bracelet, by the way, Mr. Criss Angel. If you could please return that to the main stage. All right, coverage continues tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Pacific time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern for a long, long day of day 2 coverage. Don't miss out. We'll be live on YouTube and PokerGO. For now, I want to wish you a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.